we are going.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you now.
The first question will go, it's on topic first, will go to Michael Gartland.
You know, I only have an off-topic question, Mr. Mayor, so I'm gonna, if you want me to do it later, I could do it later.
It's fine. Go.
I need to be a pain in the rear end here.
Never
As long as you can hear me. Can you hear me okay? My voice is a little weak today.
Yes, we can, Michael.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, today's tax day. It's, you know, I mean, it's Good Friday too, but are you planning to put out your tax returns this year in a show of, you know, openness and you know, I'm just curious if that's in the works or if that's something you're thinking of doing. I know this came up on the campaign trail last year.
I will comply with whatever rules are in.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Monday on this April 18th, 2022, just past the 6 a.m. Eastern Time hour here. And we do want to thank you for joining us on this Monday morning. Our job is, of course, to get you out the door this morning with your top stories. So we'll take you out to a triple box view of everything that we are monitoring on this Monday morning. Of course, we do want to begin with the latest out of Ukraine, as Ukraine warns Russia is preparing to shut down Mariupol today. We have officially reached day 54 of this invasion. Ukraine will fight to keep Mariupol until the very end. Those are the words of Ukrainian officials today, as Russia threatens to shut the city down and, quote, filter all men. We'll be sure to give you the latest and take you through all of the reports from our reporters and correspondents on the ground who have been covering this situation since the very beginning. We also are keeping a very close eye on 3 mass shootings that occurred over the weekend across the country, 1 in Pittsburgh and 2 in South Carolina. We'll get you up to speed on the latest on both of those investigations in South Carolina, and also head to Pittsburgh for the latest on that one. We do want to remind you all that today is tax deadline day. Your taxes must be filed by end of day today, or you must file for an extension. We'll get you the latest details if you are waking up today and perhaps time flew by and you haven't quite noticed that today is April 18th. We'll make sure that you are prepared to get whatever you need to get done by the end of today. You do see 3 boxes on your screens. We're taking a close look, of course, at Ukraine as we have hit day 54, as I said earlier on, and we are reaching a turning point in this invasion. We're going to hear from President Zelenskyy in just a couple of minutes. On the lower right-hand portion of your screen, you're seeing one of our reporters on the ground there who are covering the situation in Lviv. He's doing a report for one of our affiliates. He's actually live now, and he's showing the devastation in Lviv, in that western portion of the country, after that was hit by missiles. We're going to get you the latest, and we'll also show you the live pictures coming in from that feed. And we're also taking a very close look at the White House this morning, because the historic egg roll is set to take place this morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. 30,000 kids expected to make their way to the White House this morning to participate in that event with President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you out to all of our live events and breaking news across the country, so you can bet all of your dollars that will be live there at 9:30 a.m. to take a look at that event. We do, of course, want to begin with the latest out of Russia and Ukraine, and for that, I direct your attention to the latest video coming into our newsroom this morning on the devastation that has been left in Lviv after a missile and various missiles struck that portion of the country today. Now, this was, it is worth noting that this was a portion of the country that was previously known to be a safer portion. Many people were headed to Lviv from various portions of Ukraine to make their way to safety. Well, we can now report that it has been hit by various missiles. I do want to change the graphic on your screen for those of you that are tuning in perhaps with your volume down. We do want to make sure that you know that what you're looking at is Lviv. We can confirm that 6 people have lost their lives, 11 have been injured. This happening this morning after Russia's military launched several missiles into the city, officials have said. The missile attack in this western city included at least 4 missiles, which mostly targeted military facilities, but also struck a car tire service center that was meant for civilians. This is all coming from the regional governor. West Air Command confirmed the missile attack, which also reportedly damaged infrastructure along train rails. Local authorities are still attempting to extinguish the flames caused by these explosions, and there you are seeing the aftermath of those explosions. I do believe that what we're looking at is that tire repair shop that was simply a civilian-owned operation, not a military infrastructure base by any means. We can confirm that at least 1 child was killed in this morning's attack. Our Fox News correspondent, Griff Jakins, he has the latest not only on what's happening in Lviv, but also what's happening in Mariupol. Let's take a listen.
To look at these kids today, you wouldn't know they escaped the horrors of war just weeks ago.
We saw explosions and several planes flying near the building. We woke up from the explosions and ran to the basement. We sat there for 2 to 3 hours. During this time, they managed to bomb several areas.
Artillery and rocket attacks are so frequent that the children have become numb to them.
I'm used to it, and I'm not afraid of explosions. Even if I hear explosions, I won't be scared.
Dmitro and Ivan were among 33 children rescued from the city of Kharkiv and brought here to this orphanage. We are not revealing its name or its location for their safety. It's not just an orphanage. You can see the desk and chairs stacked up against the chalkboard. They've turned it into a humanitarian hub as well, gathering food, clothing, and medical supplies and shipping it straight to the front lines.
From the first days of the war, our school turned into a humanitarian hub.
Former school principal Lilia Svestovich is now coordinating the relief effort here.
This is the room where we collect medicine. The military and volunteers sort them out. Some of this aid goes to the front, some to hospitals and some to villages that were liberated. Now they need help too. We have a whole list that doctors give us. And if we can find certain things on the list, we rejoice as if we have found a diamond.
Lilia is making a big difference in the lives of these kids and in a dark world, giving them a safe home to dream for a brighter future.
I've dreamed of moving to Kiev and graduating from music college.
But caught in the midst of a raging war, their immediate dream summed up in one word.
Victory.
Great piece there by Griff on not only what's happening on the ground, but also the humanitarian effects that it is having on millions of lives, including the lives of children. Russia is launching a new attack in Lviv, as we have just broke to you, but we're also keeping a very close eye on the ongoing battle to save the key Ukrainian city of Mariupol. On your screen right now is images coming into our newsroom from Mariupol, from a city that has been under attack since the very beginning of this invasion 54 days ago. These civilians have been without basic humanitarian needs, food, water, shelter, for over 7 weeks now, and we are expecting that situation in that city to escalate as we can report and confirm that Ukrainian officials are warning that Russia is preparing to shut down that city. So what exactly does that mean? Well, reports coming out of an advisor to the Mariupol city mayor is saying, quote, occupiers report that today, on Monday, they will not only finally close all entries and exits to the city for everyone, but will institute a ban on movement across all neighborhoods for a week. During this time, 100% of the city's remaining male population will be, quote, filtered. We do have our reporters on the ground covering the situation. Let's take a look at Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer's latest on this.
Deadly missile strikes hitting a train station in the Lviv region. It's just the latest onslaught as Russia continues amplifying its attacks in Ukraine. And it follows another round of deadly strikes in the country's second largest city of Kharkiv Sunday. Shells decimating residential buildings as bodies lay in the streets.
Here lies my daughter. She was killed. I've got a call and I was told my daughter was killed.
Meanwhile, the port city of Mariupol remains in critical condition. The city has seen some of the worst fighting since the start of the war nearly 2 months ago. And United Nations officials say roughly 100,000 Ukrainians who stayed behind are starving to death. Ukrainian military officials say soldiers left defending the territory are gathering in a steel mill and have since defied threats from Russian troops to either surrender or die. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says if the city falls, it could spell disaster for any future peace talks.
The destruction of all our guys in Mariupol, what they are doing now, can put an end to any format of negotiations.
But as the world waits for peace, the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine continues straining global food and fertilizer supplies, impacting farmers and driving up food costs for consumers in the U.S., Brazil, Germany, Kenya, and beyond. If Russia succeeds in taking Mariupol, Ukrainian military officials say it will allow Moscow to move additional troops to other war zones in Ukraine, increasing their offense and firing power as they continue invading eastern Ukraine. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And we are going to hear President Zelensky's full latest update to the people of Ukraine and to the world in just a couple of minutes. But we do want to keep you updated on everything that's happening on the ground, including what is now happening in and around the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. The humanitarian crisis worsening in Ukraine as Putin's brutal invasion continues. But Russian missiles once again hit the capital of Kyiv over the weekend. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst is there with the latest.
Russian forces fired on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv again this morning, this time targeting the eastern part of the city. At least one person was killed. Mayor Vitaly Klitschko is warning residents not to return as these Russian missile attacks continue. He went on to explain that air defense systems are working to intercept incoming fire. We've heard air raid sirens multiple times so far today as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy said this about the situation.
Our armed forces are doing it brilliantly. They stopped the occupiers' attacks. They are carrying out counterattacks. They have already frightened, in the true sense of the word, Russian ordinary aviation. And they have been forced to use strategic long-range aircraft.
While Ukrainian forces were able to defend the capital city, the southern port city of Mariupol continues to see intense fighting. President Zelenskyy said Friday that his forces were working to break the siege of Mariupol. Many of the battles are focused around a steel and ironworks plant, and while the details aren't public, Zelenskyy says more is being done to support those remaining Ukrainians who are fighting for the city. The Russian Defense Ministry says today that Russia now controls all urban areas of Mariupol. They note there are Ukrainian forces still inside that plant. In Kyiv, Trey Inkst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that excellent reporting, not only today, but since the very beginning of this invasion. We are now taking a live now look at the White House as the sun is rising here on the East Coast, 6:15. Once again, here on the East Coast. And we are, of course, monitoring also the Biden administration's response to what is happening on the ground in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine escalating by the hour. Russia is now claiming it has destroyed a factory in Kyiv, as we did just hear. The strike happening after Ukraine claimed it sunk a Russian warship. We actually brought you those details as soon as they broke last week. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has more details on all of these stories from Washington. Let's take a listen.
Russian military releasing a new video claiming a retaliatory attack on a machine building plant outside the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. The strike's taking place after the U.S. says a pair of Ukrainian missiles sunk a large Russian warship in the Black Sea.
A significant symbol to the Ukrainians, and it's got to be a huge morale boost for Ukrainian forces.
This week, President Biden announcing another $800 million in security assistance will be sent to Ukraine. The package includes drones, anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles, armored vehicles, and helicopters. Russia warning the U.S. and NATO of unpredictable consequences if the alliance keeps sending those weapons to Ukraine.
It's really designed very much more specifically and tailored to the kind of fighting that we think the Ukrainians are going to be experiencing in the Donbass here in coming days and weeks.
Russia's invasion is also putting a major strain on the U.S. relationship with China. CIA Director William Burns criticized Beijing, calling Chinese President Xi Jinping a silent partner in Russia's war in Ukraine.
Putin is merely becoming Xi's sadistic sidekick in this new Cold War that they have launched against the West.
The White House is reportedly looking into sending a high-level official to Kyiv following the British Prime Minister's visit last week. U.S. officials say it won't be President Biden. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that report. As we have been doing since the very beginning of this invasion, we do want to play for you the latest address by President Zelenskyy overnight to the people of Ukraine and to the world. Let's hear his words.
Українці, українки, усі наші захисники і захисниці. Сьогодні християни західного обряду святкують Великдень. Найрадісніше християнське свято, свято перемоги життя над смертю. Українська католицька громада об'єднує мільйони людей, і я щиро бажаю кожному і кожній миру. Бажаю зберегти душевне світло навіть у цей темний час війни проти нашої держави. Зберегти, щоб побачити вже скоро, як добро обов'язково переможе зло і для нашої країни, а правда здолає будь-яку брехню окупантів. Прекрасний подарунок до свята зробила наша команда на іграх нескорених, в яких беруть участь ветерани і військовослужбовці. В перший же день змагань, які стартували в Нідерландах, українці здобули золото, срібло і бронзу. Радіон Сіддіков вибрав золото у штовханні ядра. Артем Лукашук та Іван Герецун принесли Україні срібло та бронзу у стрибках в довжину. Дякую вам, хлопці, від всіх нас, від всіх українців. Це завжди важливо, а зараз надзвичайно, щоб славили наш прапор, щоб лунав український гімн і щоб шанували наших героїв. Але яким би не був день і яке б не було свято для всіх у владі, завдання незмінне. Працювати навіть не на 100, а на 200%, щоб забезпечувати нашу оборону, забезпечувати Україні зброю, фінансову підтримку та усе інше постачання. Розпочав сьогоднішній день з наради з військовими та урядовцями щодо ситуації в зонах бойових дій. Російські війська готуються до наступальної операції на сході нашої держави. Вже найближчим часом хочуть буквально добити і знищити Донбас. Знищити все, що колись дало славу цьому промисловому регіону. Так само, як російські військові знищують Маріуполь, вони хочуть стерти з лиця землі і інші міста, інші громади Донецької і Луганської областей. Робимо все, щоб забезпечити оборону. Постійно контактуємо з партнерами. Вдячні тим, хто допомагає дійсно усім, чим може допомогти. Але ті, хто має необхідні нам зброю і боєприпаси, і притримує свою допомогу, повинні знати, що від них також залежить доля цієї битви, доля людей, які можуть бути врятовані. Завершився вже 53-й день війни. І по деяким пунктам у наших запитах зброї ми очікуємо відповідей 53 дні. А деякі відповіді формулюються так, що постачання може розпочатись хіба що у травні. Я прямо кажу в таких випадках. Кожна затримка зброї, кожне політичне затягування – це дозвіл Росії забирати життя українців. Саме так Росія це трактує, саме так не повинно бути в реальності. Продовжуються постійні обстріли нашого міста Харків. Сьогодні російські війська вдарили, зокрема, по вулицях Культури, Шевченка і Дарвіна. Мабуть, це особливо небезпечні слова для Росії. Культура, Шевченко, Дарвін. Те, що загрожує їх існуванню. Станом на цю хвилину у переліку загиблих від цього удару 5 харків'ян, не менше 15 поранених. Тільки за 4 останні дні в Харкові від російських обстрілів 18 людей загинуло, 106 людей поранено. Це ніщо інше, ніж свідомий терор. Міномети, артилерія проти звичайних житлових кварталів, проти звичайних цивільних людей. Демократичний світ повинен відреагувати і на те, що окупанти роблять на півдні нашої держави, в Херсонській та Запорізькій областях. Там будують катівні, викрадають представників місцевої влади та усіх, кого вважають помітними для місцевих громад. Шантажують вчителів, крадуть гроші, направлені на виплату пенсій, блокують та крадуть гуманітарну допомогу, доводять людей до голоду. Окупанти ще й намагаються відірвати Херсонську та Запорізьку області за прикладом так званих ДНР і ЛНР, переводять цю територію у рубльову зону і підпорядковують адміністративній машині Росії. Все це вимагає більшої швидкості західних держав при підготовці нового, потужного санкційного пакету. Відповіддю на спробу рубльової окупації Херсонської і Запорізької областей має бути повне охоплення санкціями російської банківської та фінансової систем, бо вони – це частина окупаційної машини. Звичайно, необхідність ембарго на постачання нафти з Росії зростає з кожним днем. Кожен в Європі та Америці вже бачить, що Росія відверто використовує енергоносії для намагання дестабілізувати західні суспільства. Російська ставка на хаос на паливних ринках не має спрацювати. І я дуже хочу сьогодні ще раз підтримати усіх, хто бореться за Україну в містах, в громадах півдня нашої держави, хто захищає наші національні символи, хто захищає нашу свободу. Кожен прояв такої боротьби ускладнює окупантам реалізацію їхнього завдання. Саботуйте розпорядження окупантів, не співпрацюйте з ними, протестуйте. Треба протриматись, щоб Росії не вдалося спотворити життя ще в інших містах нашої держави, як в Донецьку та Луганську. Говорив сьогодні з директоркою, розпорядницею Міжнародного валютного фонду Крісталіною Георгієвою про забезпечення фінансової стійкості України та про підготовку відбудови нашої держави після війни. Торкнулося конкретних напрямків можливої співпраці з Міжнародним валютним фондом як найближчим часом, так і в перспективі кількох років. Впевнений, що прогрес у наших відносинах з фондом буде відчутним. І я хочу подякувати пані Кристаліні за особисту і вагому підтримку. Прем'єр-міністр України Денис Шмигаль відзвітував сьогодні про виконання дорученого щодо додаткової соціальної допомоги у зв'язку з війною. Перше, кожен переселенець може отримати грошову допомогу на проживання щомісячно. Це 2000 гривень на дорослого та 3000 гривень на дитинку. Оформити можна це в найближчому ЦНАПі, органах соцзахисту, а вже від середи в дії. Друге, продовжується евакуація людей з районів, охоплених бойовими діями. Уряд розгортає спеціальні пункти для забезпечення тимчасового проживання людей, надання грошової допомоги одразу на залізничних станціях та вокзалах. Третє. Продовжується збір заяв через дію щодо зруйнованого чи пошкодженого житла. Обов'язково подавайте заяви, якщо ви втратили квартиру, будинок або якщо вони пошкоджені обстрілами. Четверте. Закликаю роботодавців, як би це важко не було, намагайтесь залучати переселенців до роботи. Зараз кожне збережне і кожне додаткове робоче місце – це допомога захисту держави у війні. За кожного переселенця, якого бізнес бере на роботу, підприємство отримує від держави софінансування витрат на оплату його праці. Це 6500 гривень. Заяву також можна буде подати на порталі «Дія». І традиційно ввечері підписав укази про нагородження наших героїв. Державними нагородами відзначені 188 військовослужбовців Збройних сил України, 553 бійця Національної гвардії України, 64 прикордонника, 5 поліцейських, 26 працівників Державної служби з надзвичайних ситуацій, 6 захисникам України присвоєно звання Герой України. І наостанок ще одне привітання, і також для наших героїв, для українських пожежних. Сьогодні відзначається День пожежної охорони. Я щиро вітаю кожного і кожну, хто захищає безпеку наших людей, нашої землі від вогню. Хто і у мирний час майже щоденно, як на війні. Дякую за службу, дякую за порятунок. Слава Україні!
And that was the latest update from President Zelenskyy to the world and to the people of his country, adamant that he will continue to fight, that his country will continue to defend, and once again asking for help from the world in order to stop Russia on day 54 of this invasion. Here's a live now look at Rhode Island on this Monday morning, a beautiful sunrise shot. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but up next, we're going to cover more top stories from across the country. We're actually going to stay stateside as we give you the latest on the mass shootings that occurred over this Easter weekend and also the latest COVID-19 news. And a little update, because today is, after all, the tax deadline day. We'll get you up to speed on everything you need to know on this Monday morning. See you in 2 minutes. Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Monday. Just 1 minute until the 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time hour here. And we do want to continue along our sunrise tour, as my co-host Regina Gonzalez likes to call it when she's sitting here in the hot seat. Here is a look at Wildwood, New Jersey on this Monday morning. We do want to remind you all that it is the tax deadline day. So while this shot is beautiful, if you haven't filed your taxes yet, it could be a stressful morning for you. We'll walk you through everything that you need to know a little bit later on in the show, but today is the deadline. Either file your taxes or file an extension. If you are joining us from Wildwood, New Jersey, or wherever you're joining us from, be sure to send us a tweet at LiveNowFox, and we'll give you a little shout out throughout the show. We do want to get you up to speed on the top stories that we are monitoring this morning, and here is a look at all of that. In addition to a live look at the White House this morning, we are, of course, keeping up to date on the latest coming out of Ukraine, as we can confirm that Russia has launched missiles into Lviv. 6 people dead, 11 injured at the very least. We also are keeping a very close eye on some mass shootings that occurred over the weekend, which is where I want to take us to next. 3 mass shootings over this past Easter weekend, 1 in Pittsburgh and 2 occurring in South Carolina. We're actually going to begin in Pittsburgh, where unfortunately a mass shooting broke out inside of an Airbnb in that city. Here is a video that we are getting in and that we did get into our newsroom over the weekend of this incident. I do want to make sure that we have the right graphics up here for you so that you are fully in the know. So we can confirm, as you see the graphic on your screen, 2 killed, several injured in this Airbnb shooting that occurred in Pittsburgh in the very early hours of Sunday morning. We can confirm that it happened around 12:30 a.m. Once again on Sunday morning during a party at an Airbnb where as many as 200 people had gathered. Police say many of the people attending this party were underage. Investigators also say that as many as 50 rounds were fired inside of this Airbnb. At least 10 people were rushed to a nearby hospital and 3 remain in critical condition. That is the latest update that we have. There is no word at the moment about suspects. But speaking of suspects, we're going to head from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, all the way out to South Carolina, where we were monitoring another mass shooting incident, a South Carolina mall. One person we can confirm, though, this morning is under arrest in connection with this mass shooting at a South Carolina mall. We do have a photograph of the suspect, and here you are seeing that on your screens. Police say 22-year-old Joanne Price is charged with unlawful carrying of a pistol, and more charges are responsible and possible. 9 people were shot and 5 others hurt in yesterday's attack. A judge has set a $25,000 bond for Price, who is wearing an ankle monitor on house arrest. Police are asking witnesses to share information about the shooting. But once again, we'll pull up this photograph of Joanne Price, who is charged in connection with the South Carolina mall shooting. We do have our Fox News correspondent, Nate Foy, who breaks down precisely what happened over the weekend at this Columbiana Center Mall in Columbia, South Carolina. Let's take a listen.
We can confirm 12 people are hurt, 10 of them have been shot, and 2 are in critical condition after a shooting at a mall in Columbia, South Carolina. It happened at 2:03 Saturday afternoon. It was reported by a witness at the Columbiana Center Mall. 3 people are detained so far. Police say they were all seen with guns inside the mall. At least one of them is accused of firing a gun near the Gap store inside. Here's the Columbia police chief talking about a possible motive.
We don't believe this was random. I think that's very important in situations like this. We believe that the individuals that were armed knew each other, and there was some type of conflict that occurred that resulted in gunfire. This was not a situation where we had some random person show up at a mall to, discharge a firearm and just, injure people.
Here's one man who was with his daughter when shots were fired.
It was a pretty scary event. It was about 10 shots or so that rang out. Before they were done, I was grabbed her and we were running out the door. When I tell you, people were coming out of every single exit as fast as possible. It was a pretty serious situation.
The 12 injured people are being treated at 3 local hospitals. We know the oldest victim is 73, the youngest just 15 years old. Columbia police are asking the public for any information about what happened inside that mall. Reporting in New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
And you did just hear a small excerpt from the police press conference that the police department in Columbia, South Carolina did give following that shooting at the mall. We actually do have that press conference in full. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We give you all of the details when these events occur. It is about 7 minutes and a half. And so I do want to play that out for you in full so you know all of the details that police officers knew in the coming hours after this event did occur. Let's take a listen.
Now that there's some important pieces of information we think that's necessary that we put out right now. At 2:03 this afternoon, a citizen contacted Richland, Columbia 911 and reported gunfire at the mall near the Gap store. We started receiving a series of emergency calls after that. This prompted an all response from law enforcement. And of course our Midland partners, it's a variety of agencies, and I'll recognize them just in a minute, but we had a hodgepodge of law enforcement responded to this particular location at the mall. And for those of you that may not know, this is an area that covers multiple jurisdictions, and that's why we train and have all area responses to situations like this. We're asking that the public stay out of the area. As I said, it's very active. We have a lot of the roads that are closed down, but we ask for continued cooperation with that. We still have law enforcement teams inside the mall. We've accounted for everybody that's been injured, and I'll speak to that in just a moment, but the reason we still have teams inside the mall is they're clearing. It's a large mall. We're clearing stores one at a time. We did an initial sweep for injured people that were injured, and we got them with medical personnel and got them transported. We had the individual stores that took immediate security measures and locked their stores down, and we had everybody shelter in place. So we have teams now methodically going through the mall and removing folks that they find that have sheltered in place and moving them to the unification site. We have established a unification site, which is just up the street at Fairfield Inn. That's located at 320 Columbiana Drive. We have a conference room secured there, and we're asking anyone that was separated or might be looking for a loved one or friends, that's where they can report, or they can call there at 803-732-4436. Again, that's 803-732-4436. As law enforcement teams locate people in the mall, that is where they will be taking them for unification, again, with friends and family. What we know currently, and again, I say this is very preliminary, we had 12 injured, no fatalities. I repeat, no fatalities. 10 suffered gunshot wounds, 8 were transported, 2 self-reported to area hospitals. Of the 8 gunshot wounds, 2 are in critical but stable, 6 are stable. We had 2 that were injured during the stampede, non-gunshot wounds, but were injured. And again, we're transported folks to 3 area hospitals, Park Ridge, Richland, and Lexington. We have 3 people detained. What we know is at least 3 people were seen with firearms inside the mall, and at least 1 person fired a weapon. That could change. We're asking anybody with information that may have witnessed, may have video, or has heard something to contact our Criminal Investigations Bureau. That number is 803-545-3525, 803-545-3525. There will be investigators standing by to receive those calls. I want to say thank you to our citizens that exercised courage, were very patient with us, took good direction, and have cooperated 100% with everything that we have asked. Mall security has been invaluable in this. The management's been on site with us as well as their security, and we thank them for that, and especially the security measures that went on inside the mall itself. Obviously, it's unfortunate that we have to do this, but you can tell that training and preparation paid off in this situation. It was very chaotic. Our law enforcement partners that I mentioned which we could not do our job in the Midlands and in Columbia without. It's the Richland County Sheriff's Department, Lexington County Sheriff's Department, Newberry Sheriff's Department, SLED, State Highway Patrol, Triple P, IRMO PD, ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, the FBI. We had Lexington EMS, Richland EMS. Our fire department's been instrumental in scene management and assisting us. They've stood shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement in the chaos and in the danger area. And again, our mall staff has been phenomenal. And of course, as you can see, we have great support here. Our city manager's been on scene, our mayor, and several of our council members. So we will share information as we get it. What's important that we put out now is that we have no fatalities, 10 injured. We have a unification site set up and a hotline, if you will, for anybody that has information. We know a lot of people saw a lot of different things and they fled out of safety, and we get that. We're asking, please take a moment, collect your thoughts, and reach out to law enforcement at the number we've provided. I'll take a few questions.
Do you have a sense of the motive? Was it a fight? What led to this?
This is still early. We don't believe this was random. I think that's very important in situations like this. We believe that the individuals that were armed knew each other, and there was some type of conflict that occurred that resulted in gunfire. This was not a situation where we had some random person show up at a mall to, discharge a firearm and injure people.
Do you know how many shots were fired at this time?
No, we don't. We know that there was multiple rounds fired, though.
Were any of the people injured children?
The oldest gunshot victim was 73, and the youngest gunshot victim was 15.
Were all the three suspects detained, were they all armed, or was it one, two people armed?
So what I said was we have 3 people detained. We have not called them suspects. They're 3 people that we would classify as people of interest at this point. We're reviewing video and talking to people that witnessed, and their classification may change. But right now what we're releasing is 3 people that are being detained, and we don't have any information on types of weapons. I'm sure that'll be the next question.
Yeah, were they armed at all when you detained them?
No.
What were the ages of those folks who were detained?
We're not saying.
Was it standard to have SLED and the FBI at an investigation like this?
It's standard to have an all response. There's not a major event or major scene like this that we don't get a response from our partners at SLED and the FBI.
Is there a concern that it could have been gang-related or even related to drugs at this time?
That's preliminary. It's too early to know. Again, what we can say is it appeared that they did know one another. Thank you.
And that was the latest police update from the South Carolina Police Department. Straight after this South Carolina mall shooting did occur, we can now report, we do have an update that the suspect has been arrested, and he is 22-year-old Jacane M. Price. So we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to head out live to the White House. Here's a little sneak peek as we are monitoring a big event that's supposed to happen today. The Easter egg roll is back. It was paused because of the pandemic, but it does make its big return today. We'll give you a little bit more information about what to expect at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time when that event does kick off. And we're also going to talk about some topics that the Biden administration will continue to monitor in these coming weeks, including the economy and the situation at the border. All of that coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Orlando studios. 6:45 here on the East Coast. And if you are just joining us, thanks for spending your Monday morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are monitoring quite a few big stories coming in, not only from around the country, but from around the world as well. Here's a live look at the White House, an exciting event expected a little bit later on in the morning. The White House's historic Easter egg roll is set to take place today at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We, of course, will bring that event to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show, as it's been about 2 years since this event last took place. It was put on a 2-year COVID-19 related hiatus, but President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are expected to welcome some 30,000 kids and their adult chaperones for the egg roll, an egg hunt, and quite a few other activities. We do have a report here for you to break down what you can expect. Let's listen in.
The White House Easter egg roll is back, the first for President Biden since taking office last year.
There was a pause during World War I for the egg roll, and then also during World War II. The egg roll has actually taken a lot of pauses, so this is significant.
30,000 people will be hopping on over to the South Lawn for an extravaganza. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, who is also a teacher, is taking an active role. This year's theme being labeled an education.
Different administrations, first ladies have put their own particular stamp on the event.
The historic tradition dates back to 1878, and the stories from past egg rolls live on, like when First Lady Grace Coolidge brought her pet raccoon, Rebecca, to the egg roll.
She had to be taken back inside so she could calm down. And so Grace Coolidge took her inside and then returned to the egg roll without Rebecca.
This year's event also taking on more meaning than years past.
I think the White House is saying that with safety considerations in place, that this is the time that we can start to enjoy these traditions again together.
Malva Rivera, Fox News.
And it is an exciting event that we are going to be covering for you here on Live Now from Fox. As soon as this event does begin, we'll take you there live, raw, and unfiltered, as we do with events throughout the week, not only here stateside, but around the world as well. If you are just joining us, we do want to get you up to speed on the top stories that we are monitoring this morning. Day 54 of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine have been adamant and continue to say that they are going to fight until the very end to keep that key port city of Mariupol on a day where Russia is threatening to shut down the city and, quote, filter all men. We'll walk you through what that means a little bit later on in our show. We also do want to report to you all that Russia has launched missiles into Lviv, which is a western city in that country. We can report that the latest count put the death toll at 6 people and 11 injured. We also just brought you up to speed on 3 mass shootings that occurred over the weekend, 1 in Pittsburgh and 2 in South Carolina. And for those of you just joining us, waking up, checking your phones and seeing, oh, today is April 18th. It is the tax deadline day. You must file your taxes or file for an extension by the end of the day. We will be taking you through all of those details a bit later on in the show as well. But for now, we're going to stick with the White House, stick in the nation's capital. While President Biden spent the weekend at Camp David, his team is desperately trying to come up with some solutions to an economic picture that continues to get worse. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey takes a closer look at this.
While President Biden is tucked away at the presidential retreat for a quiet weekend, his pollster is sounding a loud alarm about the political climate that awaits this fall.
No one's going to sit there as a Democratic consultant and try to bullshit you that this is anything but a really sour environment for Democrats.
Even with young voters, Gallup finds the president's approval with millennials just 41% and Generation Z just 39%. So, how do you win back a reliably Democratic voting bloc? Maybe by canceling student loan debt.
Between now and August 31st, it's either going to be extended or we're going to make a decision about canceling student debt.
President Biden's economy messaging is confusing. Yesterday, it was bad.
Now, I know that we're still facing challenges of high prices, inflation.
Today, it's good. He says Americans are getting back to work in every corner of the country in record numbers. This wasn't an accident. This was the direct result of my economic plan to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. That's as mortgage rates have risen, now averaging more than 5% for the first time in a decade. The chief economist at Freddie Mac, the government-sponsored body that supports small U.S. mortgage lenders, now says as Americans contend with historically high inflation, the combination of rising mortgage rates, elevated home prices, and tight inventory are making the pursuit of home ownership the most expensive in a generation. And that's got some Trump-era economic officials warning it could get a lot worse.
It's my view that right about now we're entering a recession. And when that happens, and, basically with this high inflation, the Fed tightens, then people get extremely wary of buying homes, and you see home prices collapse sometimes.
White House officials disagreed. They cite a Fed prediction that inflation is going to ease significantly by the end of this year. But remember, they've been saying as long ago as last year and as recently as Wednesday that inflation is going to be transitory. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And we're going to stay in the nation's capital because in a little over a month from now, Title 42 will end. This was a policy put in place during the Trump presidency to allow U.S. border officials the power to prohibit anyone illegally trying to come into the country or people who pose a health risk from previous travels. The ending of this policy has many questioning the Biden administration on both sides of the aisle. Our Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel has more from the U.S.-Mexico border.
A second migrant bus from Texas arrived in Washington, D.C. early Thursday morning, all courtesy of Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
We're here under conditions with the cell phone. We have to send photos and record ourselves. Yes, every Wednesday.
14 migrants from Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Colombia stepped off the bus steps from Union Station. Last week, Abbott announced he planned to send all migrants who arrived in Texas to Washington as a form of protest against the Biden administration ending Title 42 next month. The cancellation comes as several state officials say they're overwhelmed with the amount of immigrants being let into the U.S.
When Title 42 goes away, it's only going to get even worse than it is now, and everyone knows it.
The surge of migrants wasn't the only thing plaguing border states this week.
We're seeing with these unnecessary inspections of trucks transiting ports of entry between Texas and Mexico are significant delays.
For several days now, truckers on the Texas-Mexico border shut down the nation's #1 inland port, protesting inspections ordered by Governor Abbott. The bridge connects Mexico to South Texas, and more produce crosses there than any other land port in the U.S. Experts warned consumers would suffer with a shortage of produce on shelves and higher prices unless the normal flow of trucks resumes. On Wednesday, an agreement was reached with the governor of Nuevo Leon. The Mexican governor says they've agreed to step up security on their side of the river in exchange for stopping those secondary truck inspections. That's the latest from Eagle Pass, Texas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
And we will take another live look here at Wildwood, New Jersey, because our next story actually takes us to New Jersey. Governor Murphy is calling this a historic step for the Garden State. 13 medical marijuana dispensaries will be able to sell legal weed to all adults beginning on Thursday. Yes, this Thursday, but they still need to go through some final inspections. Our Fox 5 team is on this story. Briella Tomasetti has more.
We are absolutely thrilled. We are excited.
The countdown is on. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says weed dispensaries in the Garden State can legally begin selling recreational marijuana in less than a week. And James Leventis, Executive Vice President of multi-state operator Verano, says it's high time.
So we have 3 dispensaries in New Jersey. 2 of them are going to open for recreational use customers starting Thursday morning on the 21st.
During a virtual meeting on Monday, New Jersey's Cannabis Regulatory Commission, made up of 5 members, gave 7 medical marijuana companies the seal of approval to start selling their products to anyone 21 or over.
It's truly remarkable what we have accomplished in the last year.
Supply chain issues slowed down the process in March, but now businesses say they're more than ready to hit the ground running.
We've been ramping up production for several years now since we opened back in February of 2020.
New York, in the meantime, is also another step forward on the path to selling legal pot. The state has licensed 52 suppliers to begin growing product on farms. Among the applicants, Route 27 Hemp Yard in Suffolk County.
It definitely means the business is going to grow and expand.
The farm, owned and operated by Ryan Andos and his uncle, Mark Carroll, plans to begin planting marijuana seeds this spring, both outdoors and in greenhouses. But that's just the first step. The state still has to give suppliers the green light to actually sell weed, which could take a few more months. The New York Cannabis Board is also giving the first retail licenses to people with pot-related convictions.
We're going to, of course, talk with the state and, what guidelines they give us.
And thank you to Briella for that story. We are now taking a live look at New York City. There's a look at the Statue of Liberty on this Monday morning, just before the 7 o'clock Eastern Time hour. We can report that, just as Briella said, New York could be next to legalize these types of weed sales. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of our top stories. Plus, hear from the mayor of Lviv himself as he has spoken after missiles struck his city today. All of that on the other side of this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 7 a.m. here on the East Coast. And if you are just joining us, we want to say thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us. We do want to get you up and out the door this morning with a look at our top stories. And the video on your screens is video that has come into our newsroom this morning of the situation on the ground in Lviv, Ukraine. Yes, the western city that was once to many kind of seen as one of the safer areas of Ukraine, has this morning been struck with missiles. We can confirm that 6 people have died, 11 are injured. Once again, this comes after Russia's military launched several missiles into the city, officials have said. The missile attack in the western city included at least 4 missiles, which mostly targeted military facilities and infrastructure, but it also hit a car tire service center. It hit some train areas as well, which is why you're seeing that train pass on your screens. And that first video that showed the fire, that is the car center, that tire center that was struck. That was a civilian center. We can confirm that at least 1 child was killed in this morning's attack, and all of this comes on day 54 of the war in Ukraine, as we are also keeping a very close eye on the situation on the ground in Mariupol, because Russia has threatened to shut down this city today and, quote, filter all men. Ukraine has vowed to fight absolutely until the end to keep this port city of Mariupol from Russia's control. Ukrainian Prime Minister has been adamant about this, but we can confirm that over the weekend, an advisor to the Mariupol city mayor warned that Russian troops are preparing to shut down the city today. This was a direct quote, as translated by a Ukrainian news outlet to English, that Mariupol city mayor advisor posted on Telegram. He said, quote, "Occupiers report that on Monday they will not only finally close all entries and exits to the city for everyone, but will institute a ban on movement across all neighborhoods for a week. During this time, 100% of the city's remaining male population will be, quote, filtered." We will be keeping a very close eye on this situation, and we do have our reporters on the ground who are bringing us the latest news. We do have our Fox News correspondent, Griff Jenkins, who's actually covering the situation in Mariupol. Let's take a listen.
As Russian missile strikes continue to hit the heavily besieged city of Mariupol, Ukrainian fighters are not giving up the fight, even after nearly 2 months of constant bombardment. Moscow now demanding their surrender, something Ukraine's leaders say isn't going to happen.
We will fight till the end, absolutely. We will not surrender. We will not leave our country, our families, our land. So we will fight absolutely till the end, till the win in this war.
In the city that was once home to almost 500,000 people, only about 100,000 remain. Russia claims to control some urban zones of the city, which sits in a key strategic location. If fully captured by the Russians, it would give them a port on the Black Sea and provide a connection with the Crimean Peninsula, which Russia annexed in 2014. While the two sides have engaged in on and off diplomatic talks to end the fighting, Ukraine's foreign minister says no high-level discussions are currently taking place and that the situation in Mariupol and the growing civilian death toll there and throughout the country could put an end to those negotiations for good.
Mariupol may be a red line.
The more crimes against civilians that appear, there will be no chance that negotiations will be held or actually be implemented.
Ukrainian officials estimate that more than 21,000 civilians have been killed in Mariupol during the 7-week siege. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
And thank you to Griff for that report. Here we are taking a look at a map for all of you to understand where all of this fighting is occurring. Unfortunately, Lviv is not on this map, but if you can imagine it, it is below Lutsk, so on that western portion of the country. It is south of Lutsk and a bit more east. So imagine a city that is below Lutsk but close to Kyiv. That is where that western city is located. It's about 100 kilometers away from the Polish border. And we are, of course, very closely monitoring the latest news out of Lviv. Our Fox News correspondent, Ashley Strohmeyer, has the latest from that city. Let's take a listen.
Deadly missile strikes hitting a train station in the Lviv region. It's just the latest onslaught as Russia continues amplifying its attacks in Ukraine. And it follows another round of deadly strikes in the country's second largest city of Kharkiv Sunday. Shells decimating residential buildings as bodies lay in the streets.
Here lies my daughter. She was killed. I've got a call and I was told my daughter was killed.
Meanwhile, the port city of Mariupol remains in critical condition. The city has seen some of the worst fighting since the start of the war nearly 2 months ago. And United Nations officials say roughly 100,000 Ukrainians who stayed behind are starving to death. Ukrainian military officials say soldiers left defending the territory are gathering in a steel mill and have since defied threats from Russian troops to either surrender or die. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says if the city falls, it could spell disaster for any future peace talks.
The destruction of all our guys in Mariupol, what they are doing now, can put an end to any format of negotiations.
But as the world waits for peace, the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine continues straining global food and fertilizer supplies, impacting farmers and driving up food costs for consumers in the U.S., Brazil, Germany, Kenya, and beyond. If Russia succeeds in taking Mariupol, Ukrainian military officials say it will allow Moscow to move additional troops to other war zones in Ukraine, increasing their offense and firing power as they continue invading eastern Ukraine. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
And we here on Live Now from Fox, what we are able to do is bring you the latest updates from the officials themselves. Here is a look once again at the devastation in Lviv. We actually just got into our newsroom a press conference with the mayor of Lviv, so let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the 54th day of the Russian invasion and the 9th year of the war of Russian Federation against Ukraine. My name is Andriy Shevchenko, and on behalf of Ukraine Media Center, I welcome all the reporters covering our fight for freedom. Today, in the morning, Lviv was attacked by the Russian occupiers with a missile strike. We have Maxim Kozitsky today, the head of military administration of Lviv Oblast, and Andriy Sadovy, the mayor of Lviv. I give the floor to our guest. So which information is available at the moment? Hello, glory to Ukraine. Today, there was another strike on Lviv. According to preliminary information, there were 4 hits. 3 of them went to warehouses which were not used by the military so far, and there was 1 hit on a garage which was providing maintenance for vehicles. 7 killed, 11 injured, according to preliminary information. Now, the rubbles are being cleared, so maybe there will be more. On this garage providing maintenance for cars, it's a barbaric strike. It's a civilian object. People were there working. Unfortunately, the tragedy has happened. On the other hand, maybe it was a deliberate strike on the civilian facility, because there's nothing sacred for them. Standing closer to the microphone. Okay. So, 11 injured, 7 killed. 4 of them were in this garage. 1 of the injured is a child. The condition is not severe, but 3 of the injured are in a severe condition. Andriy Sadovy, the mayor of Lviv. What we've seen today in Ukraine is genocide, and it is a deliberate action by the aggressor who is killing peaceful civilians. So 7 civilians had plans for life, and today the life had been interrupted. I talked to the manager of that garage, and he had tears. He wasn't crying about the property which was destroyed, but about his staff. It was a dream of his life, and, well, the garage is gone. Also, 40 vehicles there were destroyed, and I only hope that the the casualty list would not go now. 2 injured people are in a very severe condition, and the doctors are doing their best. So outside of the facilities which were hit, some other civilian infrastructural sites were damaged. For example, in 8 residential apartments, windows were smashed. Also, in one of the schools in Lviv, the windows were smashed. Now in Ukraine, there are no safe and unsafe locations. Everyone is in the same condition. So once again, I reiterate my call to all the residents. Whenever you hear a siren, please go to shelters, because it might save your life. We mourn the fallen, but we have to be vigilant, because it looks like the enemy starts getting more and more atrocious, and they are now smashing the civilian infrastructure, and more will be coming. We see it in our cities in the east of Ukraine. Thank you. Maxim, can you say anything about the type of weapons used by the Russians and about the targets they used for this attack? Preliminarily, the rockets were launched from aircrafts, but that is preliminary information. It was coming from the Caspian direction, let's say. The direction of the Caspian Sea. Whether this garage was the ultimate target, well, I don't really want to believe it, but on the other hand, maybe they were aiming for the railway station. As Andriy said, we now don't have safe and unsafe locations in the city. The enemy is cynical and they're inhuman. Any questions? Please. There was a second siren after the strike. What was it related with? There was another missile launched from the area of the Black Sea, but they didn't reach our city. Next question, and we might need interpretation.
And thank you very much for this very important conference, for the message across the world. This attack is civilians. Obviously, I have questions for the mayor, please. And as you declared, the city is not safe anymore. What that exactly means?
Well, it means that all the cities and the villages are in the same situation. The aggressor is committing the acts of genocide. They target peaceful civilians. They kill the civilians. Number of casualties among the civilians, well, it goes up thousands and thousands. Today, if you all, representatives of the media, could see what is going on in Mariupol, you would be shocked, because thousands of civilians, innocent civilians, were just killed. And they cannot even be buried according to religious rites, to Christian rites. What we've seen in Bucha and Gostomel, it's just horrible. But we have to defend, and we have to be ready to start the offensive and to kick the enemy from our land. We don't have another choice. We are free people, and the enemy wants to turn us into slaves. But we will always be free, and we will fight till the last drop of blood, because we are Ukrainians. I would like to add for international reporters that today rocket strikes or air strikes also hit Kiev and other Ukrainian cities and villages. Any more questions?
From China Media Group, we know that this attack is against so many people here, and we're sorry for that. But I have another concern. The Russian government has threatened to attack the weapons sent by NATO, which will transfer from transit in Lviv region. And my question to the officer, how will you protect the people here in this region? And have you ever considered to change the route for weapon delivery? Thank you.
I would like also to ask a follow-up question. Do we see that it was a deliberate attack on the city and the region which is playing the key role in the evacuation and humanitarian corridors? Whether we think of changing the supply routes, well, we are using all possible supply routes to provide weapon to our army, because we need weapon to defend and to make our victory faster. In terms of striking civilian and peaceful facilities, I could say that this is just an act of vandalism. It's inhuman, because well, they are hitting regular civilian sites and peaceful residents die. In terms of supply routes, well, we have those supply routes which we have, and we do our best. Of course, we would like to have better supply routes through Belarus, for example, but at the moment it's impossible. Even before the Russian aggression started, there was a decision to take all military facilities from within the limits of the city of Lviv. So when you analyze the situation, you see that the missiles are killing the civilians now. The world now knows that Lviv is the biggest hub for those Ukrainians who are now fleeing from shelling. Over 200,000 Ukrainians are finding temporary protection here in Lviv. Over 100 embassies moved to Lviv, and the enemy knows it very well when they attack. Their objective is to intimidate. So a huge request to all of you, to the representatives of international media, please tell the truth that they target civilians, innocent civilians. Of course, we are doing everything possible, but I'm sorry, who could foresee that they would attack a civilian garage? How could you even foresee that? Thank you.
My question is for you, Mr. Mayor. You had mentioned that people should be seeking out shelters when they hear the air raid siren, and since I've been here, we've seen a lot of folks in Lviv treating it as life goes on when the air raid sirens come. Is there a hope, at least with these strikes, that it acts as a wake-up call and people start to take these sirens and alerts more seriously?
I'm confident that definitely each airstrike, when we hear the information about people killed, it would provide another incentive. People would start taking care about their safety and security more, because people are relaxed, the sun is shining, they can have a cup of coffee outside, and we don't see these images of destruction which we see in the cities in central and eastern Ukraine. But of course, this is the task for us, for the media, to remind people that, well, you have to protect yourself. So whenever an air raid siren goes on, we have to go to the shelter, because this saves lives. More questions?
And the Mayor, would you please, and you're talking about the news, false news or something like that, information, would you please open the site or maybe tag, and we can, international media can have access to go inside it, to have a look and take some pictures or videos or whatever. So I think this is clearly to see what happens there. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We will think about this opportunity, but we have to approve this with the law enforcement agencies. And I would like to add that now we also have criminal liability for disseminating the information which can endanger our safety. So please follow Ukrainian legislation and use common sense. I have a last question. It's obvious that one of the objectives of these strikes is to intimidate people, to sow panic, to break the people's will. So what would you say to the residents of Lviv, to all Ukrainians? None of us wanted this war. The enemy attacked, and they have a clear objective: to destroy us as a nation and to destroy Ukraine as a sovereign and free state. We have that only one option: to fight, to resist. We don't have another option. So the enemy must understand that our army is not 300, 400, 500,000. The army of Ukraine is 40 million citizens of Ukraine. And our army, day to day, is bigger and bigger, because the free world starts understanding that this is a clash of two systems, of totalitarianism and democracy. So today, we are defending the Poles, the Germans, the French, the Lithuanians. We are defending everyone here in Ukraine, because the same missile could also be flying towards a different country. So we are now taking this hit. So we are addressing the whole world. Please understand, if we don't stop the enemy, if we don't kick the enemy from our land, they will move further. So we have to be strong all together at the fist. And with this fist, we have to punch the enemy so that they would forget about any attempt of aggression for the next 50 years. This is our objective. I concur. Our strength is in our unity and in our faith. Faith in God, in our state and the Ukrainian army. We shall win. Maxim Kozitsky, the head of Lviv Oblast Military Administration, and Andriy Sadovy, the mayor of Lviv. Thank you.
And that was the latest update from the mayor of Lviv after the images that you are seeing on your screen right now occurred this morning. Missiles hitting that city. We did confirm that unfortunate loss count has been updated by the mayor. He just confirmed 11 injured, 7 killed, and amongst those killed was a child. The mayor of Lviv with some tough words. He says, what we have seen today in Ukraine is genocide. He says that he spoke to the manager of the tire garage that was struck, which is this video that you are seeing right now on your screens, and that he wasn't crying about the property, he was crying about his staff. The mayor of Lviv also outlining that windows were smashed in because of the missiles at various apartment buildings. He did confirm that there were 4 missiles, 3 of those to military warehouses, and 1 of them to a tire company and garage. He did have a message to the people of Lviv, who up until this point were living perhaps amongst the best in Ukraine. There were not too many missiles being struck at this city. It was a safe haven for a lot of people who made their way from other portions of Ukraine to Lviv for safety. But he was adamant, there are no safe areas in Lviv. Whenever you hear a siren, go to shelter. It may save your life. The words of the mayor of Lviv. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to head stateside and get you up to speed on 3 mass shootings that occurred over the weekend, 1 in Pittsburgh and 2 in South Carolina, and also tell you about a story that we are monitoring out of New York, primarily out of Queens, where a woman was found in a duffel bag. We're going to give you all of the details that we know on all of these investigations that are very much underway. We'll see you in 2 minutes. host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is Monday, April 18th, 2022. We do want to welcome you into the show and thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a Live Now look out to New York City on a beautiful Monday morning as the sun is rising. And we are monitoring a slew of breaking news that occurred over the weekend across the country, not only in New York, but we'll head out to Pittsburgh and South Carolina as well. But we do want to begin, as I said, in New York, where in Queens, a woman was found inside of a duffel bag on the side of the road. This is an investigation that is still very much underway, but police have confirmed that they have found a woman whose body was in a duffel bag in Forest Hills, Queens, New York. Once again, this is a very fluid situation, and we are just receiving news of this incident. But police say a woman whose body was found in a duffel bag in Forest Hills, Queens, New York, spent her final hours in her backyard and enjoying a night out. The body of 51-year-old was discovered Saturday morning just after 8 o'clock on Metropolitan Avenue near Jackie Robinson Parkway, for those of you that are familiar with this area. Detectives reportedly believe the mother of two knew her assailant and was stabbed out of anger. No arrests have been made, but once again, this is a very fluid investigation. The NYPD is investigating this gruesome discovery that was made by a person walking in the park at around 8 a.m. near the corner, once again, of Metropolitan Avenue and Forest Park Drive, for those of you that are familiar with the Queens area. The person called 911 and police arrived on the scene. Upon further investigating, they found a blood trail from the bag leading to a house on Juno Street in Forest Hills Garden. Police have identified the victim. No other details about the woman or what caused her death have been released. This investigation is very much ongoing. A neighbor told the New York Post, "I can't even understand how terrifying this is. It's very unusual to see this. I don't know how this could have happened around here." But once again, this is a very fluid situation. As we do get more details, we will be sure to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. From New York to Pittsburgh we go, where we are monitoring another breaking news situation that happened over the weekend that left 2 people killed and several injured in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, after a shooting at an Airbnb. Now, we can confirm that the 2 individuals who lost their lives were juveniles. It happened around 12:30 Sunday morning during a party at an Airbnb where as many as 200 people had gathered. Police say many of the people attending this party were underage. Investigators say that as many as 50 rounds were fired inside. At least 10 people were rushed to a nearby hospital, and 3 remain in critical condition. And from Pittsburgh to South Carolina we go, where we can confirm that a suspect is in custody today after a South Carolina mall shooting. One person is under arrest in connection with this mass shooting that occurred at the Columbiana Mall. Police say 22-year-old Jawayne Price is charged with unlawful carrying of a pistol, and more charges are possible. 9 people were shot and 5 others hurt in yesterday's attack. A judge has set a $25,000 bond for Price, who is wearing an ankle monitor on house arrest. Our very own Fox News correspondent Nate Foy has a deeper look at precisely what unfolded at this mall shooting. Let's take a listen.
We can confirm 12 people are hurt, 10 of them have been shot, and 2 are in critical condition after a shooting at a mall in Columbia, South Carolina. It happened at 2:03 Saturday afternoon. It was reported by a witness at the Columbiana Center Mall. 3 people are detained so far. Police say they were all seen with guns inside the mall. At least one of them is accused of firing a gun near the Gap store inside. Here's the Columbia police chief talking about a possible motive.
We don't believe this was random. I think that's very important in situations like this. We believe that the individuals that were armed knew each other, and there was some type of conflict that occurred that resulted in gunfire. This was not a situation where we had some random person show up at a mall to, discharge a firearm and just injure people.
Here's one man who was with his daughter when shots were fired.
It was a pretty scary event. It was about 10 shots or so that rang out. Before they were done, I was grabbed her and we were running out the door. When I tell you, people were coming out of every single exit as fast as possible. It was a pretty serious situation.
The 12 injured people are being treated at 3 local hospitals. We know the oldest victim is 73, the youngest just 15 years old. Columbia police are asking the public for any information about what happened inside that mall. Reporting in New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
And we're going to stay in South Carolina for our next shooting that did occur once again this weekend. We can confirm that 9 people were wounded in a shooting at a South Carolina club. Authorities are investigating this shooting that wounded, once again, at least 9 people. SLED agents are leading an investigation into a shooting at Kara's Lounge. This happened in Hampton County on Sunday morning. It happened once again in the very early hours of Eastern morning in Hampton County. People who were at the event say that it was just utter chaos. It was scary. We were just trying to get to safety. And so this investigation is also underway in South Carolina. We do want to head out now to a live look at the White House. As we are monitoring various breaking news stories that are happening around the world this morning. And we're also waiting for some live events that we are anticipating as well. We do want to welcome you in if you are just joining us 3 minutes past the 7:30 hour. And here is a live look at the nation's capital, where we are anticipating an event today. The White House Easter egg roll that has been put on a 2-year hiatus because of the COVID-19 pandemic is set to take place today. We'll bring you that event live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. But the big news that many of you are probably waking up to and realizing this morning is that it is indeed tax deadline day. I know that may bring some stress to a lot of you, but we do want to let you know that there, of course, are options if you have not filed your taxes yet. You do, of course, have until the end of the day to do that. But the 2022 tax filing season is officially coming to an end. So when are these due? The tax filing season is going to end today on April 18th this year. Rather than the usual deadline of April 15th, so you guys actually got 3 more days. But you can still request an extension if you need one. If you're an individual, you can request an extension online by filling out Form 4868 using the IRS Free File tool. You'll need to submit this form and have it postmarked by April 18th if you are sending it in the mail. Once you file this extension, you'll have until October 17th, 2022 to file your taxes. So once again, the tax deadline is today, and you have 2 options. Either you file your taxes by the end of the day today, or you can file for an extension that'll buy you some more time. You'll have until October 17th, 2022 to go ahead and do that. And you won't be alone. The IRS estimates that about 15 million taxpayers will request an extension to file their taxes this year. Just be sure you don't forget to do that by the end of the day so you are not hit with any penalties. We're going to head back out to the nation's capital because we are monitoring quite a few stories, not only the Easter egg roll, but some very high priority items on President Biden's agenda. One of them, of course, the economy. Speaking of tax deadline day. While President Biden has spent the weekend at Camp David, he's back at the White House today, and he is going to have to put together and paint an economic picture that continues, unfortunately, to be heading in the wrong direction for many Americans. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey takes a closer look at this.
While President Biden is tucked away at the presidential retreat for a quiet weekend, his pollster is sounding a loud alarm about the political climate that awaits this fall.
No one's going to sit there as a Democratic consultant and try to bullshit you that this is anything but a really sour environment for Democrats.
Even with young voters, Gallup finds the president's approval with millennials just 41% and Generation Z just 39%. So, how do you win back a reliably Democratic voting bloc? Maybe by canceling student loan debt.
between now and August 31st, it's either going to be extended or we're going to make a decision about canceling student debt.
President Biden's economy messaging is confusing. Yesterday, it was bad.
Now, I know that we're still facing challenges of high prices, inflation.
Today, it's good. He says Americans are getting back to work in every corner of the country in record numbers. This wasn't an accident. This was the direct result of my economic plan to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. That's as mortgage rates have risen, now averaging more than 5% for the first time in a decade. The chief economist at Freddie Mac, the government-sponsored body that supports small U.S. mortgage lenders, now says as Americans contend with historically high inflation, the combination of rising mortgage rates, elevated home prices, and tight inventory are making the pursuit of home ownership the most expensive in a generation. And that's got some Trump-era economic officials warning it could get a lot worse.
It's my view that right about now we're entering a recession. And when that happens, and, basically with this high inflation, the Fed tightens, then people get extremely wary of buying homes, and you see home prices collapse sometimes.
White House officials disagreed. They cite a Fed prediction that inflation is going to ease significantly by the end of this year. But remember, they've been saying as long ago as last year and as recently as Wednesday that inflation is going to be transitory. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
Thank you to Peter. Public health officials issue a warning, especially after this holiday weekend, as Omicron subvariants spread in certain regions of the country and really around the world. This comes as researchers work to develop new COVID tests. Our Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has more on this.
The BA.2 Omicron subvariant has dominated the U.S. for several weeks, but so far it has not set off a major surge of infections. Instead, the strain is impacting certain regions of the country. Health experts say a combination of natural immunity from COVID as well as vaccinations could be keeping the virus at bay elsewhere. But they urge caution heading into the holiday weekend.
This virus isn't going away. What we need to do is learn to live with it.
As new variants spread, researchers are working on more efficient COVID tests. On Thursday, the FDA authorized the first breath test for COVID-19, which provides results in less than 3 minutes. Elsewhere, University of Florida researchers are working on a saliva-based test that can detect COVID within 30 seconds.
We definitely see it as a game changer. If God forbid and something else comes up that needs mass testing, we're hoping this sensor will change the playing field.
Meanwhile, drug makers are working to expand COVID vaccine access, with Pfizer's booster showing a strong immune response in children 5 through 11 years old. Children younger than 5 are still waiting to get their first shots. But public health officials say we could see that data from Pfizer in the next few weeks.
We want to see the data, make sure it's safe, make sure it's that it's effective. We'll know more, I think, in the upcoming weeks once that data becomes a bit more available.
The CDC says children under 5 were hospitalized at higher rates during the Omicron surge than they were with the Delta variant. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
And here is a live look at the Empire State Building in New York City this morning on this Monday, April 18th, 2022. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Monday if you are just joining us. We do want to take a Live Now look at Philadelphia this morning, where we are monitoring a bit of breaking news for that portion of the country. If you are joining us from Philadelphia, you probably know that Philly's indoor mask mandate is going to begin to be reinforced today. Yes, that is correct. You heard that correctly. For those of you that may be a bit shocked, Philadelphia health officials announced Monday that they are reimposing this indoor mask mandate in response to an increase in cases driven by the Omicron BA.2 subvariant. This is a direct statement from the Philadelphia Health Commissioner, who said, quote, "Recently, we've been watching COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations rise in several European countries and some places in the United States. And now we're starting to see cases here in Philadelphia rise. We're reintroducing the mask mandate in Philadelphia." Philly appears to be the first major city to reimpose this indoor mask mandate after local governments and states across the country lifted them earlier this year in response to plummeting cases. We will try and work on a live shot with our Philly team out there to get some local response. As you can imagine, this is probably being met with a little bit of resistance. But once again, we can confirm that Philadelphia is going to begin reinforcing that indoor mask mandate beginning today. We do want to head out from Philadelphia live to the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we are getting into a feed into our newsroom this morning of a humanitarian crisis that continues to worsen on the ground on day 54 of this war in Ukraine. Here is the latest news that we are monitoring this morning that we did break to you just a moment ago. We did hear from the mayor of Lviv, who confirmed that Russia has launched 4 missiles into Lviv. 7 individuals have been killed, one of those a child, and 11 have been injured. Russia hit 3 warehouses and a tire repair shop. Now, the warehouses were indeed military infrastructure, but of course, the tire repair shop was a civilian-owned business in operation. And here we are seeing a humanitarian crisis that really continues to worsen, because it is worth reminding you all that Lviv was perhaps one of the safer cities in Ukraine up until this point. Many people from all around Ukraine made their way to the western city of Lviv, and from Lviv would make their way to where you're seeing on your screens right now, to the Polish-Ukrainian border. And so hearing that there are missiles that have been sent into Lviv certainly brings us to a new chapter in this invasion. We did have an exclusive interview. Our very own Jennifer Griffin sat down with the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba, who we've been hearing from quite often. This is about a 7-minute interview, and you get some really good insight into what life has been like for him, what Ukrainian officials still want and request from Western leaders. Let's take a listen to this latest interview.
How did you sink the Russian flagship Moskva?
Well, according to the Russian Defense Ministry, it just sunk because maybe someone on board was not careful with a cigarette and set the entire ship on fire.
Is that true? Is that how it happened?
I was not present on board when it happened, but I want everyone to understand one thing. Ukrainians are not afraid, and I want our partners not to be afraid either. If they set aside fears of escalating, of provoking Putin, that war will be lost, and they will themselves become the next victim of the Russian aggression. We are offering a fair deal to all our partners. You give us all that we need, and we do the rest of the job.
The Russians pulled back from Kyiv, and yet we heard explosions a few miles away from the capital last night. Was that a response to you sinking the Moskva?
Well, every time I learn that something happened on the front line that inflicts serious damage on Russian army, I realized that in the next 24 hours Russia will strike back. This is war. There is no alternative to that.
Who do you feel has supported you the most internationally?
So I can easily list the United States, the United Kingdom, Poland as three countries who have done more than others.
What did it mean to you to have Prime Minister Boris Johnson walk through the streets of Kyiv?
It was huge. I think it was a clear demonstration of leadership.
What would it mean for President Biden to come here?
It would be even more huge, even bigger. We're looking forward to the visit of the president.
What would it mean to you to have the U.S. Embassy return to Kyiv?
Well, actually, I brought this issue up in my conversations with American colleagues. The French embassy is on its way as we speak. The Italian embassy is also coming back. Baltic countries, Croatia. The EU ambassador is also back to Kyiv. And I'm sending this message to all our partners: come back, because this is one of the ways to them to show solidarity and to show that you stand by us on all accounts.
At the Pentagon, every day we hear during briefings that they are sending weapons are flowing like water. They are getting them to Ukraine faster than they ever imagined they could, there were up to several $1 billion worth of weapons that have come even since the start of the war. From your perspective, are you getting enough weapons?
Weapons may flow like water, but if the receiving side is still thirsty, it means that more water has to flow. As simple as that. We appreciate deeply everything that we have received so far. But as long as this war goes on, more needs to be supplied on a daily basis.
What do you need now that you're not getting?
We are in critical need of multiple launch rocket systems. We also need more tanks.
But is the Pentagon turning you down for these requests?
They are considering them. Every day of consideration in Pentagon or elsewhere is a day when we lose soldiers, when we lose civilians, when more atrocities occur in Ukraine, because someone somewhere is thinking.
There is some criticism that there is a bottleneck, that some of the weapons coming across, particularly javelins, the new batches of javelins and stingers, are getting held up within your old logistical system. The system is not working. The weapons are not getting to your special forces. How do you respond to that?
Well, first, every day we hold a meeting with key stakeholders from defense and foreign affairs sector under the leadership of the president.
So you're not holding on to any weapons for a rainy day, holding them back, worried that maybe the Pentagon and others will cut off supplies at some point?
We don't have any worries about Pentagon planning to cut off supplies, because I believe that Pentagon is itself impressed with the quality of Ukrainian army and with the way we use these weapons.
The battle for Kyiv was won largely, we hear so much about the javelin. Is the war in the East going to be won with javelins, or is it a different conflict? Is Russia regrouping for a different kind of battle?
They do. They regroup for a Second World War style battle with thousands of tanks, heavy armored vehicles, all kinds of armor, helicopters, plane, front lines, and this is why it will be insufficient to have javelins to defeat them in the East. This is why we are yelling at every corner about the need to send Ukraine heavy weapons as soon as possible.
It's been said this is a war of logistics. Is that true on your side as well? And what are the logistical problems that you're facing?
Every war is a war of logistics, first and foremost. We are fighting a smart war, so we know how to cut off the Russians from their supplies and then to destroy those who advance too far into our territory.
And just on a personal note, how are you surviving this war?
I do not use the word surviving this war. I'm fighting this war.
Moscow has told the U.S. that it will strike weapons supply lines if the U.S. continues to provide weapons to Ukraine. The U.S. remains undeterred. In Kyiv, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
And thank you to Jennifer for that report. Really interesting insight from Dmytro Kuleba, who obviously is fighting this war at the very forefront of it. We just heard his words. He says he's not surviving it. he is fighting it. So some really compelling insight there. And we continue to get in very unique and raw footage from the situation on the ground, the situation that obviously the White House will be monitoring very closely, as we did just hear Dmytro Kuleba outline that the United States, along with the United Kingdom and Poland, have been among the countries who have helped the absolute most during this invasion. We do have our reporters on the ground who are monitoring this situation very closely. I do want to begin with air raid sirens sounding once again this weekend across Ukraine, that is, as Russia intensifies its long-range attacks on major cities. Once again, we have entered kind of a new phase of this war, and long-range attacks on major cities continue. Our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has the latest. Let's listen in.
Rescue crews searching for survivors in the wreckage after a Russian missile hit a residential area of Kharkiv. It's one of several Russian attacks Saturday, and a reminder that the war here is far from over. Moscow following through on a threat to ramp up long-range strikes on Ukrainian cities after the sinking of its flagship in the Black Sea. Russia says it's targeting military installations, but images on the ground tell a different story. South, Russia continues to press its advance in Mariupol. The key port city has been a major objective for the Kremlin since the start of the war, but so far has not fallen despite constant bombardment for nearly 2 months.
Mariupol is the heart of this war today. It's beating. We're fighting. We're strong. And if it stops beating, we will be in a weaker position.
Meanwhile, Lviv, where attacks have been far less frequent, has served as a drop-off point for international donations. Volunteers are leading the push to deliver that aid to the rest of the country and offering assistance to those who have been forced to flee the fighting.
Please do not stop sanctions. Close the sky over Ukraine. Do not stop helping us. Do not stop providing us with humanitarian assistance, because more and more people are fleeing their homes and they need your help.
The UN says more than 11 million people have been forced to leave their homes here in Ukraine since the start of this war. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And of course, as Jeff Paul just alluded to, the humanitarian crisis is one we're keeping a very close eye on. Here is a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border today, as it's once again a very active scene. And we are getting insight into how different people are dealing with this war and how their lives have changed as a result of it. Zookeepers in Kyiv talked about running a zoo during wartime and the effect the threat of airstrikes and food shortages have had on the animals. This is a really unique perspective. Let's take a listen to this report. It is in Ukrainian, but it's subtitled, so you'll be able to understand it fully.
У Київському зоопарку знаходимося, і я директор зоопарку Кирило Трантін. Вітаю вас. Зоопарк і війна – це такі дуже різні речі, мабуть, якщо так можливо сказати, тому що ми звикли до дитячих посмішок, а не пострілів, то звуків повітряної тривоги.
Скільки тварин у вас?
200 видів і 4000 голів, ну так приблизно.
Плюс зараз до вас на евакуацію ще привезли?
Да, 141 голова і хвоста.
Яка найнезвичніша тварина?
Ця папуга дуже рідкісна. Він сліпий, тому його не мають можливості вивезти. Він живе на великій такій клітці, він знає тільки 2 рухи – праворуч або ліворуч. Миска з їжею, миска з водою. І є така гілка, яку він гризе. Але дуже красивий, дуже.
Наші мешканці, вони навіть не змінили свого способу життя. Ми забезпечені наразі всіми кормами, які їм знайомі, і вони не відчувають ніяких змін. Зоопарк працює в штатному режимі, ми всі за ними доглядаємо, вони всі мають змогу погуляти, як є нагода. Ну, зараз вже краще, бо як були постійні тривоги, то ми намагалися все ж таки наших цінних тварин ховати десь у приміщеннях, щоб не наражати на небезпеку. Хорас – це у нас вже такий слон-підліток, ось наразі йому 17 років. Ну, у слонів рік майже співпадає з роком людини, тобто 17 років – це такий вже собі парубок, який готується до армії. Ось, він у нас дуже чемний, дуже вихований, характер в нього спокійний, він дуже довіряє людині.
Нагальна потреба, щоб скінчилася війна, і ми відчинили наші двері. Ну, велика зараз підтримка є з європейських зоопарків. Польща, Голландія, Німеччина, Чехія. Кожен тиждень приходить гуманітарний груз. Тому от, корма, добавки до кормів маємо. Велика кількість людей купують квитки онлайн. Дуже добре, тому що гроші потрібні, але зараз доходу ж немає і треба купувати продукти. У нас зараз є 2 бригади, ми об'їжджаємо маркети, бази, купуємо щось, забираємо. Тому я розумію, що ця ситуація ще буде тягнутися такий час. І треба ж зробити так, щоб тварини не відчували, тому що йде війна. Ну, от ви прийшли до зоопарку, ми купили 2 великі морозильні камери, тому що об'єм продуктів зараз великий, треба їх десь прятати. Раз на тиждень ми їздимо на базу і за дуже невеликі гроші купуємо велику кількість таких бананів.
Саме маленькі банани.
Ну, так. Да. І хтось в нас дуже полюбляє банани, так? А зазвичай вони їдять овочево-фруктовий салат, ви бачили, і цибуля, і цитрусовий.
Гарбузи їдять,
все.
моркву.
Да.
Яички утиные. В инкубатор пойдут. Будем выращивать молодое поколение.
За день тигр з'їдає 7 кілограмів яловичини. Коли почалася війна, треба було усіх посадити на дієту, тому що не було моціону. Зазвичай тигри 8 ранку вони вже на вулиці. І о 6 вечора вони заходять до зимового приміщення. У війну перші дні не випускали, взагалі не випускали, тому що якщо щось попаде і тигр вийде на вулицю, або загине, або його застрілять, тому що це небезпека. І ми ховали там в галереях, і от ми навіть раціон такий не скоротили, ми змінили. Перший день яловичина, потім індюк і кролик. А так зазвичай вони їдять тільки
яловичину.
Да, так. Угу. Готові відкриватися. Ви бачите, що зоопарк все, він ухожений.
Це є.
Ми готові, але ми розуміємо з вами, що війна нікуди не пішла і є велика небезпека бомбовидування, або якщо крилатими ракетами буде бити по місту. Рашисти мають велике бажання знищити Україну, але ми їм цього не дозволимо. Ми зараз
Some really interesting insight there into how so many lives, including the lives of the animals at the zoo, have been impacted by this war in Ukraine as we have officially hit day 54 of this conflict. Hard to imagine that it's been almost 8 weeks but here we are. And the animals are doing well. Their diet has changed. The zookeeper says that he is ready to open, ready for business, but he does know, of course, that the circumstances are ever evolving, and the threat of a potential missile or bomb is, of course, present. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Monday if you are just joining us on this April 18th, 2022. It is 4 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour, and we do want to get you up and out the door this morning with a look at our top stories. And we're going to begin with tax deadline day. Yes, that's right. It is tax deadline day today, April 18th. You must have your taxes filed or file for an extension by the end of today. I know what many of you are thinking. Time has just flown by this year, but the day has officially come, and we do want to make sure that you know that the 2022 tax filing season is officially coming to an end today. But there are still options for you. As I said, by the end of today, you either have to have your taxes filed, or you can file for an extension. You can file for that extension online, or submit the form via mail and make sure that it's postmarked today, April 18th. Once you file this extension, you will have until October 17th, 2022 to file your taxes. And if you are going to go for that extension option, don't worry, you're not alone. The IRS estimates that about 15 million taxpayers will request an extension to file their taxes this year. We also are keeping up to date on quite a few mass shootings that occurred over the weekend. The first one takes us to Pittsburgh, where 2 people, minors, lost their lives and several others were injured in an Airbnb shooting that occurred in Pittsburgh. Over 200 people attended this party, and this incident occurred in the very early hours of Sunday morning. Many of the victims and many of the people that attended this party were minors. This investigation is still very much ongoing. We also want to head out to South Carolina, where we are monitoring another mass shooting that occurred inside of a South Carolina mall. Well, this suspect is in custody. He has been given a $25,000 bond for bail. Police say 22-year-old Joanne Price is charged with unlawful carrying of a pistol. and more charges are possible. There was also another mass shooting that occurred in South Carolina, this one at a club. This happened also in the very early hours of Easter morning, and at least 9 people were wounded in this shooting. We also are, of course, keeping up to date with the latest coming out of Russia, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that is. And we can report today that Lviv has been struck by 4 missiles. So 4 missiles hit the western town of Lviv this morning. And we can confirm that 3 warehouses were hit, in addition to a tire repair shop that was very much a civilian-owned operation. 7 people have lost their lives in these attacks in Lviv. One of those 7 was a child. 11 others have been injured. As we have been doing since the very beginning of this invasion, as soon as we get an update from President Zelenskyy, the president of Ukraine, we bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. This one is from overnight, and it is the latest update that is subtitled in English to the world. So we do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Українці, українки, усі наші захисники і захисниці. Сьогодні християни західного обряду святкують Великдень. Найрадісніше християнське свято, свято перемоги життя над смертю. Українська католицька громада об'єднує мільйони людей. І я щиро бажаю кожному і кожній миру. Бажаю зберегти душевне світло навіть у цей темний час війни проти нашої держави. Зберегти, щоб побачити вже скоро, як добро обов'язково переможе зло і для нашої країни. А правда здолає будь-яку брехню окупантів. Прекрасний подарунок до свята зробила наша команда на іграх нескорених, в яких беруть участь ветерани і військовослужбовці. В перший же день змагань, які стартували в Нідерландах, українці здобули золото, срібло і бронзу. Радіон Сіддіков вибрав золото у штовханні ядра. Артем Лукашук та Іван Герецун принесли Україні срібло та бронзу у стрибках в довжину. Дякую вам, хлопці, від всіх нас, від всіх українців. Це завжди важливо, а зараз надзвичайно, щоб славили наш прапор, щоб лунав український гімн і щоб шанували наших героїв. Але яким би не був день і яке б не було свято для всіх у владі, завдання незмінне. Працювати навіть не на 100, а на 200%, щоб забезпечувати нашу оборону, забезпечувати Україні зброю, фінансову підтримку та усе інше постачання. Розпочав сьогоднішній день з наради з військовими та урядовцями щодо ситуації в зонах бойових дій. Російські війська готуються до наступальної операції на сході нашої держави. Вже найближчим часом хочуть буквально добити і знищити Донбас. Знищити все, що колись дало славу цьому промисловому регіону. Так само, як російські військові знищують Маріуполь, вони хочуть стерти з лиця землі і інші міста, інші громади Донецької і Луганської областей. Робимо все, щоб забезпечити оборону. Постійно контактуємо з партнерами, вдячні тим, хто допомагає дійсно усім, чим може допомогти. Але ті, хто має необхідні нам зброю і боєприпаси і притримує свою допомогу, повинні знати, що від них також залежить доля цієї битви, доля людей, які можуть бути врятовані. Завершився вже 53-й день війни. І по деяким пунктам у наших запитах зброї ми очікуємо відповідей 53 дні. А деякі відповіді формулюються так, що постачання може розпочатись хіба що у травні. Я прямо кажу в таких випадках. Кожна затримка зброї, кожне політичне затягування – це дозвіл Росії забирати життя українців. Саме так Росія це трактує, саме так не повинно бути в реальності. Продовжуються постійні обстріли нашого міста Харків. Сьогодні російські війська вдарили, зокрема, по вулицях Культури, Шевченка і Дарвіна. Мабуть, це особливо небезпечні слова для Росії. Культура, Шевченко, Дарвін. Те, що загрожує їх існування. Станом на цю хвилину у переліку загиблих від цього удару 5 харків'ян, не менше 15 поранених. Тільки за 4 останні дні в Харкові від російських обстрілів 18 людей загинуло, 106 людей поранено. Це ніщо інше, ніж свідомий терор. Міномети, артилерія проти звичайних житлових кварталів, проти звичайних цивільних людей. Демократичний світ повинен відреагувати і на те, що окупанти роблять на півдні нашої держави, в Херсонській та Запорізькій областях. Там будують катівні, викрадають представників місцевої влади та усіх, кого вважають помітними для місцевих громад, шантажують вчителів, крадуть гроші, направлені на виплату пенсій, блокують та крадуть гуманітарну допомогу, доводять людей до голоду. Окупанти ще й намагаються відірвати Херсонську та Запорізьку області за прикладом так званих ДНР і ЛНР, переводять цю територію у рубльову зону і підпорядковують адміністративній машині Росії. Все це вимагає більшої швидкості західних держав при підготовці нового, потужного санкційного пакету. Відповіддю на спробу рубльової окупації Херсонської і Запорізької областей має бути повне охоплення санкціями російської банківської та фінансової системи, бо вони – це частина окупаційної машини. Звичайно, необхідність ембарго на постачання нафти з Росії зростає з кожним днем. Кожен в Європі та Америці вже бачить, що Росія відверто використовує енергоносії для намагання дестабілізувати західні суспільства. Російська ставка на хаос на паливних ринках не має спрацювати. І я дуже хочу сьогодні ще раз підтримати усіх, хто бореться за Україну в містах, в громадах півдня нашої держави, хто захищає наші національні символи, хто захищає нашу свободу. Кожен прояв такої боротьби ускладнює окупантам реалізацію їхнього завдання. Саботуйте розпорядження окупантів, не співпрацюйте з ними, протестуйте. Треба протриматись, щоб Росії не вдалося спотворити життя ще в інших містах нашої держави, як в Донецьку та Луганську. Говорив сьогодні з директоркою, розпорядницею Міжнародного валютного фонду Крісталіною Георгієвою про забезпечення фінансової стійкості України та про підготовку відбудови нашої держави після війни. Торкнулося конкретних напрямків можливої співпраці з Міжнародним валютним фондом як найближчим часом, так і в перспективі кількох років. Впевнений, що прогрес у наших відносинах з фондом буде відчутним. І я хочу подякувати пані Крісталіні за особисту і вагому підтримку. Прем'єр-міністр України Денис Шмигаль відзвітував сьогодні про виконання дорученого щодо додаткової соціальної допомоги у зв'язку з війною. Перше, кожен переселенець може отримати грошову допомогу на проживання щомісячно. Це 2 тисячі гривень на дорослого та 3 тисячі гривень на дитинку. Оформити можна це в найближчому ЦНАПі, органах соцзахисту, а вже від середи в дії. Друге, продовжується евакуація людей з районів, охоплених бойовими діями. Уряд розгортає спеціальні пункти для забезпечення тимчасового проживання людей, надання грошової допомоги одразу на залізничних станціях та вокзалах. Третє. Продовжується збір заяв через Дію щодо зруйнованого чи пошкодженого житла. Обов'язково подавайте заяви, якщо ви втратили квартиру, будинок або якщо вони пошкоджені обстрілами. Четверте. Закликаю роботодавців, як би це важко не було, намагайтесь залучати переселенців до роботи. Зараз кожне збережене і кожне додаткове робоче місце – це допомога захисту держави у війні. За кожного переселенця, якого бізнес бере на роботу, підприємство отримує від держави софінансування витрат на оплату його праці. Це 6500.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were listening in to the latest update from Ukraine's President Zelenskyy on day 54 of this war in Ukraine. We can report that Lviv has been hit by missiles, and we also are very closely monitoring the situation in Mariupol this morning as that situation grows increasingly dire. We are going to switch gears entirely here and head out to Philadelphia. Here's a live look at downtown Philadelphia today on a day where Philadelphia officials are officially reinstating their indoor mask mandate starting today. This, as you can imagine, has been met with some backlash and even a lawsuit. Luckily for us, we do have our Fox 29 team on the ground. Hank Flynn joins us. Hank, welcome into the show. And what is the latest on this story?
Well, it's a couple of different stories and actually a lot of fun. It's just going to be a few hours behind me, until tonight, until Philadelphia 76ers fans are going to be rocking the rafters here at the Wells Fargo Center. It's game 2 against the Toronto Raptors. But for the first time since early March, masks will be required in the Wells Fargo Center tonight. City Hall says so as Philly returns to that indoor mask mandate. Only big city in the nation to do so right now. Philly announced that return to the mandate a week after COVID cases went up by 50% in a 10-day period in the city, and the city logged 150 cases in one day. Now, as you said, the decision is not without opposition. Western Pennsylvania Attorney Thomas King filed suit on behalf of several different entities to prevent the mandate from taking hold. He has said that the city has eliminated CDC guidelines, and he shouts essentially at the city for doing this. In response, the city of Philadelphia spokesman has told Fox 29 in a statement that courts have really already confirmed that the city has the authority and the flexibility to take these measures, certainly including masking, to control COVID-19. Now listen, while the lawyers wrestle about this back and forth, Philadelphians have more important things, or not more important things than safety, certainly, but more pertinent things, at least for tonight, on their minds. They will be in here tonight worried about whether Tyrese Maxey can replicate the monster performance that he had 2 nights ago that propelled Philadelphia to a 20-point lead over the Raptors. City officials will be worried about more whether people have masks over their noses and faces tonight. And again, it certainly wouldn't be a great night to be working security back here at the Wells Fargo, because like everyone else in the country, most folks are tired of the masking mandates, but we're going to give it a go, at least one more go around here in Philadelphia starting tonight.
Yeah, Hank, you're spot on. I mean, I'm sure Philly fans will be on the edge of their seats watching the game. They don't really want to be worried about the masks. But we did get an update from officials who say that if hospitalizations do not increase with this anticipated rise in cases, then this decision is going to be revisited, right? So this is by no means permanent.
No, certainly not. I mean, it never has been. It's just a revisit to the uncomfortable guidelines that we've been living with for the last couple of years. And the city of Philadelphia doesn't want to do this. They've been very clear about it. They're just following what the guidelines are here in the city. They may be different from your town, but the ones here in the city dictate that they got to go back to a mask mandate, at least while the numbers dictate so. When they do fall down, the mandate will go back out the window as it did on March 2nd. We anticipate it will go away again very soon.
Alrighty, Hank, thank you so much for covering this story for us. We hope Philadelphia is a happy camper and a happy town later tonight after that game.
You bet.
Alrighty, let's take another live look here at Philadelphia. We will, of course, keep a very close eye on this story and on those lawsuits as those do unfold. Our Fox 29 team and Hank Flynn on the ground covering this story for us. Always excellent checking in with our O&Os, owned and operated stations around the country. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Happy Monday, April 18th, 2022 is the date. 23 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour is the time, and we are getting in a live feed right now as I speak from the White House because an exciting day is upon us here. The White House is set to host its annual and historic Easter egg roll this morning. This event is set to begin at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It is happening after a 2-year coronavirus hiatus. President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are expected to welcome some 30,000 kids and their adult chaperones for the egg roll today. An egg hunt will also happen and other activities. The First Lady, who is a teacher, of course, is calling it the Eggucation roll, aides say, and is turning the South Lawn into a school community with a variety of educational stations. I love a good pun. It's the first Easter egg roll to be hosted by the Bidens, who are expected to address the crowd and join in on some of the activities as well. Again, this event is set to begin at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And as we always do with live events that are happening around the world, we bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I also want to bring you out to another feed that we are monitoring today because it is Boston Marathon Day. We are now taking a live look as the 126th running of the Boston Marathon is set to take place with the event returning to its spot on Patriots Day, the Massachusetts state holiday. It's the first time since in a couple of years because, of course, the event was canceled in 2020 and it was delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2021. But here is a look at the Boston Marathon finish line. 30,000 participants are expected to participate in the oldest annual marathon in the world. It's going to begin at 9:02 a.m. Eastern Time. So we'll have this feed coming into our newsroom as well. There you see some people taking pictures at the finish line. A really exciting day all around the country. What we do here on Live Now from Fox also is bring you to any live events that are happening around the world, not only stateside. We are getting an update from the Ukrainian army here, so I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Пункту пропуску і в прикордонних районах Брянської і Курської областей. Там не виключається діяльність диверсійно-розвідувальних груп противника і також ракетні удари з території Російської Федерації. Слобожанський напрямок. Там російські окупанти.
And unfortunately, it does appear that this feed doesn't have an English translation. We've been getting updates from the Ukrainian officials since the beginning of this war, and more often than not, they do provide an English translation. Unfortunately, this one does not have one, so we will not, of course, keep you listening to a language that nor you nor I understand this morning. We do, though, want to stick with the topic of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and touch base with our reporters who are on the ground providing us updates and putting together some really compelling pieces. Our Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has the latest on the situation in Mariupol that we are very closely monitoring today. Let's take a listen.
As Russian missile strikes continue to hit the heavily besieged city of Mariupol, Ukrainian fighters are not giving up the fight, even after nearly 2 months of constant bombardment. Moscow now demanding their surrender, something Ukraine's leaders say isn't going to happen.
We will fight till the end, absolutely. We will not surrender. We will not leave our country, our families, our land. So we will fight absolutely till the end, till the win in this war.
In the city that was once home to almost 500,000 people, only about 100,000 remain. Russia claims to control some urban zones of the city, which sits in a key strategic location. If fully captured by the Russians, it would give them a port on the Black Sea and provide a connection with the Crimean Peninsula, which Russia annexed in 2014. While the two sides have engaged in on and off diplomatic talks to end the fighting, Ukraine's foreign minister says no high-level discussions are currently taking place and that the situation in Mariupol and the growing civilian death toll there and throughout the country could put an end to those negotiations for good.
Mariupol may be a red line.
Чим більше буде бородянок, тим
The more crimes against civilians that appear, there will be no chance that negotiations will be held or actually be implemented.
Ukrainian officials estimate that more than 21,000 civilians have been killed in Mariupol during the 7-week siege. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
And thank you to Griff for that report. Our tour of all of the live events that we are getting into our newsroom continues here. Here's a live look at President Vladimir Putin meeting with his cabinet, discussing the social and economic situation of his country. Of course, this is not in English, it is in Russian, but we did want to provide you with an inside look at President Putin's cabinet meetings at his desk. There you see a slew of phones there. That is where he takes calls from world leaders around the world, around the clock. And so once again, this is the live event coming into our newsroom that we are monitoring, much like we are monitoring the situation at the White House this morning as the Easter egg roll is set to roll in just a couple of hours. We are expecting this event to begin in an hour exactly. It's set to take off at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. 30,000 kids along with their adult chaperones expected to participate in today's events. We'll be sure to take you there live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as that does begin. But from the White House, we also, of course, are keeping a very close eye on the U.S. response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do want to play for you the latest update from the State Department and their spokesman, Ned Price. Let's take a listen.
Advisory levels will no longer automatically correlate with the CDC COVID-19 travel health notice level. However, if the CDC raises a country to a level 4 for COVID-19, or if COVID-19 related restrictions threaten to strand, isolate, or otherwise seriously affect U.S. citizens, the State Department's travel advisory for that country will also be raised to a level 4 or do not travel. The updated framework will significantly reduce the number of level 4 travel advisories, and we believe it will help U.S. citizens make better informed decisions about the safety of international travel at this time. We encourage U.S. citizens planning international travel this summer or any other time to check their passport expiration date, act now to renew or apply for the first time. Keep in mind that many countries do require passports to have at least 6 months remaining validity for entry. Routine passport processing, as we have warned, can take 8 to 11 weeks. We also encourage U.S. citizens to stay connected with us via travel.state.gov and through our @travel.gov social media accounts, and to enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, or STEP, to receive timely alerts about evolving health and safety conditions. And finally, today, the U.S. Department of State released our first ever Equity Action Plan to implement Executive Order 13985 on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. We joined over 90 federal agencies and all cabinet-level agencies across the U.S. government in this launch. This plan is the product of President Biden's historic executive order directing federal agencies to address barriers to opportunity for underrepresented and underserved communities. Our Equity Action Plan outlines commitments, actions, and accountability mechanisms to improve our effectiveness in successfully integrating equity across our foreign affairs work. With that, happy to take your questions. Daphne.
Russia warned today that it would deploy nuclear weapons and hypersonic missiles in Kaliningrad if Finland and Sweden join NATO. Is the U.S. concerned about Russia upping its rhetoric around this? And then I have a question on embassy staffing as well.
The warning I saw in that regard came from a former Russian official who is no longer in power and arguably may not have been in power at the time he purportedly was in power. So no, we don't have a specific response to that. The Russian Federation knows where we stand in terms of our commitment to Article 5, the idea, the sacrosanct commitment we have that an attack on one is an attack on all, but we don't have a specific response to that.
And France said today it will very soon transfer back its embassy in Ukraine from Kyiv to Lviv. Are U.S. embassy staff still commuting from Poland to Lviv, and are there any plans to stop commuting and be fully operational in Lviv or to reopen the embassy in Kyiv?
Well, a number of weeks ago, just before the start of the invasion, a core mission Ukraine team that previously was working from Lviv relocated to Poland. They remain in Poland. They are not currently traveling over the border to Ukraine due to the unstable security situation. I will say, however, that we are constantly evaluating and reevaluating the safety and the security situation. It is, of course, our goal to have a diplomatic presence reestablished in Ukraine as soon as it would be safe and practical to have U.S. diplomats on the ground there. But I would also hasten to add that the lack of a U.S. diplomatic presence, U.S. diplomatic officials in Ukraine has in no way hampered our ability to coordinate and to consult with our Ukrainian partners. In fact, just today, just a few hours ago, Secretary Blinken again had an opportunity to speak over the phone to Foreign Minister Kuleba. Foreign Minister Kuleba, of course, is the same Foreign Minister Kuleba that we saw last week in Brussels. It was the same Foreign Minister Kuleba that Secretary Blinken saw just before that in Warsaw, the same Foreign Minister Kuleba that he saw just before that inside Ukraine when we met with Foreign Minister Kuleba and his team along the Polish-Ukrainian border. Of course, President Biden spoke to President Zelenskyy yesterday. Secretary Austin routinely speaks to his Ukrainian counterpart. So the point is that our engagement has been consistent, it's been routine, it's been very deep to discuss precisely the issues that are of most importance to us, how we can continue to support our Ukrainian partners, and how we can continue to hold the Kremlin to account for its illegal war of aggression against the state and the people of Ukraine.
Is there a likelihood that Secretary Blinken will go to Ukraine?
I don't have any travel.
A great deal of talk.
I don't have any travel to speak to. What I would do is reiterate what I just said. Secretary Blinken, on very frequent occasions, has the opportunity to speak to his Ukrainian counterpart. He ends up speaking to Foreign Minister Kuleba roughly several times a week, most weeks. And in recent weeks, we've ended up seeing Foreign Minister Kuleba in person as well.
On the issue of diplomacy and diplomatic presence and so on, you spoke about diplomatic presence in Ukraine, American diplomatic presence. Can you update us on the U.S. diplomatic presence in Russia, in Moscow, and vice versa? Is there anything that is happening? Are you guys in contact with the Russians through Ambassador Sullivan, or are you here in contact with Ambassador Antonov?
That's the point of our diplomatic presence in Russia and around the world, to be in contact with the host government. So, of course, we do have a functioning embassy in Moscow. Ambassador Sullivan is in, as are Ambassador Sullivan's deputies and colleagues, in regular contact with their Russian counterparts on issues of bilateral interest. We have spoken not only in recent months, but throughout the course of this administration about the unfortunate actions that the Russian Federation has taken to limit our diplomatic presence on the ground in Russia. What we seek is parity in terms of the level of diplomatic staffing that we are able to have in our embassy in Russia, our embassy in Moscow, and what the Russians have here in the United States. We believe that the diplomatic relationship, the ability to communicate clearly, effectively, and oftentimes frankly, is important in all times, but it's especially important in times of increased tension and in the case of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in the case of conflict. Yes, Jenny.
The ICC
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening in to the latest State Department update from State Department spokesman Ned Price. We also are keeping a very close eye on the White House as the historic Easter egg roll is set to take place today at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So in just under 1 hour, 30,000 kids and their adult chaperones will participate in events, an egg hunt with President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. We also have a live look at the 126th edition of the Boston Marathon that is set to begin this morning as well. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. It is day 54 of the war in Ukraine. Lviv has been hit by missiles. Ukraine maintain that they will continue to fight and do all that they can to keep Mariupol. All of this while Russia threatens to filter men in that city. We also are keeping you updated on the 3 mass shootings that occurred over Easter weekend, 1 in Pittsburgh and 2 in South Carolina. And a reminder to all of you who are perhaps just waking up, it is 8:38 here on the East Coast, but even earlier on the West Coast. Today is tax deadline day. You must file your taxes or file for that extension by the end of the day. More on all of these stories to come later on in our show, but let's listen back into the State Department update from Ned Price.
Mechanisms, including the efforts of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General, whose work we have assisted since long before Russia's current military campaign in Ukraine began. We've been assisting this work for the better part of a decade now. As you may know, and I mentioned this yesterday, our Ambassador at Large for Global Criminal Justice, Beth Van Schok, is going to have an engagement. She's going to engage virtually with her with the Ukrainian Prosecutor General, who is leading an effort when it comes to criminal accountability for what has already transpired in Ukraine. That will take place tomorrow. But let me hasten to add that same broader process, the process to collect, analyze, share, document evidence of atrocities and potential atrocity crimes, is the very same one that could ultimately inform other potential atrocity crime determinations, including the atrocity crime of genocide. As you know, the department has already assessed that members of Russia's forces have committed war crimes, one of the 3 forms of atrocity crimes, another atrocity crime. There is, just to reiterate, a constant demand signal in this building for that work for a few reasons. It helps us shine a spotlight on these atrocities. It helps us bring the world together in our diplomatic campaign in support of our Ukrainian partners and in the diplomatic campaign to hold Russia to account and to craft our public messaging, how we speak about what is transpiring in Ukraine. And when it comes to all of those elements, we will follow the facts, we will follow the law wherever they lead. Yes?
So, sorry, just to clarify, are you currently sharing information with the ICC given that the U.S. is not a party?
So we are, in the first instance, supporting the work of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General because there is a very clear jurisdiction in terms of her work for potentially holding war criminals, in this case, accountable for the atrocity crimes they have committed. We are consulting very closely with allies and partners about potential other accountability mechanisms. In fact, we've helped to birth at least one accountability mechanism. We, as part of our re-engagement with the UN's Human Rights Council, helped to establish the Commission of Inquiry that is now focused on this as well. The OSCE and the Moscow mechanism, the first report of which was issued yesterday, we're supporting. But when it comes to the ICC, we know that the ICC is one potential venue for accountability. We have cooperated with the ICC in the past. I believe I mentioned this yesterday, that within recent days, the trial of a former Janjaweed commander has begun at The Hague under the auspices of the ICC. That individual is being tried in part based upon evidence that the Department of State ourselves collected for his role in the genocidal campaign that the Omar al-Bashir regime carried out a number of years ago. But we are consulting very closely with allies and partners with an eye, first and foremost, to the mechanisms and to the jurisdictions that will help us see that ultimate goal of accountability achieved. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Price. Good opportunity for me. I have 3 questions.
Good to see you.
Number 1, thank you. Number 1, the Taliban still continue their policy toward Afghan girls not allowed to go to school. What will be the next consequence from the State Department? Number 2, the people who approve for SIV visa still they have some problem because they have children over 21 or 22 years old. They have problem, they cannot travel without their kids. And number 3, the people who apply applied for a SIV visa after September 10. They didn't get any response from the State Department. And also the last question, some Afghan former soldiers disappearing from the Taliban jail. Nobody knows where they are. Of course, some people think that they get killed by the Taliban. And Afghan people think that United States forgot Afghan people and all attention goes to the Ukraine. I don't know.
Well, nothing could be further from the truth, as you know. We have continued to stand by the people of Afghanistan in terms of our humanitarian leadership and the contributions that we have made, including in recent days, to the humanitarian needs of the Afghan people, but also in terms of what we're doing diplomatically on the world stage together with our allies and partners. And you raised the issue of girls' education and the egregious decision last month, March 23rd, what was supposed to be the first day of the school year for school children, including girls across the country, turned into a day of horrible disappointment and despair for millions of Afghans, with the Taliban's very regrettable decision not to allow girls to return to secondary school. In doing so, the Taliban reversed commitments that they had made very publicly and commitments that we had discussed with them privately as well. Their decision, as I mentioned before, it was a deeply disappointing one. It was in some ways an inexplicable reversal of the commitments that they had made to their own people. We've made the point previously that education is not only a human right, but it is indispensable to the success of any particular country. Holding back more than half of any country's population is not a recipe for success for Afghanistan or anywhere else around the world. No country can succeed economically, no country can succeed politically, no country can succeed on any basis when half of its population, or more than half of its population, is unable to go to school, ultimately unable to join the workforce. Together with our partners in the international community, we have been working for some time, and we continue to work to support education in Afghanistan, expecting that schools last month would have opened for all. We have called on the Taliban to overcome whatever impediments exist to implementing the commitments they've made, to honor the commitments they've made to their own people. Each day that Afghanistan secondary schools remain closed to girls is another missed day of school, another missed opportunity, not only for the girls of Afghanistan, but for the people and the country of Afghanistan. The Deputy Secretary, Tom West, our special representative for Afghanistan, our special envoy for Afghan women, girls, and human rights, Rina Amiri, our chargé d'affaires, who's now based in Doha, they have all decried this decision on the part of the Taliban. We've also done so in coordination with many of our close partners around the world. Shortly after the Taliban announced this decision, we released a joint statement with our counterparts in Canada, in France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Norway, the UK, and the High Representative of the European Union, all condemning the decision on the part of the Taliban not to reopen secondary schools. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation similarly put out a statement, as well as female foreign ministers from at least 16 countries around the world, from Albania to Tonga in the UK. This was a topic of discussion during the extended troika that Tom West attended late last month in Tunchi, China. And we have been very clear that if this decision is not reversed, and if it's not reversed promptly, it will hold significant, serious implications for our ability to engage with the Taliban and the Taliban's desire to have better relations not only with the United States, but with the international community. Yes?
On Taiwan, several U.S. senators arrived to Taiwan today. Do you have anything on that first of all, and then second of all, was the State Department given a heads up before their visit? What is the message the U.S. is sending to Taiwan and China? Thank you.
I don't have a comment on the congressional delegation. I would need to refer you to the members of Congress. The State Department does assist members of Congress as a routine matter, oftentimes when they travel overseas. But for comment on this particular visit, I would need to refer you to those members' site.
And also, earlier in April, Deputy Secretary McKeon met with the WHO Director General, and Taiwan's participation of WHO was discussed. How hopeful is the United States that Taiwan will be invited as an observer to the World Health Assembly in May? Thank you.
Well, it's something that we support, that we have consistently supported. We believe that Taiwan, consistent with its status, should have meaningful participation in international organizations. So it's something that we'll continue to support, Saeed.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions on the Palestinian issue. First of all, I want to note that the Palestinian Affairs Unit Chief, George Knowles, spoke to the family of Ghadir Sabtin yesterday to express your condolences to the family and demand investigations. Does that mean there's a marked change? I mean, you've never done that before. Do you have evidence that this was done in a cold-blooded fashion, for instance? And she was a mother of 5, she's partially blind and so on.
I don't have any additional information for you on that. As you know, our officials on the ground do often engage with Israelis, with Palestinians, but I don't have anything to read out from any particular engagement.
Okay. I have 2 other questions. The Israeli Times of Israel newspaper reported that the U.S. aims to fold Palestinians into an expanded cooperation between Israel and Arab states. How do you envision this happening?
Well, Saeed, you saw the Negev ministerial that Secretary Blinken attended with several of his counterparts from Israel and the Arab world. And there was a focus during the course of that ministerial on, of course, the Abraham Accords and the normalization agreements that have built bridges and brought new opportunities for Israelis and Arabs alike, with normalization becoming in some ways the new normal and the opportunities that come with that. But what we heard during the ministerial itself and what you heard during the press availability that the ministers participated in was a recognition on the part of Secretary Blinken, on the part of others, that normalization can't be a substitute for progress between Israelis and Palestinians. And so as Israel and its Arab neighbors enjoy additional opportunities owing to the progress that normalization is bringing with it, there was a concerted desire on the part of Secretary Blinken, on the part of his Arab counterparts, on the part of Foreign Minister Lapid of Israel, to do what we can across several different areas, the working groups that are emanating from the Negev Forum, to achieve progress when it comes to conditions for the Palestinian people.
And my last question regarding the human rights report, the human rights report that was issued a couple of days ago, it talks extensively about the West Bank and Israel and so on. My question pertains to the 6 human rights organizations that were listed as terrorist organizations. They issued an appeal to you, to Europeans and so on, to follow through. I mean, you were investigating this. You I guess, requested the Israeli to supply you with why they listed them to begin with. And that was back in October. Where do we stand? Have you gotten a satisfactory response from the Israelis? You believe that these organizations should be or should remain listed as terrorist organizations?
Well, we have received detailed information on that very question from our Israeli partners, and it's something that we're continuing to review.
Is their response satisfactory as far as you're concerned?
We've received...
That they have committed such a grievous act to require enlisted or being enlisted on the terror organization?
We've received detailed information from our Israeli partners on the basis for their designation. We're taking a very close look at that ourselves. Michelle.
With Iran, any new session in Vienna soon, and did the U.S. freeze any money for Iran, or do you know of any of your allies that unfrozen any amount?
All of our sanctions remain in effect, and all of our sanctions will remain in effect until and unless we're able to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. It's been very unfortunate to see a number of stories that are false, that are completely untrue, not only on the questions of sanctions, or reported sanctions relief, I should say, but the related question, or the way it's been conflated, of false claims of a detainee deal. The fact is, unfortunately, we don't have any breakthrough to announce. Any information relating to our negotiations regarding wrongful detainees, Americans who were held wrongfully in Iran, would come directly from the State Department. We know there's been a lot of false information out there. We urge everyone to exercise caution with these reports. But the fact is now that there are two parallel tracks that are underway with Iran. One, as we've talked about, in the context of Vienna for a mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA, and one on the release of all 4 U.S. citizens who are unjustly held in Iran. Unfortunately, at this stage, neither of these negotiations has been successfully concluded. Any reports otherwise, including, as you referred to, Michelle, reports that Iranian funds held in restricted accounts in third countries would be transferred, are false. And our partners have not released these restricted funds to Iran, nor has the United States authorized or approved any such transfer of restricted funds to Iran. We are continuing to approach both of these negotiations with the utmost urgency. We urge Iran to do the same. We urge Iran to allow U.S. citizens Bakr and Siamak Namazi, Ahmad Shargi, and Murad Tabaz to return home to their loved ones. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. This is Jahan Zaibali from Airway News TV Pakistan. Pakistani newly elected Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has said that he wants better relations with United States to promote shared goals of peace, security, and development in the region. Does the U.S. see his election of PM Sharif as an opportunity to improve the bilateral relations with Pakistan?
Well, you probably saw a statement that we released from the Secretary last night regarding the selection of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif for almost 75 years. The relationship between the United States and Pakistan has been a vital one. We look forward to continuing that work with Pakistan's government to promote peace and prosperity in Pakistan and the broader region. And in that spirit, we've congratulated Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif on his election by the Pakistani parliament, and we look forward to working with him and his government.
So former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, still blaming U.S. for his ouster, while his supporters are organizing anti-U.S. protests here in America, like in different states. Yesterday in D.C., his supporters attacked on Pakistani American journalists and a few community members who disagree with them. So do you have any message for them who are organizing anti-U.S. protests here in America, even when you rejected all those claims and White House also rejected all those claims?
Our message has been clear and consistent on this. There is no truth whatsoever to the allegations that have been put forward. We support the peaceful upholding of constitutional and democratic principles, including respect for human rights. We do not support, whether it's in Pakistan or anywhere else around the world, one political party over another. We support broader principles, including the rule of law and equal justice under the law.
So one last question, if you allow me, please. So today, the Pakistan's military spokesperson said that they had no evidence to suggest the United States had threatened or was involved in the conspiracy to seek the ouster of Imran Khan's government. Your thoughts and comment on this statement?
We would agree with it. Thanks.
Teknay Loklu from Azerbaijan, Real TV. My question is, when will the 907 amendment to the Freedom Support Act be lifted from Azerbaijan?
Well, we remain committed to promoting a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous future for the South Caucasus region. And we welcome, as you've heard from us before in the readouts from Secretary Blinken, the April 6th meeting between Prime Minister Pashinyan and President Aliyev in Brussels, including the positive momentum on preparations for peace talks and the formation of a bilateral commission on border delimitation. As the Secretary emphasized in the calls he had with those two leaders the day before on April 5th, we continue to encourage further peace negotiations between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we reiterated, and the Secretary reiterated, that the United States stands ready to engage bilaterally and with like-minded partners, including through the role as an OSCE Minsk Group co-chair to help the countries find a long-term comprehensive peace. Sure.
There was a phone call between Deputy Secretary Sherman and her French colleague yesterday, in which she discussed the South Caucasus Nagorno-Karabakh issue. Now we have Lavrov a couple of days ago complaining that US and France are not informing us about what they are doing. Are you guys deliberately shutting the door to Russia's mediation efforts? And given everything Russia has done in Ukraine, do you think that doesn't that disqualify Russia in peacemaking efforts between Azerbaijan and Armenia?
I can't speak to the role that Russia might play in this, but what I can say is that we stand ready to engage Armenia and Azerbaijan, again, bilaterally, or with like-minded partners, including through the OSCE mechanism.
And one more question about OSCE report that you mentioned earlier. So there are details that Russia has been using OSCE symbols to do what it has been doing. Does it bother you at all? Is Russia going to be suspended from OSCE if they continue doing that?
I would have to refer you to the OSCE. They put out the Moscow mechanism under the auspices of the OSCE, put out a comprehensive report yesterday regarding the atrocities, the potential war crimes that, according to the Moscow mechanism, Russia's forces have committed in Ukraine, but I would need to refer you to the OSCE to speak to the particulars. Connor.
Staying on Ukraine, pro-Russian social media accounts published what appears to be the U.S. passport of an American citizen named Joseph Ward Clark, claiming that he was captured or killed. Can you confirm whether or not that's the case?
I cannot confirm that because reports that this U.S. citizen was captured in Ukraine are not true. Can't offer anything further due to privacy considerations, but those reports and those claims are not true.
So are you saying that he wasn't captured, but is the possibility that he was killed, or is this entirely false?
I'm limited in how much I can say due to privacy considerations, but have reason to believe that this individual is safe.
Is safe, great.
Yep.
And then to follow up on Jenny's questions, just on the meeting tomorrow that's happening between Ambassador Van Schaak and the Ukrainian Prosecutor General, is the U.S. providing intelligence to her office beyond just sort of cooperating and any financial support you're offering? Are you sharing intelligence on what you know about potential atrocities?
So to the point earlier, we are pulling every lever that's available to us to garner insight into what has transpired on the ground in Ukraine, what Russia's forces have committed in terms of atrocity and atrocity crimes. We are looking at open source information, that is to say, what all of us are seeing with our own eyes and reading with our own eyes, but also we have the advantage of the resources of the U.S. intelligence community and the intelligence sharing relationships that we have around the world. And as you might imagine, there is quite a bit of focus trained on this very question. I'm not going to get into the specific type of information that Ambassador Van Schaak may or may not share with with the Ukrainian Prosecutor General tomorrow, but what I can say is that we are providing our Ukrainian partners with a range of information, strategic information, tactical information, information that they would need for the purposes of primarily self-defense.
So not
on the ship Moskva.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's not for documenting atrocities. It's more for the battlefield.
I'm just not in a position to detail specifically what Ambassador Van Schaak may provide in that regard. But when it comes to our work here at the department, we are taking a close look at everything that is available to us. And our goal and what we are doing is documenting analyzing, preserving, and yes, sharing that evidence. And in the first instance, we're sharing it with Ukrainian Prosecutor General.
And just one more on this then. Ambassador Van Schaak and Ambassador Carpenter have both said that all options are on the table, including in terms of the question that Jenny had about the ICC. But does that include the U.S., this administration, potentially joining the ICC and signing the Rome Statute, or is that out of the question?
I don't believe that is what's being referenced here. What's being referenced here is the ICC is a potential venue for accountability for Russian war criminals. Yes.
I wanted to...
Sure.
My name is Boris Kanchev from Macedonian Information Agency. I have just a couple of questions. Quick, it's about the EU integration process in the Western Balkans. We know actually that Bulgaria is blocking the process 2 years now, almost 2 years now, by vetoing North Macedonia's opening of the accession talks with the EU. So my question is are US supporting the process to be untied, because Albanian Prime Minister recently met with the German Chancellor, and they said that, I guess Albanian Prime Minister said that they might start the negotiation process with the EU besides Macedonia, and Macedonia to be left behind, blocked by Bulgaria. So this is my first question. The second question is, what is the United States doing to convince Bulgaria to lift its veto on North Macedonia, to open the accession talks with the EU, having in mind the widespread Russian influence on the Balkans?
Thank you. So for these questions, I would need to refer you to the countries in question and to the EU. We have bilateral partnerships with all of the countries in question, as well as with the EU, but those countries are best positioned to speak to it. Yes?
I have two questions on North Korea. First is the U.S. Treasury imposed another sanction on North Korea today, but yesterday the North Korean regime opened a luxury housing complex in Pyongyang. So do you see this as evidence that there are many loopholes in North Korean sanctions enough to that North Koreans can build luxury houses in their capital? And my second question is, the department announced that Special Representative for DPRK, Ambassador Sung Kim, and the Deputy Representative Dr. Jung Bak will travel to Seoul. And so can you share about how they will address the concerns that North Korea can test another ICBM or resume nuclear tests soon?
So on the second part of your question, we did announce today that Sung Kim, our special envoy for the DPRK, and his deputy, Dr. Jung Pak, will travel to Seoul later this month. They don't leave for several days. They'll be there from April 18th through the 22nd. And during this trip, they'll have an opportunity to meet with their counterparts, other senior ROK officials, to discuss the situation on the Korean Peninsula, including the international community's response to the recent ICBM launches. This is part of a regular engagement that our special envoy has with his South Korean counterparts. It's also part of the regular engagement and similar to the regular engagement that he has with our Japanese counterparts as well. And if I'm not mistaken, the special envoy had a phone conversation with his Japanese counterpart just yesterday, because we believe in the indispensability of working closely in the first instance with our Japanese and South Korean allies on the challenge posed by North Korea's ballistic missile and nuclear weapons program, but also trilaterally. And we have had recent opportunity to engage trilaterally with these two important allies, including with Secretary Blinken, met with his counterparts in Honolulu late last year to discuss the DPRK. To your question about reports of potential planning on the part of the DPRK, I'm not in a position to speak to those reports, to confirm or to speak to any intelligence. But what I can say, and what we know, is that the DPRK in the past has used the occasion of holidays and other notable occasions within the DPRK to engage in provocations. So, of course, we're closely watching for that possibility. Yes?
Sure.
when Ambassador Song Kim is in South Korea, is he planning to meet DPRK officials in the region?
I'm not aware of any plans to meet DPRK officials. He's there to meet with his South Korean counterparts.
Thank you.
Yes.
I wanted to follow up on an earlier question. Is there any change in how the U.S. views Finland and Sweden potentially joining NATO given Russia's threat today?
There is no change because we believe that NATO's open door is an open door. And it is up to the NATO alliance to determine, and only the NATO alliance, to determine what its membership looks like. As you know, there is a set of criteria that any aspirant country would need to satisfy, would need to answer for before it would be in a position to join the alliance. That ultimately is a question for that aspirant country and NATO's 30 allied members. Sure.
Discussions going on between Finland and Sweden and state about providing any sort of security in an interim period between application and accession to NATO?
Well, this is something that the NATO Secretary General spoke to when we were in Brussels last week. He said, when he was asked, quote, "I'm certain that we will find ways to address concerns they may have regarding the period between the potential application and the final ratifications." I'd refer you to his comments
so
on
no
that.
plans for any bilateral security agreements or anything between the U.S. and either of those countries?
We have Sweden and Finland are already close NATO partners. Of course, they are close partners bilaterally of the United States as well, but I don't have anything to add beyond what the Secretary General said. Daphne.
If I could follow up as well, regardless of Medvedev's comments, and he's still quite close to Putin, but the Kremlin has also described this as something that would not bring stability to Europe. Is the United States concerned that Sweden and Finland's addition to NATO could prompt Russia to escalate?
Without speaking to any countries in particular, we would not be concerned that the expansion of a defensive alliance would do anything other than promote stability on the European continent. Now, of course, any aspirant country would have to meet the criteria that's spelled out in NATO's charter, would have to receive consent from the alliance itself. But again, NATO is a defensive alliance that is there to defend and to fortify, and NATO would not be a threat to anyone who is not attacking NATO.
Can you comment on the ship, the battleship, Russian battleship Moskva, that was allegedly struck by a Ukrainian missile, or do you have any other information that you could share with us?
I don't have any information beyond what you've heard from the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense, as I understand it this morning, confirmed that there appears to have been an explosion on board, but I don't have any further details to offer.
Can I ask you a question on the genocide aspect? Do you think that in the long term, the frequent use or the repeated use of terms like war crimes or genocide would vitiate, the enormity of such a thing? When one talks about genocide, Rwanda comes to mind, or something that are really horrendous. Do you believe that keep repeating this thing, as we have seen in the last few days, ultimately is not good in terms of the lessen the enormity of such events?
Saeed, we've repeated the term war crimes because Russia's forces are committing war crimes in Ukraine. That is the assessment of this department, that Russia's forces have engaged in war crimes. I think that it underscores the atrocities, the level of atrocities, the scale and the scope of atrocities that are being committed. And as a general point, I think your point is well taken. But there is nothing routine, there is nothing general about what all of us are seeing and have seen with our own eyes. The level of brutality, the level of atrocity that Russia's forces have engaged in against the Ukrainian people inside sovereign Ukrainian territory.
On Ukraine and Russia,
Sure.
Foreign Minister Kuleba tweeted that he discussed further sanctions with Secretary Blinken today. Should we expect them this week? And also related to today's announcement on Office of Sanctions Coordination, which is a new office at the State Department. Will the office coordinate efforts between the agencies here, or is it about coordination between allies and partners, like, for instance, immediate neighbors to Russia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia? I don't think they have clear understanding of what is allowed, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do.
So that'll be a key charge of Ambassador Jim O'Brien, who is the head of that new office at the Department of State. I hope many of you saw the announcement this morning that Jim O'Brien, who was confirmed by the Senate last week, is now hard at work in his new role this week. He will work throughout this building. He will work with the interagency throughout the administration, but he'll also work with allies and partners to ensure that our approach to sanctions, the implementation of sanctions, the development of sanctions, specific ones and sanctions authorities are coordinated and implemented effectively with allies and partners around the world. Remind me of your first question.
It's about the new sanctions package.
We have previously made the point that as long as Russia continues to escalate its actions against the people of Ukraine until and unless its brutality comes to an end, we will continue to escalate our measures, and that would include additional financial and economic measures against the Russian Federation. Connor.
On sanctions, as Russian forces now prepare for this offensive in the east and in the south, is there any sense of urgency to apply new sanctions to provide obviously this new $800 million tranche of weaponry in order to try to stop this offensive from even happening in the first place?
Well, Connor, I think what is true, and you've heard this from our Department of Defense counterparts, is that the Russians have quite a bit of firepower, in part because they've been defeated in the Battle of Kyiv, a battle that senior Russian officials apparently thought that they would be able to win within a couple days of initiating it in February. We're now some 6 weeks into this conflict, and Russian forces have been repelled from Kyiv and are now repositioning to the south and the east to begin what we believe to be a concerted campaign against those areas. So what we are doing in the face of this shifting tide of battle is providing our Ukrainian partners precisely the level and the particulars of the security assistance that they have requested and that they would need to defend themselves from the campaign that the Russian Federation plans to undertake, we believe. That is one element of the equation. The other element of the equation is to continue with the pressure on the Kremlin. And that pressure primarily has taken the form of financial sanctions, other economic measures that by just about any metric have had a profound effect on Russia's economy, on Russia's financial system, on Russia's positioning in the world. You take a look at the economic toll of this. And because of the coordinated sanctions and other economic measures, Russia's economy is forecast by most estimates to contract by some 15% over the course of this year. Some 30 years of economic integration have been wiped out in the course of the past 5 or 6 weeks. 600 companies, multinational companies, have already chosen to leave the Russian marketplace. That the pinch, the hurt of that will only compound over time as inventories continue to be depleted with nothing there to replenish them. Inflation is at some 15%. The Russian Federation, the Kremlin, has been forced to employ draconian and drastic measures to artificially prop up its ruble and to keep its stock market afloat artificially. So Putin is facing a strategic defeat on the military front, on the economic front, as we've just talked about. Politically, President Putin is a pariah. His country is isolated. Diplomatically, you can measure that in terms of the votes we've seen at the UN, of the condemnation that is raining down on Russia from all corners of the globe. His cronies face international sanction. Their assets are being seized. They're not able to travel. But also strategically, and you take a look at the strategic implications of what has already been borne by the Kremlin. Putin, I think, and this goes to the question we were just discussing about NATO, but the fact is, as the Secretary likes to say, that President Putin has precipitated just about everything he has sought to prevent. That, of course, has been the case during this invasion of Ukraine, but this goes back over the course of the better part of a decade. Starting in 2014, when the European Reassurance Initiative began, when the United States began to increase our investments in the European continent. NATO is more united, more determined, more purposeful than it has been really since any time since the end of the Cold War. And President Putin faces an international community that is arrayed against him in a way that it never has been before. So whenever this ends, however this ends, Russia, we already know, will be weaker, it will be enfeebled, it will have endured a strategic defeat. And we can already see elements of that, the military elements, the political elements, the economic elements, but also the strategic elements.
But it doesn't seem to be stopping this coming offensive now. And my question is there anything economically in terms of the sanctions that you were preparing that you think could have that effect, or you think this offensive is going ahead either way?
When President Putin made the decision to go into Ukraine, he did so knowing, because we were very vocal, both in public and in private, about the severe consequences that would befall his economy, his financial system, his government, were he to make that choice. President Putin has prioritized this military campaign in Ukraine over just about everything else in Russian society. So what we're focused on now is providing our Ukrainian partners with the security assistance, the level and the specifics of precisely what they will need to continue defending themselves effectively, and doing, together with our partners and allies, everything we can to further diminish the economic, the political, the strategic standing of the Russian Federation. We've already done that to good effect. Final question or so, Jenny?
Given that a number of officials in this administration have said this next phase of the conflict could be months and months long, what conversations is the State Department having about sustaining this high level of support over the course of many months, given there could even be like supply chain issues, for example, or just logistical problems? How are you planning around that?
So we have been, I think, heartened, if not at all surprised, by the level of consensus and near unanimity in the international community. And really what is at the core of that consensus, number one, the efforts that the United States has put into this, not over the course of the past 6 weeks, but almost over the course of 6 months now. This was a campaign that started for us last year. Even then, it was a campaign that was built on the first year of this administration, that was predicated on rebuilding, on repairing, on revitalizing the systems of alliances and partnerships, those very systems of alliances and partnerships that have been so very critical to our ability to stand up to Russia and to stand for what our Ukrainian partners are fighting to defend. I think the world has continued to be shocked by the level of atrocity, the level of violence, the level of brutality that Russia's forces have engaged in against the Ukrainian people. I think that will necessarily maintain this level of consensus within the international community. We've had an occasion, several occasions, to gather in Brussels, in other parts of the world, with our key allies and partners who are with us on this, whether that's NATO, whether that's the European Union, whether that's the G7, whether it's our partners in the Indo-Pacific, who of course have been a key element. And there is no sense that these countries are preparing to move on, to look the other way. And in fact, every time we gather, there is renewed horror, there is renewed condemnation, there is renewed determination to continue to see to it that our Ukrainian partners have what they need. Now, there are practical challenges that come with this, supply chains, supplies, other elements of it. Those are things that we are working through, but at a political level, at a strategic level, there's been no indication that we've seen that the focus, the determination, the perseverance will diminish over time. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, that was the latest update coming in from State Department spokesman Ned Price, of course, giving us an update on the ongoing war in Ukraine. It is about 9:22 here on the East Coast. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll bring you up to speed with all of the top stories we are following when we come back. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, live in our studios in Orlando, Florida. I'll be joining you here for the next few hours, of course, bringing you up to speed on everything that we are following today. So we do want to show you some of our top stories that we have here on Live Now from Fox. You can see there on your screen, we do have some video coming in from Pittsburgh after a mass shooting over the weekend. It was one of 3 mass shootings over Easter weekend. 1 in Pittsburgh, as we mentioned, and 2 in South Carolina. Today is tax day. It's the deadline to either file your taxes or request an extension by the end of the day. Also, today is day 54 of Russia's war in Ukraine. We have learned that an attack in Lviv in western Ukraine following Russian forces launching 4 missiles there. We have learned that 7 civilians have been killed and 11 others have been injured again after Russian forces launched at least 4 missile strikes in Lviv, which is western Ukraine. Another live feed we are following today at the White House tradition. The egg roll is expected to take place any moment now. We will bring that to you as soon as we get it. Also in Philadelphia, the city now reinstating its indoor mask mandate. That is happening today following a rise in COVID cases. So several things that we are following today, and we will bring you those feeds as soon as we get more information. In the meantime, we do want to get back to the latest information coming out of Ukraine. This video you see was taken today in Lviv, as we mentioned, following those new missile attacks in Ukraine's west. The Western Air Command says at least 4 missiles landed near 3 warehouse facilities close to Lviv and 1 car tire shop, destroying all of them. Now, we do again know at least 7 civilians have died and 11 others are injured. 1 train appeared to be operational and, as you saw in that video, moved through the attack area. Lviv's mayor says that these are the first war-related deaths in Lviv to happen since this war started back on February 24th. The mayor also saying today that nowhere is safe in Lviv and reminding residents to heed those air siren warnings and seek shelter when they go off. And meanwhile, in the southeastern part of the country, we do know that Russian forces apparently are ready to launch an all-out assault on Mariupol. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says he is vowing a fight to the end to save Mariupol and Crimea. And as we said, Russia has expanded its attacks on Ukraine overnight, targeting areas like Lviv that were once considered safe havens for refugees. And as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, Russia is now on the verge of capturing its first major Ukrainian city.
These latest attacks have put parts of western Ukraine on edge as the country has been battling a Russian onslaught in the east. The smoke is still rising in parts of Lviv after reports of a series of Russian missile strikes. Nearby trains are still operating, but this city near the border with Poland had been considered relatively safe, a destination for Ukrainians fleeing violence in the east. Russian-backed forces continue their attacks on the now leveled city of Mariupol, and Russia could be on the verge of capturing it. But a small number of Ukrainian fighters are not giving up.
City still is not fallen. There is still our military forces.
I think he will.
You think he will?
I think he will.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says he thinks President Biden will eventually visit Ukraine. The White House says there are no plans to do so, but the administration has committed to sending more military aid.
But remember, that's only just under $3 billion worth of aid total, whereas the Senate has already authorized $14 billion. Ukraine's going to need a lot more aid from the U.S.
And Russian troops are under pressure to show results in the weeks ahead. May 9th is a big celebration in Russia, marking Germany's surrender during World War II.
It's a huge parade in Red Square every year. So obviously they need to have something to parade to show as a victory on 9 May. So I think this date does have importance there.
And there are reports this morning that Russia may bring in fighters from Syria to help them gain some headway as the war grinds on. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some video that we have coming into our desk. We have learned at least 5 people were killed and 13 others injured when the Russian military shelled Kharkiv, Ukraine yesterday. These cameras captured the dramatic video of medics running for cover as they treated the injured during the Russian onslaught. We do know apartment buildings like this one sustained severe damage and the streets were left scattered with broken glass and other debris. And as firefighters, as you see in this video, work to douse flames, those medics and Ukrainian service members did try to help injured people in the street. Kharkiv, as you may know, has been a target of attack since the early days of Russia's invasion. The city is located in northeastern Ukraine, and conditions there have deteriorated ahead of the expected Russian offensive in the eastern part of the war-torn country. And we do want to warn you, this next video that we are going to show you is difficult to watch. So if you are sensitive to that, you may want to turn away. This video depicts the suffering being felt in Ukraine as the family of this particular 15-year-old boy mourns his death, and the body of this teen lying in the hallway of an apartment building in Kharkiv. His mother besides herself begging for the teen to open his eyes. His grandmother then entering the building and draping herself over his lifeless body, crying in agony. These horrific scenes have unfolded across Ukraine over the last several weeks as Russian troops keep up their attacks on Ukraine. And the exact number of civilians killed in Ukraine currently is unknown, but it is expected to be massive as Ukrainian forces continue to move into cities and towns where Russian troops have left. And this video coming in from Chernihiv, Ukraine, where a total of 18 bodies have been pulled from the wreckage of a school in Chernihiv, more than a month after it was damaged by a Russian attack. The media group Ukrainian Witness released an interview with a woman here in Chernihiv who said school number 18 in the city had been damaged by a 500-kilogram Russian bomb back on March 3rd. The last bodies were pulled from the wreckage 4 days prior to the filming of this interview due to an earlier lack of equipment and massive shells. How many injured there is unclear at this moment. And as we said, the last Ukrainian troops are holding out in Mariupol, saying that they are not going anywhere, even as Russia claims to be on the verge of capturing the city. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has the latest.
As Russian missile strikes continue to hit the heavily besieged city of Mariupol, Ukrainian fighters are not giving up the fight, even after nearly 2 months of constant bombardment. Moscow now demanding their surrender, something Ukraine's leaders say isn't going to happen.
We will fight till the end, absolutely. We will not surrender. We will not leave our country, our families, our land. So we will fight absolutely till the end, till the win in this war.
In the city that was once home to almost 500,000 people, only about 100,000 remain. Russia claims to control some urban zones of the city, which sits in a key strategic location. If fully captured by the Russians, it would give them a port on the Black Sea and provide a connection with the Crimean Peninsula, which Russia annexed in 2014. While the two sides have engaged in on and off diplomatic talks to end the fighting, Ukraine's foreign minister says no high-level discussions are currently taking place and that the situation in Mariupol and the growing civilian death toll there and throughout the country could put an end to those negotiations for good.
Mariupol may be a red line.
The more crimes against civilians that appear, there will be no chance that negotiations will be held or actually be implemented.
Ukrainian officials estimate that more than 21,000 civilians have been killed in Mariupol during the 7-week siege. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Griff, thank you for that report. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says his people should be proud of surviving more than 50 days under Russian attack when the Russians gave them just a maximum of 5 days. Ukrainian officials are celebrating the sinking of a Russian flagship in the Black Sea, but Moscow still not acknowledging that it was a Ukrainian attack. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin is in Kyiv speaking with Ukraine's foreign minister in an exclusive interview.
How did you sink the Russian flagship Moskva?
Well, according to the Russian Defense Ministry, it just sunk because maybe someone on board was not careful with a cigarette and set the entire ship on fire.
Is that true? Is that how it happened?
I was not present on board when it happened, but I want everyone to understand one thing. Ukrainians are not afraid, and I want our partners not to be afraid either. If they set aside fears of escalating, of provoking Putin, that war will be lost, and they will themselves become the next victim of the Russian aggression. We are offering a fair deal to all our partners. You give us all that we need, and we do the rest of the job.
The Russians pulled back from Kyiv, and yet we heard explosions a few miles away from the capital last night. Was that a response to you sinking the Moskva?
Well, every time I learn that something happened on the front line that inflicts serious damage on Russian army, I realized that in the next 24 hours Russia will strike back. This is war. There is no alternative to that.
Who do you feel has supported you the most internationally?
So I can easily list the United States, the United Kingdom, Poland as 3 countries who have done more than others.
What did it mean to you to have Prime Minister Boris Johnson walk through the streets of Kyiv?
It was huge. I think it was a clear demonstration of leadership.
What would it mean for President Biden to come here?
It would be even more huge, even bigger. We're looking forward to the visit of the president.
What would it mean to you to have the U.S. Embassy return to Kyiv?
Well, actually, I brought this issue up in my conversations with American colleagues. The French embassy is on its way as we speak. The Italian embassy is also coming back. Baltic countries, Croatia. The EU ambassador is also back to Kyiv. And I'm sending this message to all our partners: come back, because this is one of the ways to them to show solidarity and to show that you stand by us on all accounts.
At the Pentagon, every day we hear during briefings that they are sending weapons are flowing like water. They are getting them to Ukraine faster than they ever imagined they could, that we're up to several $1 billion worth of weapons that have come even since the start of the war. From your perspective, are you getting enough weapons?
Weapons may flow like water, but if the receiving side is still thirsty, it means that more water has to flow. As simple as that. We appreciate deeply everything that we have received so far, but as long as this war goes on, more needs to be supplied on a daily basis.
What do you need now that you're not getting?
We are in critical need of multiple launch rocket systems. We also need more tanks.
But is the Pentagon turning you down for these requests?
They are considering them. Every day of consideration in Pentagon or elsewhere is a day when we lose soldiers, when we lose civilians, when more atrocities occur in Ukraine, because someone somewhere is thinking.
There is some criticism that there is a bottleneck, that some of the weapons coming across, particularly javelins, the new batches of javelins and stingers, are getting held up within your old logistical system. The system is not working. The weapons are not getting to your special forces. How do you respond to that?
Well, first, every day we hold a meeting with key stakeholders from defense and foreign affairs sector under the leadership of the president.
So you're not holding on to any weapons for a rainy day, holding them back, worried that maybe the Pentagon and others will cut off supplies at some point?
We don't have any worries about Pentagon planning to cut off supplies, because I believe that Pentagon is itself impressed with the quality of Ukrainian army and with the way we use these weapons.
The battle for Kyiv was won largely. We hear so much about the javelin. Is the war in the East going to be won with javelins, or is it a different conflict? Is Russia regrouping for a different kind of battle?
They do. They regroup for a Second World War style battle with thousands of tanks, heavy armored vehicles, all kinds of armor, helicopters, plane, front lines, and this is why it will be insufficient to have javelins to defeat them in the East. This is why we are yelling at every corner about the need to send Ukraine heavy weapons as soon as possible.
It's been said this is a war of logistics. Is that true on your side as well? And what are the logistical problems that you're facing?
Every war is a war of logistics, first and foremost. We are fighting a smart war, so we know how to cut off the Russians from their supplies and then to destroy those who advance too far into our territory.
And just on a personal note, how are you surviving this war?
I do not use the word surviving this war. I'm fighting this war.
Moscow has told the U.S. that it will strike weapons supply lines if the U.S. continues to provide weapons to Ukraine. The U.S. remains undeterred. In Kyiv, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thank you for that report. And there was a big backup of trucks at the border between Ukraine and Poland over the weekend. The trucks, along with other types of vehicles, were loaded with humanitarian aid that was bound for Ukraine. The line stretched for about half a mile. Now, there were some reports of several trucks and cars that had been waiting for more than 2 days to try and cross the border. Most of the vehicles had Ukrainian and Polish plates. One driver said police were trying to control the traffic by prioritizing cars over large trucks. And it was a somber Easter Sunday in Ukraine as priests and parishioners prayed for an end to the fighting. For some refugees in Lviv who fled the fighting in the east, it was their first time ever in a church. Our Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has this story.
In the Lviv region of Ukraine, where just yesterday Russian cruise missiles were intercepted by Ukrainian forces, This Greek Roman church is actively taking in refugees, women and young children who lost their homes, even had their loved ones murdered. As services are going on, explosions can be heard in the background, just a stunning reminder of a country at war. Our translator tells us there's a nearby military base conducting defense drills. We spoke to one refugee, a young woman from the devastated city of Mariupol. That woman tells us her loved ones were murdered. Her car was shot at by Russians, and this church took her in, providing her warmth, shelter, and food.
There, my grandparents and my great-grandmother died. We buried by ourselves the grandmother. Grandfather stayed in the apartment with damaged walls. It's impossible to go there and take his body because of all the damage there. Everything is ruined now.
We also interviewed the priest of this church. He speaks a little bit of English because he visits the United States. The priest said he asked some of the refugees if and when they would like to return to their homes. The refugees said they would not like to. They consider their homes graveyards where their loved ones are dead. Also, here on the western side of Ukraine, there is a lot of Catholicism and faith. It's close to Europe. But on the eastern side of Ukraine, closer to Russia, we're told there's not a lot of practicing Catholics. For some of the child refugees, this will be the first time they attend a church service. In Strach, Ukraine, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Matt, thank you. Now, this is video coming in from Ukraine as well, and we do know that the war is presenting special challenges for children with special needs. Some of the issues are being addressed at a center in Lviv where autistic children whose families left their cities due to the war are currently being treated. Before the Russian invasion, the START Center was dealing with about 100 children from Lviv, but as the war has raged on, another 30 children from different cities across Ukraine are also being cared for there. The instructors say every noise can make an autistic child panic or go into hysterics, and the caregivers provide what's called sensory relaxation to help the children calm down, but they say that the center faces an uncertain future as it needs more equipment to serve the needs of those children who are arriving there. And during his travels in Ukraine, our Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins saw firsthand how the people have stepped up to support their neighbors in need. The other day, he had a chance to speak with some children and the principal at a Kharkiv orphanage. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
To look at these kids today, you wouldn't know they escaped the horrors of war just weeks ago.
We saw explosions and several planes flying near the building. We woke up from the explosions and ran to the basement. We sat there for 2 to 3 hours. During this time, they managed to bomb several areas.
Artillery and rocket attacks are so frequent that the children have become numb to them.
I'm used to it, and I'm not afraid of explosions. Even if I hear explosions, I won't be scared.
Dmitro and Ivan were among 33 children rescued from the city of Kharkiv and brought here to this orphanage. We are not revealing its name or its location for their safety. It's not just an orphanage. You can see the desk and chairs stacked up against the chalkboard. They've turned it into a humanitarian hub as well, gathering food, clothing, and medical supplies and shipping it straight to the front lines.
From the first days of the war, our school turned into a humanitarian hub.
Former school principal Lilia Svestovich is now coordinating the relief effort here.
This is the room where we collect medicine. The military and volunteers sort them out. Some of this aid goes to the front, some to hospitals, and some to villages that were liberated. Now they need help too. We have a whole list that doctors give us. And if we can find certain things on the list, we rejoice as if we have found a diamond.
Lilia is making a big difference in the lives of these kids and in a dark world, giving them a safe home to dream for a brighter future.
I've dreamed of moving to Kiev and graduating from music college.
But caught in the midst of a raging war, their immediate dream summed up in one word.
Victory.
All right, and a big thanks to our Griff Jenkins for that report. We do have some other news pertaining to Ukraine. Uber says it is now restoring service in a key conflict zone. The ride-hailing company says it's now bringing back regular operations to Kyiv, Ukraine, which is the capital city, saying that it wants services to return to normal as fast as possible. The company continued offering rides in several other cities during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but had been suspended as troops attacked this city. Now, free trips had been offered to refugees heading to Polish towns, and the business is now donating 10,000 free trips to government and emergency employees who are working in Kyiv. And with frequent air raid sirens in the background of Ukraine, artists and musicians are still performing live shows across Ukraine. They are using their talents to heal people, support the army through fundraising, and to help fight what they consider to be a war on the Ukrainian people and its culture. Fox News photojournalist Tom Whitaker met with one band in Lviv who's doing their part to preserve Ukrainian culture and also give hope to the millions of displaced refugees in Ukraine.
My name is Marina Krut. I'm singer, composer, and bandura player in Ukraine. I'm born in Ukraine and live and work in Ukraine. Bandura is Ukrainian traditional instrument, and this is a half 65 strings. Bandura created maybe 100 years ago. I play in modern, jazz, soul and pop music in this instrument.
We're just trying to play our jazz with our feelings and trying to use our traditional instruments.
My life is music. My life is singing, playing and create Ukrainian traditional music, Ukrainian modern and contemporary music. Many years, I think more than 100 years, Russian people and Russian government want to kill Ukrainian culture.
Many years we had Russian music here, Russian culture. We was a little bit under Russian Empire, and now we're trying to show the people here real Ukrainian music. We're trying to keep our cultural front.
This is my mission for now. Playing not just for people, playing for army, for everybody.
They need kind of therapy, and we're doing therapy. People listening, a little bit relaxing. It's like cultural medicine.
I want to cure people from my music.
All right, everybody, and we do want to bring you some news out of Lviv where that story came from. This is a tweet from our Fox News correspondent, Lucas Tomlinson, saying that Russia marks the start of Holy Week for Orthodox Christians with missile strikes on Lviv in western Ukraine. We have learned that 7 people, at least 7 civilians, have been killed in these attacks, which happened, again, early this morning in Lviv. The attack comes just one day after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says he does think that President Joe Biden will visit Ukraine. Ukraine's foreign minister has also urged U.S. diplomats to return to the region. Now, we also have some other tweets that we do want to show you of this damage in Lviv that we will get to right now. This is from James Levinson. He is a field producer for our Fox crews there in Lviv. This is video that he tweeted out this morning in Lviv saying that black smoke is being seen from a train station. 4 reported missile strikes in Lviv. No reports of any casualties. Again, this was earlier, but we have since learned that at least 7 people have died. And he also tweeted that they could hear air raid sirens and ambulances in the background. And this is where one of those strikes actually hit a tire facility on fire and damaged in Lviv, Ukraine. So again, that is the latest information coming into our desk of this latest attack from Russian forces in Lviv, Ukraine. And this is another tweet coming into our desk. This is in Ukrainian, but the translation says that this is Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy currently meeting with his advisors discussing rebuilding Ukraine. So even though we are now on day 54 of this war in Ukraine and several cities are still under attack, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy still pushing forward on plans to rebuild Ukraine, predicting that they will come out victorious and be able to rebuild all of the cities that have since been damaged. And right now, we do want to take you to some other news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. This is the White House, where we do know that the annual Easter egg roll is currently returning to the White House after a 2-year hiatus because of the pandemic. So President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are expecting to welcome some 30,000 kids to the White House and their adult chaperones for the egg roll and egg hunt and other activities. So again, this is the latest coming into our desk. We'll give you another vantage point right here on the lawn at the White House, where again, the annual Easter egg roll, a tradition at the White House, is back after a 2-year hiatus. It is about 9:53 here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with more top stories in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are bringing you several live feeds that we are following today that we do want to show you here on Live Now from Fox. There we go. We do want to bring that graphic back up for you right now. Several live feeds that we are following. Of course, the White House welcoming about 30,000 children to the White House today for the annual White House egg roll, an annual tradition that has been on hiatus for the past 2 years because of the pandemic, but it has since returned. Also, you can see stocks are opening right now. They opened just just about 26 minutes ago. You can see the New York Stock Exchange up a little bit this morning, about 53 points. We, of course, will continue to monitor that as it moves throughout the day. And also, we are getting a live feed inside of the courtroom where you see Johnny Depp and his attorney sitting there right now at the desk, again, in the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, for the defamation trial that has been going on for about a week now. Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife and fellow actor Amber Heard for defamation. This trial is expected to last throughout the month of May, and we, of course, will dip in and out of this feed as it gets more interesting with people on the stand. But in the meantime, we do want to switch gears and bring you some other news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox that we have been following since the weekend. So we do want to bring you this video that we have where we do know police in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania say that 2 juveniles are dead and at least 11 others are hurt from a mass shooting that happened over the weekend. It happened around 12:30 Sunday morning during a party at an Airbnb where as many as 200 people gathered. Police say many of the people there were underage. This is, again, one of several mass shootings that the United States has dealt with over the Easter weekend. We do want to get that graphic right up there on the screen for you. So again, this happened around 12:30 yesterday morning during that party in Pittsburgh. Investigators say that as many as 50 rounds were fired inside of the Airbnb. We do know at least 10 people were rushed to nearby hospitals and 3 remain in critical condition. There's no word yet about any possible suspects. And we do want to bring you an update to another mass shooting that happened over the weekend. This one happening in South Carolina. One person is under arrest in connection with the mass shooting at the Columbia Center Mall in Columbia, South Carolina. Happened on Saturday. Police there say 22-year-old Jawayne Price is now charged with unlawful carrying of a pistol, and more charges are possible. Columbia police say at least 14 people were injured in the attack. A judge has set a $25,000 bond for Price, who is currently wearing an ankle monitor and on house arrest. Police are asking witnesses to share any information about the shooting. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy has the latest.
We can confirm 12 people are hurt, 10 of them have been shot, and 2 are in critical condition after a shooting at a mall in Columbia, South Carolina. It happened at 2:03 Saturday afternoon. It was reported by a witness at the Columbiana Center Mall. 3 people are detained so far. Police say they were all seen with guns inside the mall. At least one of them is accused of firing a gun near the Gap store inside. Here's the Columbia police chief talking about a possible motive.
We don't believe this was random. I think that's very important in situations like this.
Yes, we can. Good morning.
The individuals that were armed knew each other. And there was some type of conflict that occurred that resulted in gunfire. This was not a situation where we had some random person show up at a mall to, discharge a firearm and just, injure people.
Here's one man who was with his daughter when shots were fired.
It was a pretty scary event. It was about 10 shots or so that rang out. Before they were done, I was grabbed her and we were running out the door. When I tell you, people were coming out of every single exit as fast as possible. It was a pretty serious situation.
The 12 injured people are being treated at 3 local hospitals. We know the oldest victim is 73, the youngest just 15 years old. Columbia police are asking the public for any information about what happened inside that mall. Reporting in New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
Nate, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you to another shooting that we are following in South Carolina. Again, one of 3 mass shootings to happen across the United States over Easter weekend. Authorities are investigating a shooting at a club that wounded at least 9 people in Furman, South Carolina. That's about 2 hours away from that mall shooting that happened in Columbia, South Carolina. This happened at Kara's Lounge in Hampton County. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division said in a statement that at this time there are no fatalities, but again, we do know at least 9 people were injured. The club was hosting an Easter bash when that chaos erupted. And a really devastating story coming to our desk out of New York City, out of Queens, where police there say a woman whose body was found in a duffel bag in Forest Hill, Queens, New York, spent her final hours in her backyard enjoying a night out. The body of 51-year-old Orsoila Gaal was discovered Saturday morning after 8 o'clock on Metropolitan Avenue near Jackie Robinson Parkway, if you're familiar with Queens. Detectives reportedly believe that the mother of two knew her victim and was stabbed out of anger. That is the latest information we have. Currently, no arrests have been made, but as soon as we get more information, we, of course, will continue to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And we do want to bring you out to this live shot of the city of brotherly love, where today in Philadelphia, the city will be reinstating its indoor mask mandate. So we do know several businesses and residents have filed suit in state court in Pennsylvania seeking to overturn Philadelphia's renewed indoor mask mandate, which is scheduled to be enforced starting today in an effort to stop the surge in COVID-19 infections. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia team has more.
Petition for the 17 plaintiffs yesterday suing the mayor, the secretary of health for the state, and the city health commissioner. On Monday, Philly will be back to masks on indoors. The health department's decision comes a week after coronavirus cases increased by more than 50% in a 10-day span, and the city logged nearly 150 cases a day. Attorney Thomas W. King III is representing a group of business owners and residents who are suing the city over the decision.
At a time when America is trying to get back on its feet from this pandemic and reopening everywhere, Philadelphia has taken a giant step backwards.
A spokesperson for the mayor said they can't comment on this particular case, but, quote, the city was successful in litigation related to the mask mandate just this past Thursday. On Thursday, upon challenge to the order mandating the return of masks in certain indoor spaces, the courts once again confirmed that city has both the legal authority and requisite flexibility to enact the precautionary measures necessary to control the spread of COVID-19. The attorney for the plaintiffs tells me that they plan on filing this petition early this week, and they hope that the city leaders will change their minds soon. Back to you.
All right, everybody, we do want to take you back out to stocks that we are monitoring right now. The New York Stock Exchange up about 16 points as we speak. The time is 10:04 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we'll be heading out live to Los Angeles, where we will be getting an update from our Fox 11's Jessica O on tax day and some advice if you haven't filed your tax return yet. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is 10:06 here on the East Coast, and you're taking a live look at the stock board right now, where you can see that the New York Stock Exchange opening the week down a little bit by 23 points. Stocks just opened about 30 minutes ago. Also today, if you haven't filed your tax return just yet, you do need to get a move on, because today is the deadline, and we do want to head out to Los Angeles, California, where we have Fox 11's Jessica O. She is live in Koreatown this morning. She is there right now, of course, bringing us up to speed on everything that we need to know about last-minute filings and where some last-minute filers are currently getting some help this morning. Jessica, good morning to you. What advice do you have for us?
Mackenzie, I mean, it's no secret, tax filing season officially coming to an end, but believe it or not, millions of Americans have yet to file their taxes. In 2020, more than 60% of American households did not file their taxes, giving you an idea of just how common this is. And right now, we are with a group called Free Tax Prep Los Angeles. They are here in Koreatown, helping as many people as they can last minute to fulfill their appointments today. And they're fully booked, giving you an idea of just how many people have yet to do this. And right now, I would love to introduce you to Sahila Santiago. She's with this group, helping people out today. Tell us some last-minute tips for people who are still at home, thinking about whether or not to file their taxes.
Yeah, if they have not filed yet, they can go on our website, www.freetaxprepla.com, and they can find other sites that will still be open all year round. So we know that people who do owe, their deadline to file is April 18th, but if they usually do not owe, they still have time to file.
You know what's so interesting is if you look up some tips, what you can do online, some of the tips you'll find, make sure you fill out all your paperwork, make sure you're filling out the right forms. And while that may seem like obvious advice, there's another reason why you should make sure to talk to an expert or really look through your forms this year, because it sounds like a lot has changed in the past couple of years.
Yes, this year especially we have the additional child tax credit, which can be up to $3,600 additional credit. We also have the young child tax credit. There's also the California EITC earned income tax credit, as well as the federal earned income tax credit. And all these credits combined can be up to $10,000 in your pocket. So you really want to make sure that you're claiming, your credits, and that you're getting all the refund that is yours back.
And do you find that a lot of people don't know about these new benefits or credits?
Yes, a lot of people do not know what credits they qualify for. So here at Free Tax Prep LA, we really do take into consideration that taxes can be difficult to understand. So we really do educate our community on the credits that they're owed, and really how to look at their tax return, because we want to make sure that they know what they're filing and what they're signing is correct.
I mean, it goes to say that if 60% of Americans as of 2020 are not filing their taxes, there's a significant gap that shows that, for some reason this is not getting done. We're encouraging as many people across America to do this today. And while some of those tax credits that we talked about exist only in California, there are other states offering different kinds of tax credits. So it's just a good message for everyone today to get their taxes done, right?
Yeah, so file. If you haven't filed, you can file. Also, you can go on the IRS website and file an extension if you don't think that you're going to make the deadline today. It's free, and also if you do not owe, then you can still file throughout the year and go on our website, freetaxprepla.com, and you can find sites all over LA County that provide this free service.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And so while tax day is here and the deadline has been reached, we certainly are not at the end. You still can file your taxes and possibly get a lot of money back, Mackenzie. So a good message for Americans everywhere to do this morning if they haven't done so already.
All right, our Fox 11 LA's Jessica O live in Koreatown in Los Angeles, California, bringing us some great advice for those last-minute filers. Jessica, thank you so much. All right, everybody, we do want to switch gears and take you out to some other feeds that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox that we do want to get to you. This is a live look at the White House, where, as we told you previously, the annual White House Easter egg roll is underway right now after a 2-year hiatus. You can see some of the 30,000 kids that are expected to be at the White House today for this annual tradition. So again, this is just one of several live feeds that we are following. We do have another feed coming into our desk right now that we want to show you, of course, that we have been monitoring this morning. Of course, stocks, as you can see, opened about 30 to 40 minutes ago. New York Stock Exchange down about 50 points. And also, we do have another feed coming in from Fairfax, Virginia, a feed that we have been reporting on for the past week or so. This is of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. If you didn't know, Johnny Depp is currently suing his ex-wife Heard for defamation over an article, over an op-ed that she published in the Washington Post about her experience with domestic violence. So again, this is week 2, I believe, of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. Let's go ahead and listen in.
You weren't concerned at all about Mr. Depp's continuing with his treatment plan for drug and alcohol use?
You can't separate those two issues. They're not two distinct issues. But in order for me to assess how he was doing in general with his general health, these metrics that I identify in the second paragraph were things I needed to have follow-up. And I wasn't getting that follow-up, and I needed to know that we were on the right course medically.
And do you recall being concerned about Mr. Depp in June 2018?
Yes.
What, if any, concerns did you have about Mr. Depp taking drugs or alcohol that were not part of the protocol?
I was concerned that that could be potentially an issue.
Dr. Kipper, Kipper 28.
At this point, there's an exhibit of which the parties are
Deadlines here. We
still
got
in
some last-minute
dispute.
tips if
I
you haven't
believe
filed
it's okay to continue playing at
Texas
this
yet?
point, and we can resolve it
All right.
after the fact.
Is that
Yeah, we can resolve it after the deficit.
okay? All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Are invoices that you produced from February 2015 through from February 6, 2015 to February 1st, 2021. Do you recall producing these documents?
No.
No.
Those would have come from my accountant's office.
Okay. Are you still working for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the bottom here, there's a lot that just say case management fee. Do you know what that refers to as opposed to nursing services and doctor services?
That's a retainer fee that I have with him on a monthly basis.
Now, Dr. Kipper, we received invoices for you from Mr. Depp from Fireman's Insurance Fund for 2014. Does this look like an invoice from your office to Mr. Depp? Dr. Kipper, you've already testified that these are invoices to Mr. Depp, correct?
I've testified that these are invoices. This is something generated from my accountant. Yes.
Defamation trial. This is what you're listening to, week 2 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. Again, week 2 of this happening live right now in Fairfax, Virginia. But we do want to cut away and bring you to President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, who are at the White House right now for the annual Easter egg roll. So let's go ahead and listen in.
A little startled sometimes, but the joy and the laughter is something that has been a wonderful tradition here at the White House for a long, long time. I especially want to thank the White House Historical Association, the National Park Service, and America's Egg Board for all their hard work to make this day possible. Let's give them a round of applause. All of you, have fun today. Welcome to the White House. Welcome to your house. Welcome to the South Lawn. Thank you, and happy, happy Easter.
All right, everybody. That was some brief remarks from President Joe Biden, who is live at the White House alongside his wife, First Lady Jill Biden, welcoming in about 30,000 children and their chaperones to the White House for the annual White House Easter egg roll, which is returning after a 2-year COVID-induced hiatus. This is a tradition here in the U.S. that dates back to 1878, where presidents have been welcoming in children and their parents and families to the White House for this annual tradition. So again, that is the latest feed that we have coming into our desk. We also have stocks, as we mentioned, and of course that Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. So again, that is the latest information that we have. It's week 2 of that trial, again, where Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation. What you're looking at on your screen right now, along with the White House and stocks, and inside the courtroom, some other top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. It is now day 54 of Russia's war in Ukraine. We have learned that several attacks in Lviv, Ukraine, have killed 7 civilians and injured 11 others after Russian troops fired at least 4 missile strikes in Lviv today. Also, here in the United States, it was a grim weekend where we do now know that there were at least 3 mass shootings over Easter weekend, one in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where 2 juveniles died, and 2 other mass shootings to happen in South Carolina. Also, today is the tax deadline day, where we did just hear from our Fox 11 LA's Jessica O in Los Angeles, giving us some tips for those last-minute filers. So just so you know, again, today is the deadline to either file your taxes or request an extension by the end of today. So those are, again, just several top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get to some other news that we are following right now that we do want to show you. We'll take this graphic down. We do know that New Jersey Governor Murphy is calling this a historic step for the Garden State. 13 medical marijuana dispensaries will be able to sell legal weed to all adults beginning on Thursday, but they still need to go through some final inspections. Our Fox 5's New York's Briella Tomasetti is on this story with more.
Governor Phil Murphy says weed dispensaries in the Garden State can legally begin selling recreational marijuana in less than a week. And James Leventis, Executive Vice President of multi-state operator Verano, says it's high time.
So we have 3 dispensaries in New Jersey. 2 of them are going to open for recreational use customers starting Thursday morning on the 21st.
During a virtual meeting on Monday, New Jersey's Cannabis Regulatory Commission, made up of 5 members, gave 7 medical marijuana companies the seal of approval to start selling their products to anyone 21 or over.
It's truly remarkable what we have accomplished in the last year.
Supply chain issues slowed down the process in March, but now businesses say they're more than ready to hit the ground running.
We've been ramping up production for several years now since we opened back in February of 2020.
New York, in the meantime, is also another step forward on the path to selling legal pot. The state has licensed 52 suppliers to begin growing product on farms. Among the applicants, Route 27 Hemp Yard in Suffolk County.
It definitely means the business is going to grow and expand.
The farm, owned and operated by Ryan Nandos and his uncle, Mark Carroll, plans to begin planting marijuana seeds this spring, both outdoors and in greenhouses. But that's just the first step. The state still has to give suppliers the green light to actually sell weed, which could take a few more months. The New York Cannabis Board is also giving the first retail licenses to people with pot-related convictions.
We're going to, of course, talk with the state and, what guidelines they give us.
And a big thanks to our Briella Tomasetti for that report. We do want to switch gears to some news out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's a story that we've been reporting to you for the past week and a half. We now know funeral arrangements have been made for Patrick Loyola. He is the man who was shot and killed by a Grand Rapids police officer. A funeral will be held this Friday at a Grand Rapids church, and among the attendees will be the Reverend Al Sharpton. Now, Loyola, a black man, was shot in the head and killed by a white police officer back on April 4th. Video that you're looking at right now was released by the department, and it shows the two men fighting and struggling over a taser for nearly 2 minutes before the deadly shot was fired. A number of protests have been held in Grand Rapids since this video was released. The officer involved has not been identified. The officer does remain on administrative leave as Michigan State Police investigate. So again, that funeral is planned for Friday, and we do know several more protests are also planned for the weekend. And here in Florida, dozens of people gathered outside one of the entrances to Disney World with banners and U.S. flags to protest against the company for its response to the parental rights and education law, also known as the Don't Say Gay law, which was signed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Our Fox 35 team here in Orlando has more.
A large protest right outside one of the entrances to Disney World. Organized by Moms for America, the group holding up signs and waving American flags as thousands of drivers pass by.
The response here is real people not being afraid of a big money corporation, Disney. And Disney is cowering down to a handful of people.
Protesters say they're not happy with how Disney responded to the parental rights and education law. Before it was signed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Disney CEO Bob Chapek spoke out against it. The law bans classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender in kindergarten through 3rd grade.
So we're really out here to show support for Governor DeSantis, and let Disney know that, if this is the type of, agenda that you're going to have, you're going to continue to face opposition like this.
Opponents of the new law call it Don't Say Gay. In a counter-protest, Cy Smith says it singles out LGBTQ kids.
If there is a child in that classroom that identifies a certain way, that should be respected.
She says the views in this crowd don't reflect a lot of Floridians.
I feel like as Floridians, some of us have to step up and let these people know they're the ones not welcome here.
Deputies keeping a close eye on some arguments between the two sides, but we didn't see anything turn violent. Danielle Lama, Fox 35 News.
Danielle, thank you for that report. Now to another story that we are following. Should the topics of race and sexual orientation be taught in the classroom? And if so, to what extent? Those are the questions generating some debate across the nation as school districts re-examine their curriculums. Fox News' Chris DeMio has more on the changing landscape of American education and what it could mean for your child.
Philosophies about how and what we teach our nation's school kids are under heavy scrutiny coming out of the pandemic as school districts grapple with how and if topics centering around race and sexuality should be discussed in the classroom. According to a new Associated Press NORC poll, roughly 40% of Americans agree with how current K-12 curriculums discuss race and sexuality. But the topics become polarized along party lines, with 40% of Republicans saying they're taught too much and 40% of Democrats saying they're not addressed enough.
They're delicate and they're not as resilient as adults when it comes to different ideas and theories. And teaching them about racism may not help them.
I want to know
what I can do to help make sure that my daughter grows up viewing people equally, no matter what their differences are, no matter what they look like, no matter their gender presentation.
The study comes on the heels of Florida and Alabama passing laws restricting conversations about gender identity and sexuality in the classrooms. And now at least 8 more states, including Arizona, Louisiana, and Missouri, are considering similar actions. These ongoing debates over school conduct are just one of the reasons homeschooling is surging in popularity. Data collected by the Associated Press found only 3% of kids were homeschooled before the pandemic. That number shot up by 63% from 2020 to 2021. And while the number of kids being homeschooled fell by 17% this year, the concept is still gaining traction. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
Chris, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out to a live feed that we're getting right now into our desk of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in Jacksonville, Florida, announcing some new funding for the Dr. Leon Haley Trauma Center. Let's listen in.
Leon Haley Sr. Good morning. Yesterday, Easter Sunday, my wife and I were listening to a Easter sermon. It was entitled Good News from the Graveyard. And in the course of the sermon, the minister referred to 2 experiences all of us from time to time share or have. One is grief, the other is gratitude. And so in the course of the day, I kept reflecting upon Leon and my wife and I and his siblings and the grief that we have shared over the last year. It's been deep and it's painful and it's filled us with a great deal of sorrow. But on the other hand, we're full of gratitude. First of all, we are grateful to God for having given us Leon for the number of years he was with us. He was a wonderful and loving son. So much so that from the time he left our home at about age 18 to go to college, he never stopped calling us every Sunday to check on Mama and Daddy. That's the kind of son he was. And then when we had our second shot for the COVID, he wanted to make sure we were going to be all right because he said there might be some effects of that. He came from Jacksonville to Florida, to Pittsburgh, to be there to make sure we were all right. And we were. But it was comforting for him to be there. But the same love he showed for us, he showed for his siblings, his brother Lauren and his sister Lisa, and obviously a great deal of love for his children that he talked about all the time, Grant and Wesley and Nichelle. And so we have a full of gratitude for that love. We're also grateful for the love he had for this city and this hospital and for the community and for the love that he reflected in his concern for the poor, the left out, and the marginalized. And so gratitude in terms of the resources that are going to be made available to build this new facility named after him, the Emergency and Trauma Hospital, is a deep, deep sense of gratitude to us. And we will be a legacy that I'm sure Leon is smiling down on us about it all. Thank you very much. All right, now we'll have Russ Armistead.
Gosh, thank you, Governor DeSantis, Grant, Dr. Haley Sr. We see Leon in this family. I mean, there's no other way. Thank you for those words. That's actually almost enough for today. I have a few words that I'll say, but Dr. Haley and Grant, you're really the reason that we're able to be here today. What an exciting event for UF Health Jacksonville, the College of Medicine here in Jacksonville, course, the Haley family, the city, Northeast Florida, and Southeast Georgia. What the legislature and the governor has done is monumental for us, for this community, and for our patients. Our Level 1 Trauma Center has been a centerpiece of healthcare in this region for nearly 3 decades. As some of you know, we're the first trauma program to open in Florida in 1983. Today, we're still the only combined adult and pediatric trauma center in this region. Each year, you've heard, we see over 4,000 patients. Imagine the impact on the community, patients we treat, their family and friends, and their livelihood. It's just really almost impossible to measure. We've been able to provide these services despite working in an incredibly challenging environment. Our people provide some of the best care and expertise you'll find, but the trauma center itself, as well as our emergency department, was in dire need of upgrades. This funding will change that dramatically. It's a wonderful way to honor our colleague, former CEO, Dr. Leon Haley Jr., who tragically passed away this year. This started when a group of Leon's friends on a fishing trip to the Keys decided they needed to do something special to honor Leon's legacy, short legacy here. Well, 9 individuals, 4 or 5 of those are here today. They called me and I thought they were nuts. Anyone who met Dr. Haley knew how much he cared about health care as well as taking care of equity. He was well known as a bridge builder between rich, poor, black, white, Democrat, Republican, and it's so fitting that the governor and a bipartisan group of legislators chose to fund and name this for him. His work with the community and political leaders is well known. Connection to the city council, civic groups is unmatched. Everyone here at UF can't thank you enough. I'm personally touched to be a part of this because of my connection with Dr. Haley Jr., this organization, and our community. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Linda Edwards.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. It is very difficult to follow Dr. Haley and Grant. Thank you, and so nice to formally meet you today. It has been a pleasure to meet you and chat with you, and I am actually humbled to be standing at the podium. And so I thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak. So on behalf of the College of Medicine, Jacksonville, its physicians and our staff, we really do thank you for coming today. And Russ said it best when he said, "This is monumental." Though I have only been dean of the college for just under a year, I have been a part of this campus for a number of years, and I won't say how many that number is, but I can say that this is probably the most memorable day for my time on this campus, and I'm sure I could say the same thing for a number of our other staff and faculty. This is truly monumental and memorable. And it's monumental not because this community will be getting an incredible new resource, but also because it's
You are listening in to a live feed coming into our desk of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at the University of Florida Health Center announcing some new funding for the Emergency and Trauma Center there in Jacksonville, Florida. Also, we do have the White House Easter egg roll, which is currently underway at this very moment, again, happening at the White House. The camera's a little shaky there right now, but we do have several feeds of this coming into our desk. So again, this is the White House Easter egg roll. It is a tradition that the White House has put on since 1878. Unfortunately, that feed did cut out for us here on Live Now from Fox. So we do want to give you another live shot of the White House right now. So again, the White House is welcoming in about 30,000 children and their chaperones today for this annual tradition. It returns after a 2-year hiatus. The time here on the the East Coast is 10:35. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll be back live with more top stories when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko. The time here is 10:38 here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you a live feed that we have coming into our desk of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. This is coming into our desk from Fairfax, Virginia. If you didn't know, Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation following a op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post related to domestic abuse. Johnny Depp saying that that op-ed hurt his career. So again, this is a live feed coming in from the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, where again, Johnny Depp is now suing his ex-wife for defamation. Let's listen in to week 2 of this trial.
I'm going to scroll down a bit and just show you that there are future entries on this document as well. Do you see these?
I do. I'm assuming, I don't want to make an assumption, but I would believe these notes are from Aaron Forum. But if you'll give me a second to look at this, I can be more specific.
Certainly. Let me know if you'd like me to scroll through the document a bit more. I can do that for you.
Yes, these are notes from Aaron Forum.
Does this document reflect any of your own notes on Ms. Heard?
This reflects my treatment recommendations.
But these are Ms. Forum's notes.
Yes. Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Forum to maintain these notes?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
Because she was monitoring a patient and I needed to be informed of how the patient was doing and for any adjustments of treatment.
Did you tell Ms. Forum what type of information should be documented in the notes?
No.
And would there be anything that you expressly asked her not to document?
No.
Do you understand that Ms. Borum used her training and judgment in preparing these notes?
Yes, I do.
You weren't telling her what to include in these notes. She was drafting them on her own. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you reviewed these notes before?
I have reviewed these notes.
Have you reviewed them in their entirety?
Yes, but not recently.
And how often would you review Ms. Borum's notes on Ms. Heard?
I review my nurse's notes as they come in, so that would be on a real-time basis.
Okay. And going back to the first page, do you see this entry is dated August 27th, 2014?
Yes.
Does this refresh your recollection as to when Ms. Borum would have been assigned to Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And does this at all refresh your recollection as to when you started treating Ms. Heard?
Yes, this would be about the time.
During the time that you treated Ms. Heard, did she ever seek treatment from you for injuries that appeared to be the result of domestic abuse?
No, she did not.
Did she ever seek treatment from you for any injuries that she told you were caused by Mr. Depp?
No, she did not.
And did Ms. Heard ever tell you that Mr. Depp abused her?
No, she did not.
And you never witnessed any physical abuse by Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard during the time that you treated both of them?
No, never.
If Ms. Bourne observed that Ms. Heard had any physical injuries, is this something that would have been documented in her patient notes for Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely.
In March 2015, you traveled down to Australia to attend to Mr. Depp, is that right?
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. Depp was already in Australia, correct?
Correct.
And was Ms. Lloyd with him?
Yes.
And was Ms. Heard with him?
Yes.
When you arrived in Australia, when did you first see Mr. Depp?
I believe it was the day after I arrived.
And where did you see him?
I saw him at his home in Australia.
And how long did you meet with him during that time?
Probably an hour.
When you first met with Mr. Depp in Australia, did you see the home that he was staying in?
Yes.
And was it a standalone house?
Yes.
Was there a fence around the house?
I'm sorry?
Was there a fence around the house?
That I can't recall.
Do you recall whether Mr. Depp's security team was at the property?
Yes, they were.
Where did you see them?
I saw them in and around the house.
Do you recall how many security personnel there were?
2 to 3.
Now, after you arrived in Australia, at some point you were notified that Mr. Depp had been injured, correct?
Yes.
And I believe this was covered earlier in your deposition. You actually received a text message from Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And after you received that message, did you go directly to Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And Ms. Lloyd came with you?
Yes.
And I believe you said that Mr. Depp was outside the property in a car at that time, right?
That's correct.
Was Mr. Depp's security team there with him?
Yes.
And you examined Mr. Depp in the car with his security team present?
Yes, I saw him seated in the car when I arrived.
Did Mr. Depp tell you what had happened to his finger at that time?
Yes.
How long did you attend to Mr. Depp outside of the house?
Not long, probably a half hour, because I needed to get him to the emergency room.
So immediately after meeting him at the house, you went with him to the emergency room?
Yes, I cleaned his wound to the best that I could with the supplies that we had, and then took him. So it was within a half hour that we left.
Did you return to the house after bringing Mr. Depp to the hospital?
No, I was taken back to my hotel.
After you attended to Mr. Depp and before you went to the hospital with him, did you go inside the house?
No.
So you did not go inside the property the day that Mr. Depp contacted you about his injured finger?
No, I did go into the house, as I had stated, that after I saw him initially, I went into the home to see the home.
And that was before you went to the hospital with him?
Yes, I went in to instruct one of the people with him to look for the tip of the finger, hoping that we would be able to put it back.
Was the tip of the finger found?
It was found.
Who found it?
I believe this man was their chef.
And do you know where he found it or where he told you he found it?
He said he found it in the kitchen area.
When you went into the house, did you see Miss Heard?
Yes.
And how did she appear?
She was certainly upset.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from you for any injuries at that time?
No.
Did Miss Heard seek any medical attention from Miss Lloyd at that time?
No.
Did you observe any physical injuries to Miss Heard when you saw her that on March 7, 2015?
No.
So Miss Heard did not have any observable bruises that you saw?
That's correct.
And did Miss Heard appear to have a broken nose? Was Miss Heard's face swollen at all when you saw her?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Did Miss Heard have any cuts on her arms when you saw her?
Not that I can recall.
Did you recall seeing any cuts on her feet or any other part of her body?
I can't recall.
You are listening in to the trial, the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial coming in from Fairfax, Virginia. This is Dr. David Kipper on the stand. You're taking a look at Amber Heard right there, who is being sued by her ex-husband for $50 million over a 2018 op-ed that she penned for the Washington Post, saying that she had been a victim of domestic violence. Now, in that op-ed, Heard did not name her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, but Depp's legal team is arguing in this trial that the professional and personal fallout from those allegations and from that op-ed have been immense and have hurt his career. So again, this is week 2 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial that is currently going on in Fairfax, Virginia. And again, this is Dr. David Kipper taking the stand. We are monitoring several live feeds here on Live Now from Fox. Not only this, but we also have one coming into our desk in Jacksonville, Florida, that we do want to bring you right now. This is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, currently at the University of Florida Health System, where he is announcing some funding for the emergency and trauma center there. Also, we took you out to the White House just moments ago, where the White House is welcoming about 30,000 children and families to the White House today for the annual Easter egg roll. It has been a tradition at the White House since 1878. So again, just several live feeds that we are following. And also, we do want to take you out to New York City right now, where we do have New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is going to be making an education-related announcement with former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. Let's listen in.
Fallen heaviest on the children who were too far behind, especially low-income Black and Latino students. Without urgent help, many of them will fall either further behind, which could have devastating effects on their chances for graduating high school and going to college or beginning a career. That would be a disaster for them, but also for our city and our country. Here's one way to think about this moment. Right now, scientists all over the world are studying long COVID to understand it and how to treat it. Well, what we're talking about today is the educational equivalent of long COVID. The good news is we know how to treat it: extra help and intensive instruction, and we've got to provide it, and we're going to start right now. We can't let a whole generation of students suffer from long COVID when it comes to their education, and I know the mayor and chancellor feel the same way. They both deserve credit for recognizing the crisis and taking immediate action by expanding the city's summer school program called Summer Rising. That's a critically important step, and it will help an awful lot of students. This really is an all-hands-on-deck moment. Private sector and philanthropic groups have a duty, I think, to step in and do what they can, and our foundation is going to do our part. Together with a group of partners, we're committing $50 million to help charter schools create or expand summer school programs that will provide a coverage of an average of 5 weeks of additional instruction in math and English. All charter schools serving students in grades K through 12 are eligible to receive funding for the program, which will target students who are most in need of extra help. Schools can apply for funding starting today through the website summerboostnyc.org. The funders joining our foundation in this effort include Ken Griffin, Stan Druckenmiller, the Carson Family Charitable Trust, Robin Hood, Gray Foundation, and the Walentis Foundation. And I wanted to publicly thank them for their generosity and for stepping up to help students at a pivotal moment in their lives. Improving schools for every child in every neighborhood has always been a priority for our administration, and I'm glad to say we made significant progress closing achievement gaps that exist between students of different backgrounds. Opening charter schools under the direction of Chancellors Joel Klein and Dennis Walcott was one of the ways that we did it. Our city and our nation failed too many students during the pandemic, and now we've got to go above and beyond to get those kids back on the track that these other guys started. This summer, I think, is a valuable opportunity to make up for lost ground, and we're not going to let it slip by. So let me again thank Mayor Adams, Chancellor Banks, and Deputy Mayor Wright for taking action and for their partnership. It really is going to make a very big difference for a lot of children, and our team at Bloomberg Philanthropies, run by Patty Harris and Howard Wolfson, is glad to be part of this and to support the mayor and his team as they work to address the crisis in our schools. Let me now do something I've wanted to do for a long time, turn it over to the mayor.
This
is a COVID-friendly handshake. You know,
That's the most ridiculous thing I've seen.
Thank you so much. And this is definitely a Carter moment. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And the staff was excited to see the mayor walk inside, watching him come through the security and up the steps. As he stated, some of his alumni still here, serving government, committed and dedicated, and we thank you. And we thank you for what you're doing around not only education. It's no secret after the primary win that we communicated with the mayor often. Sheena and I went to visit him over at his office and just ask for his input and to just really be a part of this campaign. It was a miss for so many years, far too many years, I believe. His willingness to do things like this didn't start in 2022. He wanted to continue to assist the city, what he has been doing all over the country. He was the modern day Paul Revere around gun violence. If we would have embraced what you were doing in cities across the country around gun violence, we wouldn't be where we are right now. He was stating it was getting out of control. And so I cannot thank the mayor enough, and Howard and Patty just for being committed to our children and our families in the city, because it goes together. And so to Michael and the Bloomberg philanthropic initiatives, we want to say thank you. The summer boost in New York City is so needed. And I don't think anything personified that need more than what was stated about long-term COVID. We did something in Bushwick about the physical aspects of long-term COVID, but the long-term COVID of education, our children are behind in reading and math. And this is going to have a long-standing impact, not only for all children in the city, but it's going to impact those children who were already behind. And if we don't get on top of this and focus on this, it's going to have an impact on our children globally. Employment, being able to provide families, to buy a home, to pay for education for their children, and so many others that we believe, other things that we believe are important to look at. This massive investment that this administration is receiving for those children in charter schools is going to help children and families all over the city, and is going to make our schools work for everyone. I am not going to be caught up in the conversation of separating children based on the names of the schools they are in. They are all of our children, all of our children. And today, we are invested in all of them. $50 million investment in the education of our kids. Every young person, whether they are in district schools or charter schools, they deserve to have a quality education. That is what this administration is saying. That is what this mayor is doing today. Too many of our sons and daughters are behind because of COVID and because of failures. They both go together, and they have been compounded this year. They have dealt with remote learning, illnesses, absences, learning loss. It's just a combination of what has hit these children, and it's just unfair that adult problems have turned into the crises for our children and future generations. And I said it before, and I'm going to continue to say it. Starting out behind instead of starting out ahead is something we have to move away from. And it's time not only to catch up, but for our young people to move forward, and that's what we are going to do. And we know if we expand opportunities at the earliest possible age, we can set out our kids on the right path to success. And programs like Summer Boost, New York City, are going to help us accomplish that. It's going to give our chancellor the boost he needs to continue the great work that he's doing. It will reach 25,000 K-8 students in the New York City charter schools, 25,000 children. That is something that we need to all be pleased with, and just not only put them in the classroom, but put them in a class of their own where they receive an opportunity to learn about reading and math fluency. And the math issue is a huge issue. We're falling in reading, but the studies that we witnessed during the campaign, we saw that math is a problem. And it's an indicator of the success of our children in the future. Every young person in the program will get a chance to grow, to learn, to explore their talents and imagination. What I like about this is that we're going to turn our city into a classroom, something the chancellor talks about all the time. Our city must be the classroom, not only the sterilized environment of a classroom building or school building, but this entire classroom, not only the sterilized environment of a classroom building or school building, but this entire city. And it complements the work the city is already doing through our Summer Rising program. Thank you, Sheena, for the visionary of the Summer Rising program. I believe all year school, I made that clear. You know, that summer gap, that summer loss, our children need to have structured education throughout the entire year to catch up and to exceed. We're going to be serving in our Summer Rise program 110,000 K through 8 this year, the largest summer program in our city's history. We keep saying the largest all the time, and I don't think people get that largest part. Largest summer employment, largest investment in this, the largest in this, the largest in that. Whenever we see it, people miss the largest. I keep breaking records, and people continue to ignore the records that I'm breaking. You know, the largest. All they know is, well, you know what, you ex-police. But we are investing the largest in all the areas in children and families. And that needs to be talked about more because it's not talked about enough. And it's about giving our kids a safe space. During the summer months, crime increases. Our goal is to place our children in safe spaces so that we can bring down the violence, bring children into safe environments so that they can continue to grow and learn and prosper during the summer months. And this is the goal that we are going to accomplish. We're assuring every young person is given an opportunity to exceed and no one is left behind. Could not have been done without the partnership with the mayor, and I cannot thank him enough. And it's only the beginning of the things we're going to do together. We're going to stay close with the foundation. Sheena has Patty and Howard on speed dial. You know, the mayor and I speak routinely about different ideas, learning from those things that are best practices globally. New York is a global city, and we are going to learn across the globe what people are doing successful so we can make sure we recover ending the inequalities that are in the way of prospering the lives for the people of this city. So again, to your entire team, our entire team, realize that we are one team. We put on one jersey on January 1st, 2022, and that jersey states Team New York. Team New York. And we don't leave anyone behind in this pursuit. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you, both of you, Mr. Mayor. Is this something that already exists in the public schools? You alluded to the fact that students in district schools will also be getting, you know, expanded summer programs. So can you talk about what this grant does? Does it even the scales between what district schools have and charter schools have? Or will charter schools now have something that district schools don't?
The mayor has a program for all kids in New York City, whether they go to public schools that are charters or public schools that are not charters. In the past, the non-charter kids were not covered, but the mayor has chosen to cover them as well. This is a grant for the most in need, let's say a third of the kids in charter schools who've been left behind, to give them some extra work in the charter schools. And the charter school people thought that they would like to take a stab at helping their kids, and that would be a role model for everybody. And so we're funding that. And so that's where the $50 million is going, of which I think Bloomberg Philanthropies put in 2/3 of it, and then 1/3 from the other people whose names I mentioned.
Juliet? Yes, Mayor Adams, how important is it to have Mayor Bloomberg in the fold and to provide not only his experience and advice, but some of the issues he's focused on, education, guns? Where will you rely on him?
Oh, so many. I don't think there has been another mayor in our city that walked into office dealing with a question mark that lingered over the success of this city. People don't realize the mayor came in after we saw the center of our trade collapse after the terrorist attack. He inherited a difficult time and had to turn around the city. And so here's a person who has gone through it. And so when I look at the issues we are facing now, and I look at, when I read his book and read other things of what was going on during that time, why are we attempting to ignore a person who has already gone through it? And so when I sit down and bounce ideas off of him, talk about the recovery of the city during 9/11, what was going through his mind, what should we do differently, it's just really, it's a handicap not to have that. And so, when you see the level of calmness that I have, because I already spoke to Mike, and I know we're going to get through this, So, when I keep saying New Yorkers are resilient, that we're going to make it through this, we're going to get through this. We're going to get through the crises that we are facing because we got through it already, and we're going to get through it again. We are New York strong, and we had a mayor that showed us how we could be New York strong.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, glad you're feeling better. For both Mayor Adams and former Mayor Bloomberg, can you talk a little more about, especially given that the Summer Rising program is open to students in charter schools, why did you think it was important to invest in a whole separate program? Was there something about Summer Rising that was not working well, or charter schools?
No, it was that the charter schools wanted to take a chance, take the opportunity to try what they've been doing during the school year for the summer schools, which they didn't have before. And so it's extra money for them. But keep in mind, charter schools students don't get funded by the state anywhere as near as much as non-charter schools. So that's probably 20-odd% less. But it's a little bit to make that up, but also because the charter schools wanted to do it and didn't have the funds to do it. But I want to emphasize that the mayor's program is for all students, whether they go to charter or the more traditional schools.
This question is for Chancellor Banks. Could you talk about, have you done a full survey of your staff for the DOE Summer Rising program? Do you have an idea of how much staff you will have? That includes, will there be the option for paraprofessionals and other aides for students?
So we are in the midst of all of that now. The word has gone out to school staff, school leaders, paras. So we are putting all that together now, but we're fully confident that we'll be able to fully staff our schools for this summer.
How big is the staff approximately that you would need for Summer Rising?
I would have to give you the numbers on that. I don't know off the top of my head what the specific numbers are, and we've expanded it from what it has been in the past. As the mayor said, it's going to be the largest one, but we can certainly get the specific numbers to you. But the preliminary analysis that we've already done, is we were also concerned as we're expanding and ensure that we have the teachers and the support staff that we'll need. But we're also working that together with dozens and dozens of community-based organizations who are also partnering with us in this process as well. So it's not simply school staff, but we've engaged the entire community, the village, if you will, as part of this process. That's a big part of what's making this such a special summer that we've got planned. But we feel really good. We can get you the specific numbers very shortly.
This is a question for Mayor Bloomberg. If you could talk about how hands-on you all will be with the planning of these activities versus the Sure, about how hands-on you all will be with the planning of these activities versus the charter schools themselves, and if it comes from, if the former come up top, what the balance is going to be between those enrichment activities and more traditional in the classroom setting learning.
I'd love to tell you I heard you, but I didn't. One more time.
Sure.
A little bit louder.
Sure. I'm asking about how much of the planning will come from you all versus from the charter schools themselves, and if the former, what the breakdown really is between the enrichment activities, getting out into the city.
Howard Wilson would be better able to answer it since he designed the programs.
So it'll be a rigorous program of academics, math and reading specifically. There will also be the kinds of activities you would associate the kids would probably rather be doing in the summer as well, social and emotional learning, recess. We have a model curricula that has been used in other summer programs around the country, designed by a company called Lavinia. That we will be making that available to the charter schools. Some charter schools will probably choose to use their own curricula. Some of the larger networks have already been running programs like this and probably have a sense of how they'd want to do it. We're going to let them do that. But some schools who have never had the money to do this will likely use the model curricula that we'll be providing. And so it'll be a mix. Some will use it, some won't. But there will certainly be a minimum standard of academic instruction, even for kids as little as first grade. We'll have kids tested at the beginning, and we'll have kids tested at the end to gauge the progress. Hopefully there will be a significant improvement over time. So we'll be working very closely with all the schools. Every school will be eligible, and hopefully every school will apply.
Okay, so our first question is going to come from Steve Burns, WCBS.
Hi, good morning. Former Mayor Bloomberg, current Mayor Adams, glad you're feeling better. Mayor Adams wanted to ask you about this as it relates to your budget proposal. A $375 million cut to the DOE was included in your budget. And given the rhetoric around how much help all these students need, I wanted to see how you reconcile that with that kind of a cut to the DOE budget.
We ask, I said on the campaign trail, promise made, promise kept. We ask all of our agencies to do a 3% peg without hurting the services. I stated that, there was fat in the budget. They were fat in our agencies, and we have to be more efficient and more streamlined and deliver a good product. The chancellor went in, he looked at that, and he determined what areas he was going to make those adjustments. And I have the utmost faith in the chancellor that he's not going to impact education, quality of service, and taking care of our children. That is how the decision was made.
Okay, next we're going to go to Emma Fitzsimmons with the New York Times.
Hi, Mayor. I have an off-topic question for you about the pandemic. Can I ask that now?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, hold on. Let's finish up, and then we'll come back. We won't forget you. Don't forget Emma from the New York Times.
That's all on topic there. On topic here, education. Mayor Adams, a couple days ago, you announced the return and expansion of the Gifted and Talented program. Could you talk about that?
Yes.
The Gifted and Talented program. You announced a few days ago, you expanded it, bring it back. Could you just talk about that? Why it was so important to expand it and how it's different than the previous iteration of this?
Because, and I'm pretty sure the chancellor could speak on it, accelerated learners learn differently. It doesn't mean, and as the chancellor states all the time, that we don't want and continue to have a mixture of students in the classroom, but we have to be focused on how do we move barriers for all of our children, including accelerated learners, and that's what the chancellor did. And I have the utmost respect and confidence in his ability to understand what are the needs of our children. You want to touch on anything in particular?
I think the most important thing to note here is that we've continued to listen to our families across New York City. gifted and talented programs are something that communities have wanted across New York, and we responded to that need. So, there are students who are accelerated learners, and we thought that that was really important to double down on the investment. In fact, as we traveled around the city and we spoke to community leaders and elected officials, they unanimously, they said to us, don't get rid of the program, expand the program. There are many parts of New York City that did not have gifted and talented programs at all. And they said, and we want them. And so the goal was to do that. While at the same time, the biggest part of our job is to ensure that there's a quality educational experience in every school. So that's well beyond our gifted and talented programs. We think that we can do both. That is what our mandate really ought to be. It's not this or that. That's why I'm so excited about this announcement. There've often been set up these false barriers between traditional public schools and charter schools. They are all of our children, and we've got to knock down those walls of separation. And we should be learning from each other and supporting one another. And I think that's why it's so important to see Mayor Bloomberg and his team back here today. It just is another example of Mayor Adams and his ability to break down those barriers and to bring us all together. And that's what we're excited about.
Let me add something to that. The mayor and the chancellor talked about expanding the elite school system for those kids who really can do great academic work, and they can benefit from that. You will have a lot more kids that could benefit from it and could qualify if we improve the results coming out of K through 9 education. And unless we do something about that, you are never going to eliminate racism, eliminate poverty, stop crime, or doing any of these things. A kid that does not have an education doesn't have a chance. They fall off cliffs with monotonous regularity, and we're the ones that are responsible. And hopefully this chancellor and this mayor will focus on that, and will get more kids to be able to move up, do more work, do higher challenging work, get to more elite schools, and go on and have great careers and contribute to society. But it is in our hands. The bottom line is we are not doing a good job in any part of our education. We can do more, and hopefully these two will do it.
Mayor Bloomberg, is this at all part of your $750 million plan to expand charter school seats?
We'll talk about that at another time.
But is this part of that, or is it something?
No, it's in addition to anything else that we're working on.
And how many schools do you anticipate participating in the program?
So there are over 200 schools that are going to be eligible. They're probably not all going to apply. There's some that may apply, may not, get the money for whatever reason. But my guess is that a good portion of the K-8 schools in the charter system will apply there.
And thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Good to see New York City Mayor Eric Adams back in action here, as he also is just recovering from COVID-19. We know that while it seems like there's been so many other topics on our minds, we are not done with the coronavirus. So good to see some of our leaders across the country coming up with plans. Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, monitoring all the live events that we have coming to us from across the country. Want to give you a look at just some of the different things that we're seeing here on our desk. Right now, we're getting just a little bit of tape playback from the Easter egg event that was happening at the White House. You can see there in the middle of your screen, Vice President Kamala Harris. She also was in attendance with the Bidens earlier here this morning. We'll replay some of that video for our viewers who may have missed it earlier today. A little bit later on Live Now from Fox. Also monitoring here for our viewers that we do have the Johnny Depp trial. He is once again back in court with his ex-wife, who he has filed a lawsuit against. And right now you're seeing the seal because they are in a morning break, but we will be continuing to keep an eye on this, bringing our viewers in and out of this trial as we have now entered that second week. All right, let's also show you happening right now in Philadelphia. We do have the DA plus other officials. Not only are we going to be getting our weekly gun violence update, but we're also hearing from the Neighborhood Bike Works. They are doing a bicycle ride program to help with youth leadership opportunities. We'll be playing this out here for our viewers a little bit later, but speaking of that area in our northeast, we do have our New Jersey Governor, Phil Murphy. He is speaking about adding additional class of state police troopers. We're going to take you into this press briefing, started from the beginning right here for you on Live Now from Fox when we come back after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are always monitoring events happening across the country, around the world, and yes, even up in space. A new ISS crew is performing a spacewalk. They are installing the European robotic arm, which was produced by the German Fokker Space Company. Now, this work is going to be expected to take about 6.5 hours. So because of that, it is something cool to see happening live in front of us. I'm going to put us into that double box again so we can continue listening in. We do have our New Jersey governor who is announcing today some extra additional state police trooper classes. So let's go ahead. We're going to be listening into that while we also watch this historic moment. Those spacewalks, always really cool to see. It's all happening right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Response to storms, natural disasters, and as we all now are critically aware, to public health emergencies. Indeed, throughout our COVID response, the state police worked hand in hand with state and federal partners to create thousands of additional hospital beds, set up testing and vaccine sites, and procure, quite literally, tens of millions of pieces of PPE to protect our essential employees and residents at the pandemic's height and ensure a strong inventory for future needs. The state police is also the main point of enforcement of our gaming laws. It is responsible for all expungements, including those related to past marijuana-based convictions. And the state police have taken a leadership role in combating the opioid epidemic through the creation of the Drug Monitoring Initiative that is bringing together public safety and public health experts in tackling one of our most pressing challenges. This doesn't even complete the list of roles and functions that this division provides. The state police currently counts a total of 3,020 enlisted troopers in its ranks. Yet to meet the demands put upon the division, especially in light of the significant demands necessitated by our COVID response and the increased need for law enforcement stemming from the pandemic, this count should exceed 3,100. With these two classes, we can ensure that this level is met, given our increased emergency response needs over the past several years, as well as anticipated attrition due to retirements or other separations from the service. And at the same time, we can ensure a state police force that better mirrors our state's diversity. And with these new troopers, we can ensure the high level of service that New Jerseyans have come to expect from the New Jersey State Police. As I've told both Pat and the members of the trooper classes that I've had the honor to address at their graduations, the New Jersey State Police are recognized across the nation for excellence. I hear it whenever I travel out of state. I hear it from my fellow governors. The New Jersey State Police are a tremendous point of pride. We are going to ensure they remain not just properly funded, but properly maintained. And this will be an investment in a stronger, fairer, and safer state. With that, it gives me great pleasure to turn things over to our acting Attorney General, Matt Plackett. Matt? Come on down.
Thank you, Governor. This is a great day for state police, for New Jersey, and for law enforcement throughout our state. I'm proud to stand beside the Governor, Colonel, Chairwoman Greenstein, and soon to be here Chairman Spearman, to announce the second Academy class for fiscal year 2023 for our New Jersey State Police. Since day one, Governor Murphy and his administration have demonstrated a firm commitment to keeping all residents in our state secure and safe. And this commitment has been made clear through the Governor's consistent support year after year for our New Jersey State Police, which of course is one of our nation's premier law enforcement organizations. The state police are also the most visible presence of law enforcement throughout our state, and the Governor touched on a number of the roles they play, but they truly confront essentially every challenge we face. They work, many people don't know this, they serve as local law enforcement in communities throughout our state. They prepare for and respond to all manners of emergencies, nothing more apparent than their response to the COVID pandemic, but storms like Tropical Storm Ida. They pursue gun traffickers, take firearms off the street, and they truly lead first-in-class cases in this regard. They lead our efforts to combat the opioid epidemic by taking down pill mills and disrupting other nefarious opioid production. They protect our highways, and they hold dangerous drivers accountable. And lately and importantly, through our expanded auto theft task force, they have been leading our efforts to combat the unfortunate rise in auto theft that we're dealing with throughout our state. And perhaps most importantly, troopers are on the front lines constantly working to build connections and earn the trust of the communities they serve. And I have to give the Colonel a particular shout out on this because it's his commitment to that effort that has helped us make many of the strides that we have made. And so simply put, in all corners of our state every day, Jersey troopers are putting their lives on the line to keep us safe. When we need them, they're here. And when we aren't calling upon them, they stand ready to address whatever challenges that may come our way. So today we're ensuring, thanks to the Governor's leadership, that the ranks of the Jersey State Troopers can meet the immense duties that we place on them, and that they can continue to do the work they do, supporting local police, working with community organizations and leaders, as well as partnering with our federal and state agencies. We're adding personnel and resources so that they and we can address the unfortunate rise in crime that we're seeing in our state, particularly violent crime. And with this second class, as the Governor mentioned, we'll be able to further our work to ensure that our troopers reflect the great diversity of this state. So that's why I want to say thank you to the Governor, to legislative leadership for your support for the state police. It means a lot. And to Colonel Callahan and the rest of his leadership team, and I have to shout out Lieutenant Colonel Jeannie Hagemule, who would have been here, but she's currently running the Boston Marathon, I think as we speak. So making us all feel ashamed. But Colonel, to you and your team, thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and it's easy to be excited about classes of future troopers, and I look forward to not only graduation in July, but coming graduations. It's very easy to be excited about those future troopers and what the future of the state police looks like when we know the example that they're going to be following. So with that, I'll turn it over to the governor.
Well done, man. Matt, thank you. We got it. My breath was taken away by the marathon comments, making us all look like slugs here. Matt, thank you, and thank you for your leadership. It's kind of odd that I'm welcoming our host this morning, but like greeting someone's guest at the front door when it's not your house. But I want to introduce another great leader who's been there and continues to be there through thick and thin, regardless of what's thrown New Jersey's way, the Superintendent of the State Police, Colonel Pat Callahan.
Thanks so much, Governor. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and I'll just take a few minutes to echo most of what's been said here again. I certainly thank Governor Murphy for his unwavering support since day one, and certainly Attorney General Platkin, having got to work with him when he was the governor's chief counsel, and now in this capacity is certainly a special working relationship, and certainly Senator Greenstein and Assemblyman Spearman, thanks for your constant support of the state police too. We are now in our 101st year of serving the citizens of New Jersey. The 100th anniversary was certainly special, but we didn't stop there. This 101st year of service to the citizens of New Jersey is even made stronger by this commitment for a second class. Usually our state police classes are what we call attrition classes. We retire 100, we graduate 100, and we kind of just hang in that area. But now with Governor Murphy and the legislative support of this second class, we call it a growth class, and given the mission and the scope of it, I think of, and the governor highlighted, I think of where we were back in March when we first activated this, March of 2020, when we activated the ROC and the State Emergency Operations Center, when we asked troopers to build mega testing sites, and we asked troopers and our partners to build vaccine sites, and to go out there and have mortuary affairs, something that we don't learn in the police academy, to have refrigerated trailers and refrigerated warehouses, as we couldn't decompress hospitals and funeral homes quick enough. I think of the state stockpile of PPE, sanitizer. We had troopers delivering ventilators to hospitals before they asked for them, to save lives based upon what we collected from our healthcare systems, and having that ability to collect the dots, to connect the dots, knowing what our state needed in probably one of its worst unprecedented times. I think of during a pandemic to take in almost 17,000 Afghanistan guests in Operation Allies Welcome over at Joint Base McGuire. Jersey troopers embedded at the heart of that. One in particular who greeted every single guest, trooper that was born in Afghanistan, and got on every single bus, sleeping in his car, in order to welcome them in their native tongue to New Jersey. That's a special place to be, and I think that's why the rest of the nation looks to New Jersey as to how we do things. I think of the Attorney General's recent initiative, Arrive, that alternative response to reduce incidences of violence, partnering mental health screeners with Jersey troopers to go out there to meet people in crisis, especially in the wake of this pandemic, as we're still not out of it, but those struggling with addiction, those struggling with depression, and having different outcomes and diverting people away from the criminal justice system to a mental health system in order to make sure that we got them the help that we needed. Special place for me to be. I was always just thrilled to call myself a Jersey trooper, and still am, and I certainly thank you, Governor, which is going to make a huge difference. If we get the enlisted members up over 3,100, I have no doubt that motto of honor, duty, and fidelity will not just be empty words, emblazoned on the hearts of our troopers, but it'll be a standard of life that each and every one of them take. Qualified and diverse. This candidate pool that's going in there is a very diverse and qualified pool, and I'm honored to be welcoming them to Seagirt. It is not an easy run down there at Seagirt. Currently, we have 175 recruits down at Seagirt, anticipated to graduate in July, and it is a special group of women and men that don't even get to go home most weekends because of the measure we've taken because of COVID. So completely honored and thrilled that this second class has been supported, and I thank you, Governor, for your continued leadership and partnership as always. Thanks, Gov.
Well done, man. Thank you as always. Thank you, Colonel. You mentioned Afghan refugees. I'm wearing as close as I can come to state police colors, but also to the Ukrainian flag. It's a good reminder that this awful, evil thug, Putin, has killed so many innocent individuals and has displaced folks by the millions. We were the first state in America to raise our hand that we would gladly, willingly, with great passion, welcome any Ukrainian refugees. That's been a trickle to date, but I know that if it becomes a real flow of refugees, as always, the state police will be there to help make that as smooth a reality as possible. This is the second time we've had a second class in my administration, but first times in these two instances since Governor came. So it's been a long time since we've been able to do anything other than just replenish the folks who have attrited or retired. So honored to stand with you. It takes a village, no matter how good an idea any one of us may have, how good an intention any one of us may have. Boy, do we have great legislative partners, and this is no exception. So we'd love to ask them to say a couple of words. First up, the chair of the Senate Law and Public Safety Committee, Senator Linda Greenstein. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks. This is a wonderful day, and I want to start by thanking the governor for allowing this to happen. And we'll have much larger numbers of state troopers. Thank you to the Attorney General also, which is what we need here in New Jersey. We are so proud of the state troopers. It really is an honor to have such a wonderful force here in New Jersey, and now we'll be able to have the larger numbers that we need in order for them to do what they do. And of all the different things that you do, and the list is so long, obviously, I can't help but think of the COVID response with you, Colonel Callahan, always sitting there at the governor's side day after day for years, and the wonderful work that was done during that period of time. All of the activities, from PPEs to vaccinations and everything else that you were so involved with. And we want to thank you very much for everything you did during that time. We'll pray that we won't need that level again, but certainly we have a couple of years on it that really gave us what we needed during a very bad time. And again, one of the last things I want to say is that as chair of the Law and Public Safety Committee, we call on Colonel Callahan and the Attorney General all the time for assistance when we do hearings, trying to understand the issues better, and making sure that we're doing everything to be good legislative partners in all the work that you do. So again, we're looking forward to your life being easier with larger numbers of troopers. And thank you again, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, as always.
Yes.
Senator, thank you for your leadership. And before I bring up another outstanding leader, we've mentioned all of us COVID several times. I don't have the numbers exactly precise, but we're still in that expected wave that we talked about a month ago. We're mimicking what happened in Europe about 4 to 6 weeks ago. So positivity rate is up, not at, not double-digit percentages, but sort of at a level that we aren't thrilled about. Rate of transmission feels like it's plateaued. The good news in all of this, and I'm an example of this, I got it a few weeks ago, and I'm now double boosted, but at the time I was single boosted. The fact of the matter is the rates of increase in positivity, in rates of transmission, are not matched by the rate of increase in hospitalization or severe illness or, thank God, fatality. In other words, they're up a little bit, but the curve is a lot flatter sloping than the cases. And that is what the experts, and I think we've expected, that this is in the process of converting. It's on that journey from pandemic to endemic. And the sooner we get there, the better and happier we'll be. I mentioned it takes a village, and it takes two great chambers of legislative leaders, and would love to ask another terrific leader to come on up, the chair of the Assembly's Law and Public Safety Committee, Assemblyman Bill Spearman. Bill, great to have you, man.
Good to see you. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. It's really an honor to be here. First of all, before I say that, I just want to thank the governor for your leadership on COVID. I was actually talking to someone from Cooper Hospital the other day. He said we're like close to 90% vaccinated in New Jersey. That's amazing. And that's the reason why the hospitalizations aren't going up. So thanks to your leadership, Governor, thanks to your leadership, State Police. Always good to see you, Attorney General, and of course, Senator. It's good to see you. What's really special for me, though, is I'm a kid from Camden. I grew up in McGuire Gardens. And I remember back in the 80s and 90s when drugs had basically taken over our corners in Camden. And it was the state police working along with the county, along with the federal government and the Camden Police Department that took our streets back from the drug dealers. So it's an honor for me. In addition to all the other things you guys do, which is amazing, for me personally, it's an honor to be here with you because you made my streets safe again. And I still live in Camden. And there used to be 4 drug corners within 3 blocks of my house. And because of your work with the city and the federal government and the county, my streets are now safe. I mean, we still have drugs. I mean, they're everywhere. But at least I don't have to worry about seeing them on the corner, threatening my neighbors. So it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to see the diversity of the new class. It's an honor to have you ask me to be here, Governor. And it's an honor to live in New Jersey. God, I love New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I hope we film that for a commercial for either Camden County, or New Jersey. But thank you, Bill. And thank you, Linda, both of you, for being outstanding leaders and partners in this. And obviously want to reiterate deep thanks from Matt and Pat as well, and Pat, all of your colleagues with us today. We'll take a couple of questions if you got them. Matt?
Governor, forgive me for jumping around here, but do you have any concerns about if there's an apparent drain cluster in a town in New Jersey with a lot of people associated with a certain school? Do you have any concerns about that? And also curious if you've read a recent story about 2 women at New Jersey State Prison who got pregnant from what they say was consensual sex. I mean, just generally, do you have any thoughts? Did you read that? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, on the first, Matt, this is something that I know Woodbridge, the Middlesex County, and I guarantee you the state and the Department of Health and DEP and other entities in the state are taking very seriously. And so do we have concerns based on the incidents of rates that, anecdotally at least, that I've heard about? We absolutely have concern. I don't know that we know enough yet to be definitive in terms of causation, et cetera, but I know for sure that the tragedy that many lives are going through have some nexus to the Colonia High School. So that's something that we take very seriously. Again, too early to tell yet, I think, to draw any definitive conclusions. On the latter, I certainly have read it. More importantly, was briefed on it, or more relevantly, I should say, was briefed on it. And it's among many reasons why I've ordered Edna Mahan to be closed. And I had a meeting with our Commissioner of Corrections a couple of weeks ago to get a sense of progress on that front. And part of the reason to close it, and there are many, sadly, is the inability to segregate populations based on incidences or behaviors. And that's on the long list of reasons why it has to be closed, and that's in process. Dave.
Governor, I think you've probably heard the recreational marijuana.
And thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We brought this press conference here to you, but I do want to continue to bring you some of the other stories that have been taking place here across the country. I do want to say thanks to everyone who had been watching here over the weekend. I know a lot of celebrations happening with Passover and Easter, so a lot of families getting together. Hopefully you had a safe and happy holiday weekend. Right now, I want to show you just some of the videos that are coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. This is just a little bit of tape of playback of the president along with the first lady, and yes, even Jimmy Fallon out here reading some stories to the kids celebrating Easter. After they had to cancel the Easter event for 2 years because of the coronavirus pandemic, it was once back again here at the White House. So very fun to see, especially everyone in good spirits despite the kind of cooler, cold weather here today. It is not going to be a cold one for us in the Phoenix area. So I know a lot of people have been keeping a close eye on the weather. I do want to show you just kind of some of those temperatures that are taking place here across the board as we all get ready for yet another busy week. So you can see, as I mentioned, here in Arizona, we're already seeing those temperatures on the rise. But if you look at my friends and family who are back in the Minneapolis area, it's only 34 degrees. I saw some snowflakes even coming down from some of our cameras that were in and around the area. So they're dealing with just a little bit of that snow mixture, but you can see East Coast getting hit with just some of those rain and just with the colder temperatures, some areas going to have that cool rain. Some areas might see it even turn into some snow accumulations as well. We'll keep an eye on the weather here for everyone who's watching here with us. We always count on our Fox Weather team to keep track of everything as well. If they have any alerts that they need to notify us about, we'll of course jump into some of their coverage throughout the day as well. But because I showed you Jimmy Fallon, we're going to be going into just a little bit more of that celebrations that happened at the White House here after we return from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A little bit of a video showing us just some of those celebrations at the White House as they once again had their Easter egg roll happening. The First Lady had spoke earlier to the crowds. Let's go ahead and play that out. Then we'll be showing you some of the portions where the Bidens as well as Vice President Kamala Harris and yes, even Jimmy Fallon were out on the South Lawn. They were also celebrating the Easter holiday weekend. So let's go ahead and listen into some of those comments that were made by the First Lady, also the President, a little bit earlier here today.
Good morning and welcome to the Easter egg roll. The President and I are so excited that you are here. As your First Lady and as a teacher, I've seen again and again that learning doesn't only happen in a classroom. There are so many fun opportunities to learn around us every day. And that's especially true here at the White House. For generations, presidents and first ladies and kids just like you celebrated the Easter egg roll together, racing and making crafts, reading books, and of course, meeting the Easter Bunny. Education never stops. The The determined spirit of education is what we wanted to honor in this Easter egg roll. So we turned the South Lawn into a school community. Today, we hope you learn by going to the Reading Nook, roll some eggs, and most of all, have fun. Welcome to your house, the people's house. Happy Easter. Now, please welcome my husband, our president, Joe Biden. Sorry.
My job is to keep it from raining for another 2 minutes. Jill and I are excited to have you at the White House. We weren't able to host this Easter egg roll last year because of the pandemic, but this year we're finally getting together again, and it's so special. It means so much to see and hear the children and all the families show up to be here today. The joy, the laughter, and the occasional, at least with my young grandson, it's only 2, the occasional, there's Easter Bunny. A little startled sometimes. But the joy and the laughter is something that has been a wonderful tradition here at the White House for a long, long time. I especially want to thank the White House Historical Association, the National Park Service, and America's Egg Board for all their hard work to make this day possible. Let's give them a round of applause. All of you, have fun today. Welcome to the White House. Welcome to your house. Welcome to the South Lawn. Thank you, and happy, happy Easter.
All right, so the Bidens wishing everyone a happy Easter. Of course, so many families getting together over the weekend. As you heard the First Lady saying, they had a couple different events for families to take part in. Let's go ahead, jump into Jimmy Fallon reading a story with the President and First Lady that also happened on the South Lawn.
Perfect, here we go. Nana will read to you and sing you to sleep and fill you with memories that you'll always keep. You don't see a duck yet, right? No duck yet. Forever from 1 past 104, you'll always love Nana, but Nana loves you more. No, this is weepy. This is a sweet one. More than the moon, more than the stars, more than all the planets by far. More than rainbows, more than dreams, more than 3 scoops of your favorite ice cream. Whoa, now we're talking. I didn't write that for you, I swear. I promise I didn't plan this. What's your favorite ice cream? Someone said quack, no. Chocolate? Chocolate chip? What do you like? Mint chocolate chip? That's my favorite too, yeah, I love that one. Well, Nana loves you more than that. Okay. More than a bath overflowing with bubbles? Nana will even love you when you get in trouble. Look at all the bubbles. Uh-oh, wow, they're in trouble. Yeah, I know. More than whales? More than cheese? More than flowers and rivers and trees? More than cheese, what is that? More than candy and things that are sweet? More than anyone you'll ever meet. More than the biggest of all birthday cakes? Look at how big this birthday cake is. I love you more than any cake I could bake. More than swimming in chocolatey fountains? More than the feeling when you climbed a huge mountain, which you'll all do one day. More than the horns in a giant big band? I hear my own music when I'm holding your hand. What is that? It's a duck! I knew I'd see one. More than fireworks that light up the skies? More than the sunsets and the sunrise. More than gold or treasure or money? You are my treasure. You are my honey. If you're lost in the waters, I will lead you ashore. I know you love Nana, but Nana loves you more. All right.
Oh,
thank you so much for having us, and thank you everybody for listening to me. I see another duck. All right, perfect. Goodbye, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're gonna go around and enjoy everything. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you so much.
By the way,
that's so funny.
thank you all for being here.
A little story time, a little bit of Easter egg hunt. It's all happening on the South Lawn. You're also watching it here on Live Now from Fox. I like Jimmy Fallon's books. There's a couple different ones that I know we have in our nursery room, the Mama and the Dada books. It's just very fun to see him reading them also to all of those families who were out at the White House earlier here today. What's your favorite ice cream? I loved when he asked that. We all know President Biden always craves ice cream. And of course, so many kids shouting out some different flavors. I gotta say, I do love some caramel with some Heath pieces. Otherwise, some of the malt ice creams also very satisfying as well. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're gonna step away for yet another 2-minute break. Let's go ahead and take a look live at the big board. Before we do, you're seeing we are dipping down here, but it is only the start of the week, so we'll keep an eye on this as well as other top stories happening across the country. We'll be right back here with more out of Chicago when we return. Live now from Fox. Again, we are still in the middle of this Russian spacewalk. It is expected to last at least 6.5 hours and not even halfway through yet. So what I want to do for all of our viewers is take us into a triple box. We're going to be keeping an eye on a number of different things here for you. Not only giving you a live look from the International Space Station as they conduct this walk, but also going to be keeping an eye on our stock exchange and listening in as Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, along with some of our other Illinois leaders, are talking about a new tourism campaign that does include TV host and star Jane Lynch. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Distinct honor to host Governor Pritzker, the Illinois Office of Tourism, and other key state officials as we unveil a really exciting tourism campaign for this amazing state of Illinois. At Shedd Aquarium, we see 2 million guests a year. You can hear some of them right now. They are looking at nature, eye to eye, marine life from across the globe, and fresh water ambassadors right from our Great Lakes. Now, for context, 2 million guests are more than the attendance of 2 of my favorite teams, the Bulls and the Bears combined. stingrays, penguins, and sharks beat bulls and bears anytime. Now, importantly for the topic today, of those 2 million guests, nearly 1 million are from outside the state of Illinois. And they have come here because SHED is just one part of a mosaic of world-class experiences found only here in this amazing state. In January, SHED Aquarium announced our centennial commitment, a commitment to do even more for tourism, for economic development, and to connect the world through aquatic life. Now, before you leave today, make sure that you also look nature in the eye and you think about how Illinois is a state rich with culture, rich with museums, has a rich history, and yet, as demarked today, authoring an even brighter future. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Governor Pritzker.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to Bridget. So great to be back here at the SHED Aquarium. This aquarium is one of our state's greatest attractions, as Bridget said, welcoming millions of people of all ages every year, a perfect place to announce our new tourism campaign. Before we get too much further, though, I want to recognize the terrific legislative partners who have joined us today. Senators Sarah Feigenholtz, Rochelle Crow, Robert Peters, Mike Simmons, and Dale Fowler, and Representatives Lamont Robinson, Cam Buckner, Teresa Ma, Joyce Mason, and Ann Williams. We just wrapped up another transformative legislative session, including a signature $1.8 billion in tax relief for working families and a balanced budget that pays off our bill backlog. I also want to thank Commissioner Bill Lowry and Alderwoman Sophia King for joining us today. Let me recognize the leadership of DCEO and our director, Sylvia Garcia, our Office of Tourism, our Illinois Convention and Visitors Bureau Association. Thanks to all of you for making this moment possible. The SHED Aquarium, which will soon celebrate its 100th anniversary, is more relevant and engaging than ever. I love coming here. It's where MK and I got engaged, so it holds a special place in my heart. It was also the first ever inland aquarium with a permanent saltwater fish display, because you shouldn't have to live next to an ocean to know the magic of one. At its founding, the SHED was the largest indoor aquarium in the world. That's the thing about Illinois. When the people of this state set out to do something, we do it bigger and better and bolder than anyone has done before. Illinois is where the skyscraper and the cell phone and the Ferris wheel were invented. We have the best restaurants and the best lakefront, and just down the lake from here is the largest science museum in the Western Hemisphere. We have more than 300 state parks throughout Illinois, the famous drives of Route 66 and Great River Road, the haunted tours of Alton, the wineries of Southern Illinois, the architectural landmarks of downtown Chicago, and the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum, with yet another presidential center still to come. So whether you're a Land of Lincoln lifer looking to explore your own state, or an out-of-town visitor who is curious about this state that is the soul of our nation, Illinois is here to show you the best that we have to offer, the best that there is. Because no matter where you want to be, you can find it here, in the middle of everything. The Middle of Everything campaign highlights what Illinois is really all about. We're the heart of America. one of the largest and most diverse states in the country, offering everything from a national forest to the nation's greatest city, a treasured UNESCO World Heritage Site, and a fan favorite Navy pier. And I'm proud to highlight Illinois' best attractions that you can find in every corner of our state, and that's our people. Not only is Illinois in the middle of everything, but the people who call this state home are unmatched in their creativity, their welcoming spirit, their kindness, their innovation. Although you can find Illinoisans all over the world in every industry, they always seem to brag about their home. And one of them came back to Illinois to film what's so special about her home state.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to Illinois, the middle of everything. I'm Jane Lynch, proud Illinois native, and now proud official docent for Illinois. I wish I could be there with you in person today because I'm thrilled for you to see this new Illinois tourism advertising campaign. It was an absolute pleasure to work with the Illinois Office of Tourism, and extra special for me as this is the first time I've ever directed anything. And being a part of this exciting and new campaign has been quite incredible. Not only did I experience the many wonders of Illinois, our beautiful state, from Chicago to Springfield to Grafton, but I also worked alongside the Shedd Aquarium's very own Wellington the Penguin, who is an amazing method actor, by the way. This campaign is perfect for this moment as people find themselves ready to travel, ready to experience new things, and ready to be in the middle of it all. And a heartfelt thank you to Governor Pritzker for all that he's done and continues to do to keep Illinois moving forward. I met the governor last summer, and I'm so grateful for his enthusiasm and his support of this new campaign. And Governor, I wish you the very best as you roll out the red carpet, welcoming travelers back to Illinois this summer and beyond. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope you enjoy the work as much as we enjoyed making it. Welcome to Illinois, the middle of everything.
So as you can see and hear, Jane Lynch has put her heart and her soul into this campaign. Her enthusiasm truly is unmatched, except perhaps by our favorite Shedd Aquarium resident, Wellington the Penguin. And we're lucky enough not only to have Jane Lynch as an ambassador for all that Illinois has to offer, but to have her creative vision in showing the world what Illinois is all about. So without further ado, let me allow you to take a look at some of the ads directed by Jane herself that you'll see playing across the region and around the country, showing off some of the reasons why the best place to be is here in Illinois, in the middle of everything.
In the middle. And what do you find in the middle?
The meeting point of humanity and history.
It's the middle of the architectural revolution.
In the middle of the rainbow.
Welcome to the middle of everything. Illinois is in the middle. And what do you find in the middle?
The middle course of the foodie universe.
We're in the middle of dinosaurs.
Meet us in the middle of the Mother Road.
We're flying to the middle of everything.
Welcome to the middle of everything.
Illinois está en el centro. ¿Y qué encontrarás en el centro? El lugar donde el pasado inspira al futuro. Innovación inigualable. El centro del descubrimiento. Y aventuras inesperadas a tu alrededor. Illinois, el centro de todo.
Let's enjoy Illinois! Come on. Oops. Ahoy, Illinois! Can I get you guys a drink? Okay, hold on. You guys are really getting your steps in. Hey, who's up for some deep dish, huh? Extra anchovies, I know. Oh, wow. Welcome to the middle of everything. Welcome to the middle of everything.
Did you know that the corn dog was born right here in Illinois?
No, Jane, I did not know that.
Cheese. And the music. We're back when oldies were called newies. Bye-bye! Oh, I was scared of heights too, Grandma. Then I got tall. Illinois, the middle of everything.
And now I'm pleased to introduce the Director of our Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity, Sylvia Garcia.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everybody. I think that Jane truly hit the nail on the head. Illinois is the middle of everything. And I know it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, but I really have a hankering for a slice of pizza or a corn dog after watching those commercials. I'm so excited to be here today with all of you and officially kick off our tourism campaign. As the governor has told folks, this is something that's been a long time coming, and we're just really excited to be here today with our hosts from the Shedd Aquarium, so many of our champions in the General Assembly, and our tourist leaders from across the state. I couldn't think of a better spokesperson or director of the Middle of Everything than our Illinois' own Jane Lynch. The Middle of Everything truly highlights the diverse attractions Illinois has to offer, whether it's taking a trip down Route 66 to the well-known places we already love, or finding new stops to explore along the way. I know so many of our visitors around the globe know about iconic Illinois destinations like Navy Pier and our host today, Shedd Aquarium, but we hope this campaign also introduces folks to other great places and events to visit across Illinois, from Garden of the Gods in southern Illinois' Shawnee National Forest to the Great River Road along the Mississippi, and from Pullman National Monument on the south side of Chicago to wineries and golf courses in Galena. Illinois has so much to offer, and the Middle of Everything highlights the wonderment you can find in every corner of our state. We're excited to share Illinois with more visitors from across the country and around the globe, as well as our fellow Illinoisans who may not know about all the amazing attractions and unique destinations they can visit close to home. With tourism rebounding and people eager to travel, we want folks to know that Illinois truly is the middle of everything. And with the opportunity to get into the middle of whatever you're looking for, Illinois truly is the best place to visit, with so many attractions and events and so many things that folks love to enjoy. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our great food, and I know we've got so many delicious options wherever you visit across the state. We know that visitors are critical to our Illinois economy. They generate economic impact by dining in those world-class local restaurants, staying in our inviting hotels, and supporting our distinctive small businesses, which are truly the backbone of our economy. Our tourism campaign this year and every year uses proven marketing and advertising strategies. In fact, last year's Time for Me to Drive tourism campaign generated more than 750,000 incremental trips, and visitors spent more than $212 million. Again, $212 million just from our visitors coming into our Illinois economy, which is why it's so critical that visitors understand how welcoming Illinois is and how excited we are to have folks coming back and visiting Illinois time and time again. I think we're all anxious to get out and explore. I know I am. And so as folks begin to start their planning and gearing up to travel, I invite you to start planning your next trip in Illinois, whether you're venturing down the road to a local attraction or looking to explore a new destination. Visit enjoyillinois.com/middle of everything. That's enjoyillinois.com/middle of everything for more information and to find your piece of the middle of everything. With that, it's now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a true champion for tourism. Senator Sarah Feigenholtz, the chair of the Senate Tourism Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Sarah Feigenholtz. I have the pleasure of serving the 6th District and somehow magically became the chair of tourism and hospitality when I got to the Senate. And I have to say, Governor, I always like to think back very briefly about the last time I was here. I don't remember when, but I do have a very clear memory of watching a television ad where, once again, being the Renaissance guy that you are, showing your strong leadership skills, you were like bossing all these penguins around. 6 feet apart, 6 feet apart, get in line. Which was, and watching penguins running loose, going through the gift shop was fabulous. Great ad about, in the All In Illinois ad, about, I think there was an otter washing his hands. Am I right? Not bad, huh? Very unique, and we're still waiting to see if Wellington ever caught up with the rest of the penguin waddle. All kidding aside, it is amazing to be here after a very difficult 2 years to celebrate the riches of our state and all that Illinois has to offer. I brag constantly about my district, which has the world champion Chicago Cubs, Lincoln Park, the zoo, the History Museum, and just so many riches. And I know that every other legislator here brags about their district too, from the tip of southern Illinois to northern Illinois. The Time to Me for Drive campaign in the middle of the pandemic was a brilliant thing to do, but coming here and seeing Jane Lynch, the amazing Jane Lynch, whether you watch Glee or The Marvelous Miss Maisel, you know that she is an incredible talent. I did not know she was a native Illinoisan, but she is the perfect person with the right character to launch this robust tourism and hospitality campaign. The impact that tourism, it's not just fun, it's also revenue. I don't know if people understand that the economic engine that tourism and hospitality produces. Chicago is known as the birthplace of big conventions. We have enormous hotels here, and Sam Toya from the Restaurant Association is here. We have captured and are now the host of the James Beard Awards and many, many awards about our fantastic restaurants and food and mixology experiences. And to have all of that back on a personal level for each and every one of us is important, but also the 550,000 jobs, the largest industry in Illinois, and a huge driver of about $4 billion of revenue teeming through the veins of small and large business in this state. 63% of the folks that worked in this industry are people of color. And we have a beautiful state, best restaurants, best hotels, best places to go. So I'm just thrilled to be here, and let's roll on this campaign. Thank you.
Good morning. It is always a challenge to follow my friend Senator Feigenholtz, but I'm going to try to do my best. Bridget, I would like to thank you.
And thank you to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So many leaders stepping up, talking about ways they are trying to increase tourism to their state of Illinois. We are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in right here on Live Now from Fox.
And her great staff that is here with us today.
Thank you so much, Representative Robinson. Governor, thank you so much for being here on this great day, and it's great to be with my colleagues in the General Assembly. And this is a day I've been looking for a long time. It's truly an honor to be included in today's exciting announcement. As I mentioned, this is a day I've been hoping for since becoming a member of the General Assembly. I represent the 59th State Senate District, the most southern part of the beautiful state of Illinois. The 59th District is home to 20 Illinois state parks. Parks such as Dixon Springs, Fern Cliff, Giant City, Fort Defiance, which serves as the confluence to the nation's two mighty rivers, the Ohio and the Mississippi rivers. And we have the state's oldest state park, Fort Massac in Metropolis. By the way, you probably all know Metropolis is the home of Superman. So we're honored to have Superman in Southern Illinois. Also, we have the Tunnel Hill State Trail, which offers over 50 miles of scenic cycling throughout Southern Illinois. And we are blessed with many lakes: Wren Lake, Lake of Egypt, Crab Orchard Lake, Little Grassy Lake, and many, many more. And you will notice the zip lining that you saw on the commercial. That's from Shawnee Bluff Zip Line Canopy Tour, which is located in the 59th District. So come and visit. Additionally, as the director mentioned, we are home to the 280,000-acre Shawnee National Forest, which includes the world-famous Camel Rock, located at the amazing Garden of the Gods. The Shawnee Wine Trail, which was also mentioned, in Southern Illinois includes over 20 world-class and award-winning wineries. Last fall, we celebrated the groundbreaking for the construction of a world-class resort at Walker's Bluff. This past legislative session, I sponsored in the Senate House Joint Resolution 83, which encourages the Illinois Department of Tourism to complete a feasibility study for the possible creation of the Abraham Lincoln Golf Trail, which could one day mirror Alabama's Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail, which could create millions of dollars of revenue for our state. And I'd like to say thank you to my colleague in the House of Representatives, Representative Jay Hoffman, for sponsoring this legislation in the House of Representatives. Tourism in Illinois, as well as Southern Illinois, continues to grow every year, and we work hard to showcase the many treasures we have to offer. In fact, we began a series called Southern Illinois Treasures that showcases our tourism destinations and historical sites. Enthusiasts from all over the country travel to Southern Illinois to enjoy hiking, camping, kayaking, fishing, cycling, hunting, and much more. Southern Illinois Treasures can actually be found on my website, senatorfowler.com. The entire state of Illinois is rich with opportunity, and today's announcement sets the stage in showcasing to the nation, the entire nation, the beauty we have to offer here in the entire state of Illinois. Thank you so much, and now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dave Harrell.
Thank you, Senator. Governor, I think I'm in the wrong place because Bridget mentioned a private meet and greet with Wellington. I don't know when that's going to happen, but he's booked solid, so I guess I missed that memo. Good morning. My name is Dave Harrell, and I am the chairman of the Illinois Council of Convention and Visitor Bureaus, ICCVB. My day job is president and CEO of Visit Blood Cities, and what a great opportunity to be here with all of you this morning. What a wonderful group of leaders, public servants, people that are making a difference in the state of Illinois. Director Flannery, thank you so much for your leadership and everything that you do for the state. Director Garcia, thank you. We're so grateful for everything that you do. And the wonderful team at the Illinois Office of Tourism, all of the amazing agency partners that they work with. They are incredible collaborators, creatives, and they're really doing the things to move the needle in our tourism interests. So on behalf of ICCBB, we are incredibly excited to be with you and to be part of this campaign. We know it's going to make a difference. You know, travel and tourism, it's in here and it's in here, right? And campaigns, they need to be creative, they must compel, and they have to compete. They also require vision and resources to bring great ideas to life. Now, none of this happens without leadership. None of this happens without collaboration, and none of this happens without partnership. In Illinois, we have a very important story to tell. We also have a very important opportunity and story to sell. You know, we asked Governor Pritzker to support travel and tourism, and he just continues to deliver time and time again. For this, we are incredibly grateful for his vision, for his leadership, and for the partnership that we have with him, his administration, and this wonderful team. So, Governor, we thank you. We appreciate you. I would also like to thank Senator Feigenholtz, Representative Robinson, along with the state legislature, for passing a budget that supports tourism. It's incredibly important that people understand the fundamentals of how tourism can shape not only our economy, but our souls. So we're so grateful for that level of support and everything that they do to help lead this great state. You know, tourism leads to talent. We say that a lot. We believe that. If you look at the wonderful imagery around this room on these easels, I guarantee you it would be infinite if we took everything that we've got through all four corners of the state of Illinois and tried to pack it in this room. I'm grateful for the wonderful colleagues that we've got at ICCBB. There's 37 destinations around this great state working together to do everything that we can to make tourism the best that it can be, to put us on a global stage. So we're excited about the middle of everything, and we can't thank you enough for what this means to our industry, the various sectors that it represents. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you being here today. Now it's my privilege to bring the governor back up to the podium to answer questions that you might have. Thank you. Governor?
Well, terrific. Before I take questions, I just want to let you know that right after I take questions, we're going to retire to the room behind me where there is a Caribbean Reef and a special presentation that we'll all get to be part of. So we'll try to keep the Q&A relatively short. I'm looking at Craig, although he always has the tough questions. I'll start with Craig. So I want to make it clear to everybody that there are target audiences, and there are a bunch of different target audiences. One of them, of course, is there are people who are here in Chicago and in the Chicago area who have never been to the Shawnee National Forest or have never been to the Wine Trail in southern Illinois. These are terrific places to visit. Driving Route 66 is an exciting thing for someone who's never done it. Many people here in the Chicago area have never done that. So that's one target audience, is people here in Chicago getting to the rest of the state. The same, of course, is true on the flip side for people in the rest of the state who have not had the opportunity to come to the Shedd Aquarium or the Museum of Science and Industry or all the wonderful restaurants and experiences that you can have in Chicago. But importantly, we have a regional tourism audience, people who live in the states surrounding us all across the Midwest who have been coming to Illinois over the years. We want to enhance that, make sure that more and more of them come. And then all across the nation, of course, there are people who have not been to the center, the heart, the soul of the nation here in Illinois and don't know what great things we have to offer. So 3 different kinds of audiences, but we'll be addressing them with the ads that you just saw. Too dangerous? Well, I would point out, I think the first part of... first of all, let me point out that we're showing off the entire state. Here's Pontiac, Illinois. You can see all of the wonderful places to visit, including Springfield. I talked about the Abraham Lincoln Library and Museum. We have so many things to see all across the state. So people will be traveling, I think, both to Chicago and to the rest of the state. As for people who are coming to Chicago, Chicago is really a wonderful place to visit. The people of Chicago are good, decent, hardworking, honest, wonderful people, and nice. I would also add, you know, I've said this a lot, that people don't hear a lot about Illinois in the rest of the country, and that's people are kind here in Illinois. It's not just across the Midwest, a special kindness that exists in the city of Chicago and the surrounding areas and all across our state. People are genuinely good to one another. So I think there's an awful lot to see. Of course, the challenges that we have in Illinois and in Chicago are ones we're always looking to overcome, but now is a great time to come visit. Maybe a little more sunshine than we have today, and we will have lots of that for the next 5-6 months. We show off what's great about the city of Chicago. You're asking specifically about the city of Chicago. We show off what's great about the city of Chicago, and you're seeing Jane Lynch do that in these ads. I think those of us who live here have been to many of the wonderful attractions like Navy Pier, like these museums and art museums, as well as museums for kids. You're about to see something really wonderful as we move into the next, the Caribbean Reef exhibit. There is a lot to see, and I think that's what people will come here for. And we overcome the challenges. Every day we work to overcome the challenges that we have for the city of Chicago as well as the entire state. I appreciate that. And the question was about, the comment was about mentioning the many things that we're doing to bring safety and security to people in the city of Chicago and really across the state. I think you just saw in the budget that we passed where not only do we have $1.8 billion of tax relief for working families, but we also are investing hundreds of millions of dollars in violence interruption programs, in our police, making sure that we have, in fact, the largest state police class that's ever gone through our ISP. That's a terrific development. We're going to have police that are supported, as well as programs that lift up our communities that are often places where we have challenges. And it's those places where we make the long-term investments that have a really wonderful effect on lifting up the city and providing the safety and security that we all need. Yes, sir. First of all, I think you can see that this campaign is really designed to talk to everyone about what's great about Illinois. And so that's the main point of the campaign. I would also add that, as you can see, there are lots of things for people who are concerned about COVID-19, about maybe going to indoor places where they might feel uncomfortable. Boy, do we have a lot of wonderful outdoor places that you can go. The zip lining that you saw, I hope you'll go visit. Really terrific areas in southern Illinois. That's not the only one, but it's one of them. And you don't have to be a zip liner. I'm probably not one. But there are an awful lot of places to visit. You know, don't forget we've got Starved Rock Park. We've got so many of our state parks across the state that are just great for walking, for biking, for hiking. So it's an outdoor state for many of the months of the year. And I hope that people will come, and they're going to see that in the campaign that we're advertising.
trying to get more tourism to the state of Illinois, saying all year round they have something for everyone. So speaking of weather, let's go ahead and take a look at the radar, especially as we do have temperatures across the board starting to warm up here as we get through the day. You're seeing some of these temps here in the area of Arizona. That's where we are right now. Phoenix is starting to be on the rise. We are expecting it to be in the upper 90s midday here today. So if you're in Arizona watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, don't forget to turn that AC to a comfortable temperature as things are heating up here. All right, when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to be bringing you more stories, not only across the country, but also around the world. That includes an update from Lviv. Unfortunately, we've been hearing of just even more devastating news as attacks do continue on. They do have more Russian airstrikes happening now even further west into the country. We'll give you those updates right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, it was some harsh news, some upsetting news as Russian airstrikes in western Ukraine city of Lviv have now left at least 6 dead, another 11 wounded. This is according to the mayor. Some of those who were injured were children. They believe multiple explosions were caused by 4 different Russian missile strikes against the city. They did have the regional governor report that 3 of the missiles hit Ukrainian military buildings. The chairman of the Ukrainian rail service also had stated one of the missiles hit near a railroad facility, causing delays to the train service. So this is going to be one of those news pieces we've been staying on top of and will continue to do so. Let's go ahead and play out just some of that latest with our Lviv mayor as they did give a briefing a little bit earlier here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the 54th day of the Russian invasion and the 9th year of the war of Russian Federation against Ukraine. My name is Andriy Shevchenko, and on behalf of Ukraine media on Lviv, according to preliminary information, there were 4 hits. 3 of them went to warehouses, which were not according to preliminary information. Now, the rebels are being cleared, so maybe there will be more. On this garage providing maintenance for cars, it's a barbaric strike. It's a civilian object. People were there working. Unfortunately, the tragedy has happened. On the other hand, maybe it was a deliberate strike on the civilian facility, because there's nothing sacred for them. Standing closer to the microphone. Okay. So, 11 injured, 7 killed. 4 of them were in this garage. One of the injured is a child. The condition is not severe, but 3 of the injured are in a severe condition. Andriy Sadovy, the mayor of Lviv. What we've seen today in Ukraine is genocide, and it is a deliberate action by the aggressor who is killing peaceful civilians. So 7 civilians had plans for life, and today the life had been interrupted. I talked to the manager of that garage, and he had tears. He wasn't crying about the property which was destroyed, but about his staff. It was a dream of his life, and, well, the garage is gone. Also, 40 vehicles there were destroyed, and I only hope that the casualty list would not go out. 2 injured people are in a very severe condition, and the doctors are doing their best. So outside of the facilities which were hit, some other civilian infrastructural sites were damaged. For example, in 8 residential apartments, windows were smashed. Also, in one of the schools in Lviv, the windows were smashed. Now in Ukraine, there are no safe and unsafe locations. Everyone is in the same condition. So once again, I reiterate my call to all the residents: whenever you hear a siren, please go to shelters, because it might save your life. We mourn the fallen, but we have to be vigilant, because it looks like the enemy starts getting more and more atrocious, and they are now smashing the civilian infrastructure, and more will be coming. We see it in our cities in the east of Ukraine. Thank you. Maxim, can you say anything about the type of weapons used by the Russians and about the targets they used for this attack? Preliminarily, the rockets were launched from aircrafts, but that is preliminary information. It was coming from the Caspian direction, let's say. Direction of the Caspian Sea. Whether this garage was the ultimate target, well, I don't really want to believe it, but on the other hand, maybe they were aiming for the railway station. As Andriy said, we now don't have safe and unsafe locations in the city. The enemy is cynical, and they're inhuman. Any questions? Please. There was a second siren after the strike. What was it related with? There was another missile launched from the area of the Black Sea, but they didn't reach our city. Next question, and you might need interpretation.
And thank you very much for this very important conference, for the message across the world. This attack is civilians. Obviously, I have questions for the mayor, please. And as you declared, the city is not safe anymore. What that exactly means?
Well, it means that all the cities and the villages are in the same situation. The aggressor is committing the acts of genocide. They target peaceful civilians. They kill the civilians. Number of casualties among the civilians, well, it goes up thousands and thousands. Today, if you all, representatives of the media, could see what is going on in Mariupol, you would be shocked, because thousands of civilians, innocent civilians, were just killed. and they cannot even be buried according to religious rites, to Christian rites. What we've seen in Bucha and Gostomel, it's just horrible, but we have to defend, and we have to be ready to start the offensive and to kick the enemy from our land. We don't have another choice. We are free people, and the enemy wants to turn us into slaves, but we will always be free, and we will fight till the last drop of blood, because we are Ukrainians. I would like to add for international reporters that today rocket strikes or airstrikes also hit Kiev and other Ukrainian cities and villages. Any more questions?
From China Media Group, we know that this attack is against so many people here, and we're sorry for that. But I have another concern. The Russian government has threatened to attack the weapons sent by NATO, which will transfer from transit in Lviv region. And my question to the officer, how will you protect the people here in this region? And have you ever considered to change the route for weapon delivery? Thank you.
I would like also to ask a follow-up question. Do we see that it was a deliberate attack on the city and the region which is playing the key role in the evacuation and humanitarian corridors? Well, whether we think of changing the supply routes, well, we are using all possible supply routes to provide weapon to our army, because we need weapon to defend and to make our victory faster. In terms of striking civilian and peaceful facilities, I could say is the biggest hub for those Ukrainians who are now fleeing from shelling. Over 200,000 Ukrainians are finding temporary protection here in Lviv. Over 100 embassies moved to Lviv, and the enemy knows it very well when they attack. Their objective is to intimidate. So a huge request to all of you, to the representatives of international media, please tell the truth that they target civilians, innocent civilians. Of course, we are doing everything possible, but I'm sorry, who could foresee that they would attack a civilian garage? How could you even foresee that? Thank you.
My question is for you, Mr. Mayor. You had mentioned that people should be seeking out shelters when they hear the air raid siren, and since I've been here, we've seen a lot of folks in Lviv treating it as life goes on when the air raid sirens come. Is there a hope, at least with these strikes, that it acts as a wake-up call and people start to take these sirens and alerts more seriously?
I'm confident that definitely each airstrike, when we hear the information about people killed, it would provide another incentive. People would start taking care about their safety and security more, because people are relaxed, the sun is shining, they can have a cup of coffee outside, and we don't see these images of destruction which we see in the cities in central and eastern Ukraine. But of course, this is the task for us, for the media, to remind people that, well, you have to protect yourself. So whenever an air raid siren goes on, we have to go to the shelter, because this saves lives. More questions?
And the Mayor, would you please, and you're talking about the news, false news or something like that, information, would you please open the site or maybe tag, and we can, international media can have access to go inside it, to have a look and take some pictures or videos or whatever. So I think this is clearly to see what happens there. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We will think about this opportunity, but we have to approve this with the law enforcement agencies. And I would like to add that now we also have criminal liability for disseminating the information which can endanger our safety. So please follow Ukrainian legislation and use common sense. I have a last question. It's obvious that one of the objectives of these strikes is to intimidate people, to sow panic, to break the people's will. So what would you say to the residents of Lviv, to all Ukrainians? None of us wanted this war. The enemy attacked, and they have a clear objective: to destroy us as a nation and to destroy Ukraine as a sovereign and free state. We have that only one option: to fight, to resist. We don't have another option. So the enemy must understand that our army is not 300, 400, 500,000. The army of Ukraine is 40 million citizens of Ukraine. And our army, day to day, is bigger and bigger, because the free world starts understanding that this is a clash of two systems, of totalitarianism and democracy. So today, we are defending the Poles, the Germans, the French, the Lithuanians. We are defending everyone here in Ukraine, because the same missile could also be flying towards a different country. So we are now taking this hit. So we are addressing the whole world. Please understand, if we don't stop the enemy, if we don't kick the enemy from our land, they will move further. So we have to be strong all together at the fist. And with this fist, we have to punch the enemy so that they would forget about any attempt of aggression for the next 50 years. This is our objective. I concur. Our strength is in our unity and in our faith. Faith in God, in our state and the Ukrainian army. We shall win. Maxim Kozitsky, the head of Lviv Oblast Military Administration, and Andriy Sedovich.
All right, guys, so we were once again bringing you that update. That was the only portion that we got of the Lviv mayor, but again, so many devastating reports of those airstrikes hitting cities now even further west into the country, places where people had been escaping from the east side. They had been moving into cities like Lviv, and now even those key cities being under attack. We are continuing to keep you updated, especially as this has now entered day 54. It seems like each and every single time that day has increased, so has the devastation and the numbers of death tolls as well as airstrikes. So we'll be staying on top of that, plus all the other top stories happening here across the U.S. Speaking of Russia invading Ukraine, we do have coming up later here on Live Now from Fox our State Department briefing. Here's a live picture as we will have spokesperson Ned Price speaking. That's set to happen just around 11 a.m. Arizona time. So that's 1 p.m. for all of our folks on the East Coast. So again, this will be something we'll bring to you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. We do also have a United Nations briefing that's going on at this time. But coming up next, I'm going to be switching gears here as we are going to be taking you out to the SpaceX crew that just arrived back in Florida. More to come here after we step away for a 2-minute break.
fantastic Florida springtime weather. Astronauts making their way to the microphone.
Hey, well, good afternoon, and I want to thank everyone for joining us today at America's spaceport. You know, we really have some pretty exciting days here at the Kennedy Space Center, but today is even more exciting than normal because we know when we see this aircraft here, we know we're getting really close to launch day. So joining us here today to welcome the Crew 4 is somebody who knows the Kennedy Space Center well. For more than 7 years, she led the commercial crew program, launching American astronauts from American soil for the first time. And now, after 5 decades, she's going to be leading the agency as we take humans outside of low Earth orbit and explore even further. So please help me in welcoming Kathy Leaders.
Well, you didn't hear me telling them we're really excited to get you up there and get working. So we've got Joel and his team have a whole bunch of experiments ready for you guys to get done when you get up there. Like we talked at the Flight Readiness Review on Friday, though, we're going to do it carefully. And this is one big step, like Janet said, a very, very exciting step to see you here at KSC because it means we're getting ready to fly. So we're going to continue to step through it. I get lucky enough to be able to go see the vehicle tonight. So the vehicle is getting ready right now over in the hangar. And that'll be another good step. And then we all need to be praying for good weather for Axiom 1 return and good weather for Crew 4 launch. So I'm expecting everybody out there, and most in particularly you, to be like, we're going to be starting to pray to the weather gods out there and get us ready to go. But super excited to see you here. Very proud of the team that got you here, and very proud of you and expecting big things. Thank you. And I forgot Barbara Nucera, who is our ESA representative. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank our NASA and SpaceX partners and all the people that have been working around the clock to make us get to this point where we are ready to launch Crew 4. This mission has a special significance for us because it marks the 3rd consecutive launch of ESA astronauts on board the SpaceX Dragon, and it enables the continuous presence of Europeans on board the space station since last spring. In a few days following the launch, Matthias Maurer will take the torch that he received from Thomas Pesquet, and he will pass it to Samantha, and she will continue the work that the previous crew started, and together with her crewmates, will continue our space science program, which is very important to all of us because we need to learn and expand our knowledge about space environment. But this particular flight is so special because for the first time in years since the shuttle was flying, we have 2 ESA crew meeting in space and handover. But while we are here today, it seems important to remind that we are facing fascinating times with changes, a new increased cadence of flights, and new destinations in front of us. Probably all of you saw the SLS rocket standing tall on the pad, getting ready for its flight. It carries the Orion capsule, but with it carries also the European Service Module, which is one of the building blocks of our space program, together with European-provided elements for Gateway and Mars Sample Return. So we are very proud of this partnership, of the trust that we are able to build with one another since years. And the European Space Agency is looking forward to continue this collaboration with NASA, with the international partners, with the commercial partners, and we are ready to take a lead, a key position, and maintain our role as a prime partner for human space flight, not only in LEO, but also in beyond LEO towards Moon and Mars. But in order to do that, we have to leverage on the competencies and the relationship that we are developing today on ISS, and also bring that forward to the Moon. But as Katie said a few times, one step at a time, and so now today we are here to say thank you to this amazing crew, and we are looking forward to a successful launch this weekend, seeing you flying in space on the ISS, and maybe one day to the Moon, because we know that together we can reach new heights and do it sustainably. So thank you very much, and go Crew 4.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And now let's hear from our crew, and we'll start with the commander, Kjell Lindgren.
Thank you so much for the kind introductions, and boy, we are so excited to be here. Excited to be here with this crew, with this team, the flight crew and the team here at Kennedy Space Center, team all over the country with our international and commercial partners. Just so excited to be here. And what an amazing time to be a part of human spaceflight. As we were coming in for the landing, we had the opportunity to fly and take a look at the pad, and right next to our pad, the SLS rocket is sitting there. A Moon rocket is sitting there in preparation for its launch coming up here in the next couple of months. We just welcomed home Mark Vande Hei from a record-setting space station expedition. We're looking forward to getting the Axiom crew, a private astronaut crew, home, Crew 3, and we have a Boeing launch with OFT-2 coming up. So absolutely amazing to be in that mix and looking forward to our own launch. We've been training for many, many months, and we're seeing all those boxes getting checked off. And it's very exciting now to have this box checked off. We're here at Kennedy Space Center looking forward to our launch here in the very near future. So very grateful for this opportunity, grateful for the introduction, and we are ready to get to work. And to that end, let me introduce the rest of the crew. We've got Bob Farmer Hines, the pilot for Freedom. Got Jessica Waddy Watkins, one of the mission specialists for Freedom. And then I was Samantha's backup when we were on our previous flights, and so I'm just delighted to be on a crew with her. Samantha Cristoforetti from European Space Agency, one of the other mission specialists on Freedom. And I'll let Farmer say a few words.
Hey, thanks, Kjell, and thanks everybody for having us. Thanks for the wonderful welcome. Just like Kjell said, it is so exciting to be here. Kennedy Space Center obviously is the home of our space program, in the sense of, you know, all our launches, human launches have been coming out of here, and the history in this place is just amazing. My personal journey and associations with KSC go back to my Air Force days, doing tests around here. We would ask to do low approaches, or we'd love to do touch and goes on the shuttle landing facility, and they wouldn't let us get any closer than 500 feet. So to actually get out here and land on it and be delivered to KSC for our launch is really, truly special. My previous job, I was also a research pilot at NASA, and I got to work with all these fine folks out here, the maintainers and the air crew that delivered us. So it is truly an honor to have these guys deliver me here for my first space flight. And, you know, it's just an amazing thing to come full circle here, and really appreciate all the efforts that they bring to it, that KSC and all the people that, you know, across all the teams that really make this possible. So we're really excited to go fly. We're really excited to be here. This is kind of our last step before we no kid and leave the planet. So we're really happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello.
As Farmer and Chell have both mentioned, we're all super excited to be here, to be at KSC, and to really start off this journey that we're so excited to embark on. We're also, along with being excited, we're also just super grateful. We get to be the representatives, the kind of tip of the spear, if you will, of a just enormous team of people that we get to interact with and represent to the best of our abilities. And so we just want to thank everybody that has helped us arrive at this moment. Farmer already mentioned the air crew that literally flew us in here. We have the whole training team back at Johnson Space Center, as well as the SpaceX team that has been training us out in Hawthorne, getting us ready and prepared to do the job that we are going to do when we get up there. We are super grateful for our international partners, particularly the European Space Agency that has loaned us Samantha for a few months. We're super excited to have her on board, and we're just super grateful to the entire team, and it's been a privilege and an honor to watch the team come together to accomplish these difficult things, and to just to be able to embark on such an amazing mission. So thank you so much to everybody that's allowed us to get here. We're excited.
Hey, hello. Thanks for being here, for the opportunity to say a few remarks. I mean, this is getting real. It's 5 days to launch. We're going to space very soon, and it's very emotional for me that this final stretch to the launch pad has started with the landing here on this runway. For those guys, it's kind of normal. They do it all the time. But for me, I was like, as we were coming in, I'm like, I'm landing on the Space Shuttle landing facility, which for a girl like me who grew up in the 80s, I was a child in the 80s watching, Space Shuttle, the initial Space Shuttle flights, those men and women going to space on a regular basis. That's what got me excited about space. So that was very special for me. I'd like to join my fantastic crewmates in expressing my deep sentiment of gratitude for all the NASA and SpaceX teams that have brought us to this point. But really, especially, I would also like to express my thanks to ESA, to my colleagues, to the teams at the European Space Agency for the opportunity of flying on this mission. And a big word of thank you also to my country, Italy. I'm an ESA astronaut of Italian nationality, and if I have this opportunity of flying to space in a few days, it's also thanks to the long-standing commitment of Italy to ESA and to the partnership with NASA. As it was mentioned today, not only through the missions to the ISS, but in the not-so-distant future, also with missions beyond low Earth orbit, we got this opportunity of watching SLS on the launch pad with Orion and the European service module standing on top of it. Really, really exciting to get to ISS and get down to work with this fantastic crew and the 3 cosmonauts who will be part of our expedition, who are our dear colleagues and friends who are waiting for us up there already. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we are going to get started with some Q&A for the crew, so we will pass it to the microphone for our first question. Thank you.
And as we get into now some question and answers, do want to say thank you to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. This crew going to be targeting launch for 5:26 a.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, April 23rd. They will be taking off from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And of course, you can count on Live Now from Fox to also be giving you some of those highlights throughout the day. We will continue to listen in now as these astronauts are being asked a number of questions ahead of that launch. Some of us, though, first going to see a 2-minute break.
Really, I think, popular for all of us.
a small part in that towards an exciting future as well. I think we see such an exciting future of NASA as we talk about all of the different programs that we have in line, thinking about SLS being on the launch pad. It's just super exciting to think about that future. And certainly for me, growing up, having mentors and heroes of mine that were contributing in ways that I aspire to contribute, and in roles that I aspired to participate in, that was certainly meaningful to me. And so in so much as I am able to return the favor, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Hey, I'm Emily Speck with Fox Weather. My question has two parts. So for our veteran space explorers, what are you looking forward to experiencing here on Earth in your final days before launch? Some gravity-related moments. And then for our first-time space flyers, what are you most excited about once you get in orbit? Thank you.
I'll leave that one to you. So having had the opportunity to fly before, I feel like getting to fly to space is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and to get to do it again is surreal and such a privilege, and very grateful for this opportunity. I have a sense that I know a little bit what to expect during the launch, but for me, getting to launch from here, from Kennedy Space Center, from a historic launch pad with an incredible legacy of exploration is very, very meaningful for me. Much like Samantha described, I'm a huge fan of science fiction. I think my passion for spaceflight came from reading and watching science fiction movies, but it was really watching the space shuttle launch on April 12th in '81. Watching that, the teacher brought that television into our classroom, and getting to watch that launch really inspired me with that this is something that you could actually do. So getting to be here in that pre-flight, getting to launch from here, and taking advantage of the beach. As you all are aware, we have some opportunity to spend time with our families, and we have the ability to do that on the beach. So getting to be on the beach and spend time with my family in the days leading up to launch is a very, very special thing.
That depend on gravity, I would count a shower among those. So just like I did last time, I plan to take a very long, luxurious shower on that last day before launch.
Hi, Chris Gebhardt from NASA Spaceflight. Specifically for Samantha, I'm curious: are there any scientific experiments that are carrying over from the previous 2 European expeditions that have been ongoing for the last year that you'll be taking over? And then for you and for Jessica, what are the experiments you're looking forward to performing the most while you're up there? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Definitely, I would say probably the bulk of the scientific program will be a continuation of what is being going on. As I'm sure you're aware, science, especially when we talk about science that is like human physiology, so you're actually studying the human subject, you need a number of years to conclude those experiments because you need a certain number of subjects. So, for example, I am continuing an experiment that's called Nutris, which is about how certain ways of monitoring and maybe also intervening in the nutrition of astronauts on board can help in maintaining a healthy body mass and body fat versus muscle. I'm also continuing an experiment which is called acoustic diagnostics, which is more about the influence on the hearing function, but that is also acquiring more and more a component that looks at the intracranial pressure, which is something that we have been looking at with a number of experiments over the years. So yeah, and of course many more. I don't think we have time to go into much more detail, so I will leave the floor to Wadi.
Yeah, I think Samantha gave a pretty good summary of some of the really interesting, exciting science that we're going to be doing on board. And I'll just add that for myself, as a geologist, that's my background, I'm super excited about the opportunity to just observe the Earth and kind of use the unique vantage point, the unique perspective that we can get from the ISS to be able to observe geologic features and processes from a different vantage point than we're able to using our other assets. So that's just something that's personally really exciting for me.
Wadi has no idea how annoying we're going to be. I think she's heard it many times now, but like honestly, during my last flight, it's so amazing to look out of the cupola, to look at the ground, to see the Earth, and constantly be wondering, like, how did that happen, and how did this happen? And so now we have our own crew geologists that we're going to be calling to the window constantly. I know she says that she's going to be happy to do it, but I think we're going to test her patience.
Good afternoon, Scott Heidler with WESH 2, and I guess this is best for pilot Bob Hines. Obviously, we've been talking about why and how this is such an exciting day, but I think overlaid on top of that is the fact that you're going to have a new capsule, aren't you? That's got to be pretty exciting, too, for a pilot, particularly.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an incredible honor, really. You know, SpaceX has done this really innovative thing of being able to reuse capsules. We have obviously did that for a long time with shuttle, but never with capsules. And so the reuse piece of that is really cool, really innovative, and enables a lot of things. But that also means that the opportunity to fly on a new vehicle is very small and very short-lived. So for our crew to have not only the opportunity to fly on a new vehicle, but to name the new vehicle is truly an honor. And so it was really special for us to find that out. We thought back when Shell and I were first assigned 15, 17 months ago, we knew there was a chance we might be on a new vehicle, and so we were kind of eyeballing that for a while. And we have gotten to watch this vehicle from its infancy all the way up to be, as I say, you know, a somewhat mature baby dragon now. And so it's been really special to see. It is truly an honor to be, you know, to get to pilot it and be part of this amazing crew that gets to fly on it for the first time. Thanks.
Hi, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News, Orlando. You touched on it a little bit, but I'm curious, with so much activity and excitement around here, what it's like to be part of this era with so many space flights, so many launches going on right now.
It's incredibly exciting. You know, for in the years preceding the time that we're in now, you know, we did not have our own launch capability. And so to come back to Kennedy Space Center now with this opportunity to launch from a historic launch pad and to see all of the activity that's going on around here with our various commercial partners, of course, flying with SpaceX and having the privilege to fly on a new Crew Dragon, but to see all of the commercial launch providers that are busy at work, to see the SLS on the pad, making its own preparations, and to be anticipating having another commercial provider docking with a space station during our flight. It is incredibly exciting to be a part of it, and incredibly exciting for our agency, for our country, and for all of our international partners. We are bending metal, we are doing tests, and we are flying these vehicles with our eyes on the moon and on Mars and beyond. So it's such a privilege to be a part of this team that is reaching for things just beyond our grasp.
Will Robinson Smith, Spectrum News 13. Thanks for taking our questions. Question for Bob and Jessica. Crew 3 began the turtle takeover on the station, and we're very excited for that. Considering that you're going to be able to do a direct handover with that crew, can you just talk about how exciting it is to join your classmates on board station, what you're going to look forward to talking about?
Chell and Samantha are whispering under their lips that it's nothing but trouble. But yeah, it is an awesome opportunity. Obviously, you know, our class has been particularly tight. We are all such good friends. We truly love each other. It's been an honor to kind of grow up as fellow turtles, and to have the opportunity to be in space with not just one other turtle, but there will be 4 of us up there, and there's even a chance that we overlap with another one of our classmates down the road. So it is just such an honor. I mean, we, like I said, our class is really tight, and so the chance for us to go up there and give those guys a big hug and you know, learn from them for a few days before they come home is pretty awesome. It's also a little bit daunting because they have some time to prepare for us to come up there, and I'm not really sure what kind of Easter eggs we'll be finding in our crew quarters once we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bob covered it all, but we are super excited to be able to learn from them. It's such a unique experience, this whole process of being selected together and then training together. Bob and I were actually in the same training group, so we've spent a lot of time together the past few years, and it's been such a unique experience in the sense that we all kind of learn from each other. We each have our own expertise, or each have our own individual experiences and backgrounds that we bring to the table, and so to be able to all have that available and learn from each other in our different ways and in our different aspects is really rewarding. And so to get to do that on orbit with our turtle classmates on Crew 3 is just really exciting.
All right, folks, that's going to be all the time that we have for today. A reminder to please tune in tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time for our virtual Crew News Conference. And please tune in on April 23rd for the Crew 4 launch, which is scheduled for 5:26 a.m. Eastern Time. And you can watch all of these events on nasa.gov, NASA TV, and NASA social media channels. I'm going to pass it back to Janet Petro for some closing remarks. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all again for coming out today to help us to welcome the crew here at the Kennedy Space Center. You heard how excited they are for launch. I can tell you how excited we are here at the historic Kennedy Space Center to be able to launch them. So we're praying for good weather. Go crew, go freedom. Thank you.
The final remarks given by Janet Petro there as we look on at Crew 4. From left to right, Chell Lindgren, Samantha Cristoforetti, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins. Take a few photos here before they head out to astronaut crew quarters, a historic place at the Operations and Checkout Building here at the Kennedy Space Center.
Such an exciting time for this crew. As you heard them mention, too, they have a few days left to get the last hugs and memories with their families before heading up on this adventure on Saturday. If you didn't notice, we did change one of our boxes there for you. We are expecting a press conference coming up here in about 5 more minutes is when it's scheduled. Orlando. We're expecting officials here to give an update on the investigation after a 14-year-old boy had died after falling from a free fall ride at Icon Park. We'll be bringing you this update live right here to you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, take an opportunity to step away for a quick break. When we come back, if this hasn't begun, because again, it is only a couple minutes away from when it's scheduled, but sometimes they run a little bit behind. We'll be bringing you more news stories happening across the country here in just minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see we do have our cameras ready to go, set up here for this press conference that is set to take place again here in just a few moments. Officials expected to give an update on the 14-year-old boy who had fell from the Orlando freefall ride at Icon Park. Now, we do have Florida Agriculture Commissioner Nikki Fried as she's expected to speak after promising earlier this month a complete and thorough investigation into how he fell from that Orlando freefall drop tower. She also had emphasized that her agency would not jump into any conclusions until that investigation was completed. And the report was released saying that for forensic engineering and analyst firm Quest Engineering had been hired to help with this investigation. So we again are going to be jumping into this live here for our viewers as soon as this does start. So what we'll do until that time is I'll put you into a double box. We'll listen into just some of those other key different press conferences we've had take place here across the country. So we'll be also, though, keeping a close eye on this. As soon as it does start, of course, we're going to be getting out of this other press conference I'm going to be replaying here for you. That's going to be Philadelphia officials. Not only do they have a gun crimes update, but first they're speaking about how they have this bike ride program for youth. It's all about getting more people involved in the community. So let's go ahead, listen into that, and then as soon as we do have this press conference start, we'll take it in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Hey man, say how are you? Yeah, let me try to do so I'm not cool. If I tuck it in there, is that right? And I won't try to pinch it either.
Now you're seeing the DA, Larry Kreisner. He's going to be speaking with Neighborhood Bike Works. Now they are highlighting the work they're doing to help engage youth through bicycle ride programming, bicycle mechanics and repair, youth leadership opportunities, and much more. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
You might move with somebody on it. That person might be wearing a helmet, and that person might be me. That will be at the end of this press conference. I say this for the people who have to operate cameras. That bike with me on it might go out the front door, hopefully without running anyone over. That is the hope. Falling over, I don't mind, but running people over, that's not cool. All right, are we ready? Thank you all for being here today. This is the District Attorney's regular Monday morning press conference. As you know, on Mondays we do two things. The first is that we provide an update with reference to gun violence in the prior week. And the second is that we focus on an issue or a program or something else of significance that is worth taking a look.
All right, guys, and as I mentioned, we of course are going to be switching gears. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox in Orlando.
Life. Our hearts continue to go out to Tyree Sampson's family, who are suffering this unimaginable loss. And I hope that everyone discussing or reporting on this investigation does so in a manner that will not cause the family any additional grief during this most difficult time. When we were last here discussing the department's investigation, we made it clear we were conducting a thorough investigation before jumping to any conclusions, as anything less would be unfair to the family. We also reiterated our commitment to conducting the investigation in a transparent manner. That is why we are here today. As you all know, at our previous press conference, we announced the department had hired a forensic engineer to assist with this investigation. Today, we are announcing that the Quest Engineering and Failure Analysis has finalized its field investigation report, which our department is making available via the online portal where we have been sharing other pertinent records relating to this incident and investigation. This report answers the question of what mechanically took place, as our investigation now enters into the next phase of how and why it occurred, as we look towards potential penalties, along with any changes of rules and regulations needed to help prevent future tragedies. This report confirmed our department's findings that the operator of the Orlando drop tower made manual adjustments to the ride, resulting in it being unsafe. The report confirmed that manual adjustments had been made to the sensor for the seat in question that allowed the harness to restraint opening to be almost double that of the normal restraint opening range. These misadjustments allowed the safety lights to illuminate, improperly satisfying the ride's electronic safety mechanisms that allowed the ride to operate, even though Mr. Sampson was not properly secured in the seat. As noted in the report, there are many other potential contributing factors that may have played a role in the incident, and that is what our department is continuing to investigate. Given these outstanding concerns, the drop tower will remain closed indefinitely. While the initial phase of our investigation is complete, we are far from done, uncovering all of the facts and factors at play that are needed to inform of the next steps. Know that as soon as the full investigation is complete, we will immediately make changes to our rules if needed under our existing authorities, as well as pursue statutory changes with our legislative partners if necessary to help prevent future tragedies, which is why I'm so thankful once again to be here today with Representative Thompson. Now, I know you all have a lot of questions, as do we, which is why our work continues and why we will not be speaking to any hypotheticals or commenting any further until the investigation is complete. So as to do so would again be unfair to the family. We encourage those seeking further records or updates to continue to check the online folder where the Quest report can now be found for your review, as we're letting this report speak for itself and will not be taking any further questions on this report. The report is going to be in the online portal, so you all have opportunities to see the report. And as you all know, we will be back as soon as we get more information. We're going to make sure that we are transparent, we are accountable, and that we are taking this obviously very seriously. I had an opportunity to talk to the parents this morning. I made sure that they knew about what was happening at this press conference. So they were the first ones to know about the report, and now it should be in the Dropbox for you all to take. So thank you for your time today. We're not taking any questions today because we don't, outside of the report, we don't know anything else besides what's in the report.
Is that included in the report? Thank you so much.
You'll see the report. Okay. Thank you.
And as a legislator, I have reviewed our statute, and we know that the department is responsible for inspecting any amusement ride before a permit is issued. And what I want to do is to strengthen the requirement that if there is any adjustment, that would trigger another inspection and up to revocation of the license to operate the rides. Those are within the powers of the department. We know that the statute requires training, it requires insurance, it requires an annual inspection. So this is not a one-time kind of situation. And these adjustments were made that led to the unfortunate incident and the death of Tyrese Sampson. So I'll be working on the Tyrese Sampson bill and trying to figure out, as the commissioner has said, there are a lot of unanswered questions, but trying to figure out at what point those adjustments were made, who authorized them, were they reported to the department, as I said, to trigger another inspection. All of these questions have to be answered. I know that prior to the permit, prior to the inspection, the operator has to provide to the department the guidelines from the manufacturer. And if the manufacturer's guidelines stipulated a certain weight, the department would have known that before the permits were issued. So those are some of the kinds of things we want to look at in terms of Florida law to prevent this kind of accident from happening and the loss of life to another person. But thank you all for being here this afternoon.
Can this be say whether these adjustments were made were outside of the manufacturer's guideline? I'm sorry for putting this on you, but we haven't had a chance to look at this report yet.
The manufacturer indicated that the maximum weight was 250 pounds, and Tyree Sampson weighed in excess of 300 pounds. So yes, this was outside of the manufacturer's guidelines. So whether it's due to training, lack of signage as the rider approached the ride, to be informed that if you're over this weight, you should not get on this ride. And so we want to answer all of those kind of questions, but we do know that the manufacturer's guidelines are provided to the department before the inspection and before a permit is issued.
What was your initial reaction when you heard what the commissioner just told us about this adjustment being made, that essentially it was the operator that did it, and basically this could have been prevented from how it sounds?
Well, I was very disturbed that those kind of adjustments would be made after inspection and after the permit is issued. And that's why I'm going to look at the law to say, we know, for example, if a ride is disassembled and it's moved, then that triggers another inspection. However, if this is a permanent ride and any kind of adjustment is made, that should be reported to the department, and that also would lead then to another inspection.
So the weights were adjusted after the permit was issued? Is that what your understanding of the situation?
That's what we're trying to determine. I don't believe that the department would issue a permit if these adjustments were made before the inspection and they realized that it did not conform with the manufacturer's guidelines. So, again, we don't want to rush to judgment to make any kind of assumptions or conclusions. We want to make sure that, first of all, the manufacturer has an opportunity to provide evidence, and the operator has an opportunity to provide evidence. And I'm sure that those people will be subpoenaed and allowed an opportunity to provide input.
Representative, how is Tyree Sampson's family reacting? You're working on this bill, the Tyree Sampson bill along. How is his family reacting to this news?
Well, as you might imagine, the family is in shock. You send your 14-year-old son away for spring break, and he does not return alive. So they're in shock, and I'm dealing primarily with their attorney, Ben Crump. I don't want to intrude on the family at this particular time. However, they are very concerned that this occurred and primarily want to make sure that it doesn't happen to another child.
To your understanding, was it just one seat that was adjusted or every seat on this ride?
My understanding, it was seat 1 and seat 2 only that were adjusted, and presumably to allow for larger riders, which should not have happened based on the manufacturer's guidelines.
So you're under the impression this was a common practice, like it didn't just happen this night, it had happened on other nights with other riders?
My understanding is that the adjustments were made to seat 1 and seat 2, and therefore if you had a larger person, they were assigned to seats 1 and seat 2.
Would you like to see this ride shut down permanently?
I believe that we really need to look at all of that, and there is a process for revocation of the permit. And if the permit is revoked, then it's going to be a 2-year period before the owner can apply for another permit. That's what we would like to see. But we want to be thorough, and as the commissioner said, to be transparent, to keep you all informed as this proceeds, but the investigation is not over. We have the engineer's report from Quest Engineering, but we don't have, in terms of the subpoenas that have been issued for the manufacturer, the operator, all of that, we don't yet have all of that information.
Representative Thompson, we received reports of operation manuals from FDAX for the sister rides owned by the same company next door, the two closest in proximity to the drop tower ride. And according to the manual, certain signage should be posted at
Yes.
the entrance of the ride, right? Now, in our investigation, we found that there was some signage posted, but there was also not signage that was supposed to be posted per the manual. Do you know if those rides are also under investigation by FDAX?
I think we have a representative from FDAX who is here.
We can follow up with you on that.
Okay.
Can we answer that question today, though, since we're all here? I'm not sure where we're going. Mr. Kimsey? We did an investigation looking at manuals that FDAX was in possession of. They were provided by the ride manufacturer as a result of the permitting process. We checked the two closest rides that were owned by the same same company, so sister rides, if you will. According to state law and state rule, as we all know, if the manufacturer suggests that requirements be posted at the entrance of the ride, then it should be posted. Now, in the manuals, there were requirements. When we looked on site, some of those things were posted, but others were not. Can you tell me if those sister rides are also under investigation by FDAX, knowing that some of the signage might not meet the requirements as provided by state rule and state law?
I'd have to check with my team to see if there's a current investigation going on in my division, and I can get that information back to you.
Do you guys investigate instances based on complaints or tips, or can you tell me a little bit about that process?
Yes, any complaint that's given to the department is fully investigated.
Have you guys spoken to any of the employees that were running that ride that night? If they follow the rules, if they notice he may have been over the weight limit, is there stuff they could have taken?
That's part of our investigation. We're not going to comment on.
Are you able to say who manipulated the seat, who adjusted it? Like, do we know, was it a ride operator, a technician?
Yeah, we're not going to get into the speculation part of it.
Everyone should just look at the report that's in the Dropbox now, and if you have questions after reviewing the report, you can send them to our comms inbox, and we'll do our best to answer everything.
Would it be possible to keep y'all around for about 10 minutes so we can look through this?
I think it would be best if you followed up via email.
Do you think this would be the gateway in ensuring that all rides have weight limits and that they're actually adhered to?
I think that this is an opportunity for all amusement ride operators to look at their practices and their procedures, and I am reaching out to bring all of those individuals together because all of us have a stake in this. And if the signage was not there, we've got to bring uniformity. We've got to make sure that all ride operators follow the law and follow the rules. So this does open the door for now closer scrutiny of all amusement rides, whether we're talking about bungee jumping or helicopter rides or whatever it might be.
Representative Thompson, going off of that last portion, when you talk about more oversight, more regulation for these rides, I know despite the obvious, why now for this push, this call for those changes?
Unfortunately, it sometimes takes something like this to be the wake-up call to say you can't just allow people to operate without oversight. And so this is the tipping point that now requires us to come back to the table to say we need to strengthen these laws and to give the department more responsibility and more authority in terms of oversight. The operators also pay into a fund, and so this is another time when we want to look at that and make sure that it's adequate to do the inspections that are needed.
Representative, can you tell us now, based on the investigation, what kind of legislative changes you might propose in the Tyree Sampson bill?
Well, until we get the information back based on the subpoenas that have been issued, it would be difficult to say, but I do know that I will be looking at the portion of the bill related to training. I will certainly be looking at the bill, the portion that pertains to signage, inspections. Anytime you make an adjustment after an inspection and after a permit, that has to be reported to the department.
Okay, last question.
Any time frame
Do you know
rubber stamp will be
who adjusted the seat?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is it in the report who made the adjustments?
Slingshot arms and other rights. It's going to be an oversight and other rights owned by a slingshot group?
Are you referring to the department?
Yeah, regarding the investigation, I know Slingshot owns another rights in Florida. You're gonna look over these rights also?
The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services has the responsibility now to oversee amusement rides. And I believe some of these rules and regulations need to be tightened up for all amusement ride owners and operators.
Representative Thompson, knowing that there were some adjustments made to this ride, are you fearful that this company has done this to other rides that people are still currently riding on because they're still open?
I am concerned with any operator that makes adjustments after an inspection and after a permit is issued. That should have been reported to the department, and it should have meant then that there is a re-inspection and before the owner-operator is allowed to actually operate the ride, there needs to be greater scrutiny.
Okay, again, we have the report in Dropbox for review. We're going to let the report speak for itself, and we will not be taking any more questions about the report here today.
As far as the next steps, when will it all be done, the how and why?
We are working on that now. Again, we wanted to provide this just to be totally transparent. This is still an ongoing investigation. These are our preliminary results, and it will be ongoing. We'll be in communication with you all when we have more information.
And thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
A very sad update here as, again, that 14-year-old's life was lost after falling from that ride back in the end of March, and his family mourning. Again, you heard just now that the family sent him on a spring break thinking it'd be a fun adventure, and unfortunately never got to come back. And looks like part of the reasonings not only was the weight restriction not emphasized and not put into place, but also there was seemed to be some now mechanical issues that could also have played a big part. You heard investigation is still ongoing, and of course LiveNOW from Fox going to work to stay on top of it, just as we do always right here for you with each and every single developing story. With that being said, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, but when we come back, we did also have another update of a little boy who unfortunately is in a medical induced coma. This 11-year-old shot just outside of a skating rink back on April 9th. The family asking for answers. We'll bring that update to you right here on LiveNOW from Fox in 2 minutes. From Fox, a family is speaking out for the first time since their 11-year-old boy was critically shot outside of a roller skating rink. They spoke to the media here today. Let's go ahead and give you that latest update right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. It's a tragedy and a tragic situation and circumstances that find us here this morning. My name is Sean Williams. I'm one of the partners here at the Cochran firm. Myself and Gary Andrews, who's an attorney at the Cochran firm, have been retained by Damari Johnson's family to deal with the circumstances surrounding his tragic shooting. The first thing I want to do is introduce the father of Damari Johnson, Deontay Thomas, right here to my left. His mother to the left of him is Courtney Johnson. We have grandmothers, we got a grandmother, we have aunts, we got family, friends here to support them. And we have people and family members that are not here today who are out there supporting them. This is tragic for so many reasons. The person that should be here or should be in school today is Damari Johnson. And he's not here because he was tragically shot in the back of the head on April 9th, 2022 at Golden Glide skating rink. This is tragic because Damari just went to the skating rink to have fun. And the circumstances that led to his shooting, we believe, are at the sole responsibility of not only the shooter, but Golden Glide. We will have Brittany, Damari's aunt, talk on behalf of the family on about his condition and what type of person he was. As you can imagine, this is very, very emotional and difficult for the parents. But before she comes up, there's a couple things we need to make sure on behalf of the family. The first thing is this: we want to thank everyone in the community for their prayers, their thoughts. The family is forever grateful for your support that they have received. They also have a GoFundMe account. You can support Damari and his family and anything he needs in this as he continues to fight for his life. We also want to specifically thank Dr. Rashad Ritchie for putting up a $10,000 reward. That was generous, and it is doing many things to help this family find out who shot their son. His personal commitment to this community, to this family, is honorable, and we want to make sure he's acknowledged. It's my understanding that the Atlanta Journal-Constitution has also added to a reward. We want to thank them personally for that as well. As I said, Damari is fighting for his life. So we're going to ask this community to fight for him as well. And we need this community, its leaders, to come forward with information that you may have that could lead to the arrest of the individuals involved in the shooting of Damari Johnson on that day. We want, this family pleads and begs, if you have any information about what happened that night, what happened moments leading up to the shooting, who was involved in the shooting, please contact the DeKalb County Police Department. That number is 770-724-7850. If you are hesitant about contacting the police for any reason, you can contact my office here at the Cochran firm at 404-222-9922. The bottom line is the most important thing for this family is finding out and bringing to justice the people or individuals involved in the shooting of their son. We also are asking that the DeKalb County Police Department, its leaders, also continue to fight for Damari. This family asked personally that the police department please provide them information. They have felt throughout the process that they have not been provided daily updates on what's going on in the investigation. as their child is fighting for his life, they feel like they should be getting information daily on the investigation updates regarding DeKalb County Police Department. So we ask Chief Ramos to make sure that the DeKalb County Police reach out to this family. If they need to reach out to us as the law firm personally, this family just wants updates and answers. I think they deserve that at a minimum. The last thing this family is going to ask for is this. Their child was shot at a place that has a history of issues and violence at it. I'm from DeKalb County. Gary's from DeKalb County. We grew up in this community. This is a beautiful community. But we have to hold people accountable when things like this happen. Golden Glide has a history of violence at that place, history of fighting and shooting. We believe that this shooting wouldn't have occurred if you had adequate security and security measures at that property. So we're asking the CEO of DeKalb County, Michael Thurman, we're asking the District Attorney Boston, we're asking the police department to investigate Golden Glide skating rink. We believe that the information and the evidence out there will suggest and strongly show that Golden Glide is a nuisance. It's a nuisance of danger for our kids and our families. We're asking that it be shut down until there can be some sureties to this community, to this family, to other families, that they can take their kids to the skating ring and make sure they come home safely. That is not much to ask. And when you put out there as a business to provide a safe environment for families and children, you have to stand up to that responsibility. We don't believe Golden Glide has done that. So we're asking the leaders of DeKalb County to do it for them. I'm going to briefly bring up Brittany, Jamari's aunt. She's going to talk a little bit about him and about his condition, and then we will answer questions.
I'm speaking on the behalf of the Johnson family. Damari is my nephew. I just want to let everybody know that he was a fun kid, A and B on the road student. He loved basketball and he also loved football. We all just want justice for Damari Johnson. We are confused, we want answers, and we just want to move forward with what's going on with Damari. We all love him and he's a fun kid. We are so hurt right now that this is happening to Damari Johnson. He is fighting for his life, and he's a strong kid. Please, can somebody come forward and bring justice for our family? Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
What is the medical prognosis
for? The medical prognosis is prayer. The reality of it is every day is depending on what's going on with his circumstance. Obviously, we don't want to completely share his medical condition for HIPAA reasons, but I will tell you that we need to continue prayers of everybody. He's fighting for his life literally every day. He's in a medically induced coma, and we are hopeful and prayerful that we can get the Damari Johnson we know and love.
So, do you have any idea, do they have cameras there? Was there an argument? What is the narrative about what happened more specifically?
Which is one of the reasons I asked the DeKalb County Police Department to reach out to this family and give us more information. While their son is fighting in the hospital, they're not getting the information to answer some of those questions of how, why, and the reasons. What we do know is that there were some fights in the skating ring that day by a group of individuals that was causing havoc. We do know and believe that those individuals may have been involved in the shooting later with Damari.
All right, so once again, another family who is mourning their loved one. Right now, again, he is in a medically induced coma, but of course, there is a lot of questions that still need to be answered as they are still searching for that gunman. Do want to let our viewers know we do still have coming up here on Live Now from Fox, the State Department briefing, expecting more updates as the war in Ukraine has now come upon day 54. So this will be something we'll be getting into here just a little bit later on Live Now from Fox. But if you hadn't seen it yet already, we did have the Boston Marathon kickoff earlier here today. Runners took their marks on set and they did go. We already had a lot of people crossing that finish line. And joining us from the marathon lines there is our very own Fox's Molly Line, who's joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Molly, so many people excited to see this back in action once again. 126th year is already underway.
Absolutely, and a great day for it. Look at this, amazing weather. It's dry, it's sunny, a little windy now. The winds have been picking up, so some of these runners that are coming in now are facing the headwinds. But as you can see, a lot of finishers, and you mentioned it. This has been 3 years in the making that the Boston Marathon is finally back on the day that it's meant to be on, Patriots Day here in Boston. It's traditional April date. It was just run in the fall, and before that it had been, like I mentioned, such a long time. So this really feels like a fabulous day to come out and get this race done. Now, there's a lot of security here stemming from many years ago when there was a bombing here at the Boston Marathon, and also just last week, there had been a subway attack in New York City, so a little bit of extra on-edge feeling here, but local, state, federal authorities all working together to keep things safe. There are runners literally from more than 100 countries, all 50 states, here on site today, running from Hopkinton to Boston. But one country in particular has been set aside here. I'm talking about Russia. There are new rules this year related to Russian and Belarusian runners. Because of any of those entered in the 2022 race who are currently residing in either country, they have been kicked out of the race. This happened earlier this month. They are no longer allowed to run. Those that are living outside of the country and do not run under the flag of either country may be permitted to run. The president of the Boston Athletic Association, Tom Grohl, has expressed horror and outrage about the reporting coming out of Ukraine, saying we must do what we can to show our support to the people of Ukraine. We had a chance to talk to some of the runners here on the ground today, and here's what they had to say about that.
I think that by showing our support to the people of Ukraine, but being tolerant to those people also in Russia that might not, be with those thoughts and actions.
I understand the reasons why, but I think the people that are being affected are not the ones who are making the decisions.
It's a complex one because I'm not against the people, but it's the government's, and Putin, what he's up to. So that's why we're wearing our blue and yellow support Ukraine.
This is Patriots Day, Boston Marathon Day, one of the best days to be in the city of Boston, and it is yet another thing that Russian citizens have been cut out of because of Russia's war on Ukraine. Christy?
Yeah, just so many traditions returning, but of course, different changes this year as people are out there running once again. We do appreciate that live update coming to us from Boston. Again, Fox's Molly Line joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We hope you can continue to enjoy the end of that race there.
Thanks, Christy. Have a good one.
And as we continue to stay on top of all the top stories, a lot of people going to be keeping their eyes on those finishing marks, see when everyone had crossed that finish line. Earlier here today, we did have quite a few people who were out enjoying the Easter festivities that were happening at the White House. We did have both President Biden and Jill Biden there greeting a lot of families on the South Lawn. Let's go ahead and listen in to what they had to say this year during the Easter egg roll.
To the Easter egg roll! The President and I are so excited that you are here. As your First Lady and as a teacher, I've seen again and again that learning doesn't only happen in a classroom. There are so many fun opportunities to learn around us every day. And that's especially true here at the White House. For generations, presidents and First Ladies and kids just like you celebrated the Easter egg roll together, racing and making crafts, reading books, and of course, meeting the Easter Bunny. education never stops. The determined spirit of education is what we wanted to honor in this Easter egg roll. So we turned the South Lawn into a school community. Today, we hope you learn by going to the Reading Nook, roll some eggs, and most of all, have fun. Welcome to your house, the people's house. Happy Easter. Now, please welcome my husband, our president, Joe Biden. Sorry.
My job is to keep it from raining for another 2 minutes. Jill and I are excited to have you at the White House. We weren't able to host this Easter egg roll last year because of the pandemic, but this year we're finally getting together again, and it's so special. It means so much to see and hear the children and all the families show up to be here today. The joy, the laughter, and the occasional, at least with my young grandson, it's only 2, the occasional, there's Easter Bunny. A little startled sometimes. But the joy and the laughter is something that has been a wonderful tradition here at the White House for a long, long time. I especially want to thank the White House Historical Association, the National Park Service, and America's Egg Board for all their hard work to make this day possible. Let's give them a round of applause. All of you, have fun today. Welcome to the White House. Welcome to your house. Welcome to the South Lawn. Thank you, and happy, happy Easter.
All right, so once again, so many families out there after a 2-year hiatus due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this holiday tradition did even feature a few special guests, including television host Jimmy Fallon. He joined the president and the first lady reading his books to the kids called Nana Loves You, and he was there in attendance along with many families you can see here enjoying some of those festivities out on the South Lawn. Now let's go ahead, listen in just to a portion of what Jimmy Fallon was doing, reading there with the president and first lady.
Perfect. Here we go. Nana will read to you and sing you to sleep and fill you with memories that you'll always keep. You don't see a duck yet, right? No duck yet. Forever from 1 past 104, you'll always love Nana, but Nana loves you more. No, this is weepy. This is a sweet one. More than the moon, more than the stars, more than all the planets by far. More than rainbows, more than dreams, more than 3 scoops of your favorite ice cream. Whoa, and now we're tired. I didn't write that for you, I swear. I promise I didn't plan this. What's your favorite ice cream? Someone said quack, no. Chocolate? Chocolate chip? What do you like? Mint chocolate chip? That's my favorite too, yeah, I love that one. Well, Nana loves you more than that. Okay. More than a bath overflowing with bubbles? Nana will even love you when you get in trouble. Look at all the bubbles. Uh-oh, wow, they're in trouble. Yeah, I know. More than whales? More than cheese? More than flowers and rivers and trees? More than cheese, what is that? More than candy and things that are sweet? More than anyone you'll ever meet. More than the biggest of all birthday cakes? Look at how big this birthday cake is. I love you more than any cake I could bake. More than swimming in chocolatey fountains? More than the feeling when you climbed a huge mountain, which you'll all do one day. More than the horns in a giant big band? I hear my own music when I'm holding your hand. What is that? It's a duck! I knew I'd see one. More than fireworks that light up the skies? More than the sunsets and the sunrise? More than gold or treasure or money? You are my treasure. You are my honey. If you're lost in the waters, I will lead you ashore. I know you love Nana, but Nana loves you more.
All right.
Oh, thank you so much for having us, and thank you everybody for listening to me. I see another duck. All right, perfect. Goodbye.
So the celebrations did continue on. There was an estimated 30,000 kids and adults in attendance for this all-day event. It includes egg roll, egg hunt, a playground, and a snack-making station. You can see the president there. He not only was shaking a lot of hands, taking a lot of pictures with these families who were out here in attendance. Kind of a cold day, but of course, these videos of kids just enjoying themselves, it really does warm your heart. So once again, thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to bring you all the top stories and events that have been happening throughout the day. Still a lot more to look forward to, including we do have our Pentagon press briefing. This is going to be taking place here in a bit, so we'll be getting John Kirby up here at the podium, giving us the latest update with the war in Ukraine. But right now, we do actually have our State Department spokesperson, Ned Price. He is here giving the latest update from the State Department. So we'll be jumping into this right here for you on Live Now from Fox after we come back from this 2-minute break.
Dinner flight. Missed you. Have a few things at the top, and then we'll turn to your questions. First, as the White House announced, President Biden will host the leaders of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, in Washington, D.C., May 12th through the 13th for a U.S.-ASEAN special summit. The special summit will showcase the strong and enduring U.S. commitment to ASEAN, recognizing its central role in delivering sustainable solutions to the region's most pressing challenges, and commemorate 45 years of U.S.-ASEAN relations. The summit will build on President Biden's participation in the October 2021 ASEAN-U.S. Summit, where the president announced $102 million in new initiatives to expand U.S. engagement with ASEAN and support a bright and prosperous future for our combined 1 billion people. One of this administration's top priorities is to serve as a strong, reliable partner and to strengthen an empowered and unified ASEAN to address the challenges of our time. Our shared interests for the region will continue to underpin our common commitment to advance an Indo-Pacific that is free, open, connected, prosperous, secure, and resilient. Next, as the White House also announced this morning, Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs Daniel Crittenbrink and National Security Council Indo-Pacific Coordinator Kurt Campbell will lead a delegation of U.S. government officials to Fiji, Papua New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands this week. Building on Secretary Blinken's February 2022 visit to the region, the delegation will reaffirm the U.S. commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific as we work together to tackle the most significant global challenges of the 21st century, including combating the climate crisis and ending the acute phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. The interagency delegation will also hold consultations with regional partners at the headquarters of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, or Indo-PACOM, in Honolulu, Hawaii. And finally, today, the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs is launching an online partnership with the Google Arts and Culture platform to showcase the Cultural Heritage Center's work to protect and preserve cultural heritage around the world. The partnership launches today in celebration of World Heritage Day. The Cultural Heritage Center's first exhibition on the U.S. platform features the U.S. Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation Program. Visitors can virtually tour multiple AFCP sites, such as Chanquillo in Peru, the earliest known astronomical observatory in the Americas, or Wat Chawat Tanram, a 17th century Buddhist temple in Thailand. The State Department works with international partners to preserve heritage and protect culturally important sites, objects, and practices. This community engagement spurs economic development, cultivates respect for cultural diversity, and further promotes U.S. foreign policy objectives. Since 2001, the U.S. Ambassadors Fund has worked with partners in over 130 countries to protect and preserve cultural heritage through more than 1,100 preservation projects. So, with all that at the top, happy to take your questions. Sean, welcome back again.
Thank you, thanks. Perhaps starting in Ukraine, the situation in Lviv, at least 7 people were killed. Russia is saying that it was targeting arms there. Do you have any assessment about what the Russian aim was about what the effects were there?
Well, I would in large part refer you to our Ukrainian partners and our Department of Defense to speak to Russia's military activity. I know that our Department of Defense has said as of this morning that many of the Russian strikes we've seen in recent days have targeted military installations, military adjacent installations. But the fact is that Russia, more than just launching an invasion, more than just launching a war, is undertaking a campaign of terror, a campaign of brutality, a campaign of despicable aggression against the people of Ukraine. And so when it comes to what we've seen in recent hours in terms of the strikes against Lviv, in terms of the strikes in the outskirts of Kyiv, or what we've seen in towns like Mariupol, towns like Kharkiv, what we've witnessed in Bucha, these are clear indications, they are a clear testament to the campaign of brutality, the campaign of terror that the Russians are waging against the people of Ukraine.
I wonder, just to follow up on that, those attacks on Kyiv and Lviv, do you see that as a kind of setback for these? It seemed like things had been improving in that part of the country, and a lot of Ukrainians were crossing the border the other way. Is that a setback to those people those Ukrainians who might have been thinking, it's safe to go back if we're from the west of the country, and also how does that factor into your considerations on whether to reestablish a diplomatic presence in the country?
Well, at a strategic level, we, of course, will reestablish a diplomatic presence just as soon as we are able. When it comes to our calculus, you know that we have a high priority on the safety, the security, the welfare, the well-being of American diplomats and our colleagues who are serving around the world. So we are continuing to assess the security situation, and when the security situation allows it, and not a second later, I can assure you that we will have a reestablished diplomatic presence on the ground in Ukraine. In the meantime, I wouldn't want to offer the misimpression that the lack of a formal diplomatic presence, the lack of a diplomatic team on the ground, has in any way encumbered our ability to coordinate, to consult with our Ukrainian partners. We do that as a matter of course. As you know, we have a diplomatic team stationed across the border in Poland. They have been engaging regularly with their Ukrainian counterparts at the highest levels. We have been engaging regularly with our diplomatic counterparts over the phone and even in person. President Biden spoke to President Zelenskyy last week. Secretary Blinken spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba last week. And as you know, Secretary Blinken has had recent opportunities to meet with Foreign Minister Kuleba in person. We did so in Brussels on the margins of the NATO ministerial just the other week. We did so just before that in Warsaw when Secretary Blinken accompanied the president, and he and Secretary Austin did a 2+2 with their Ukrainian counterparts. We did so just before that when we met with Foreign Minister Kuleba just inside Ukrainian territory along the Polish-Ukrainian border. So even as we don't have a diplomatic presence on the ground at the moment, we are continuing to work closely with our Ukrainian counterparts to hear precisely what they need to determine how best we can continue to support them in terms of our security assistance, in terms of our humanitarian assistance, in terms of our economic support, and as we coordinate with 30 countries across 4 continents to hold the Russian Federation to account for this war of choice. Yes?
Thank you. I have a question on North Korea and China and Ukraine. North Korea testified the new tactical guided weapons yesterday. What is the U.S. reactions on that? Second one, Ukraine President Zelenskyy is reported to have asked President Biden to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Will the U.S. accept this? So I will follow next.
Let me start with that question just because it's adjacent to Simon's question. As I mentioned just a moment ago, we have worked with some 30 countries across 4 continents to impose unprecedented costs on the Russian Federation with our economic sanctions, other economic measures, including our export control measures. We are going to look at all potential options that are available to us under the law, options that would be effective in holding Russia to account. And if a tool is available and effective, we won't hesitate to use it. When it comes to the DPRK's most recent provocations, I know that the Department of Defense issued a statement on this. They noted that the department was aware of the DPRK's statement, that they conducted a test of a long-range artillery system. As you know, we're closely monitoring the situation on the Korean Peninsula, and we have warned of the possibility of additional potential provocations from the DPRK. It just so happens that our special envoy for the DPRK is currently in Seoul. He had a series of meetings in Seoul earlier today. He spoke publicly as well to make the point that his engagement with our ROK allies showcases the coordination and underscores our rock-solid commitment to the region. Ambassador Sung Kim went on to say that we're determined to protect the security of the United States and that of our allies, the ROK and Japan. And he noted that our goal continues to be the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Sung Kim, Deputy Secretary Sherman, Secretary Blinken have engaged regularly, bilaterally, with our ROK counterparts, bilaterally with our Japanese allies, trilaterally with our ROK and Japanese allies together. We have, in all of those engagements, sought to make very clear to the DPRK that the door to diplomacy is not closed, that it does remain open, but that the DPRK needs to cease its destabilizing actions and instead choose the path of engagement, something it has not yet done. We are willing to listen to the full range of the DPRK's concerns, but this can only happen through dialogue, and the DPRK has not yet given any concrete indications that it is open to this dialogue. They have done this notwithstanding the fact that we've made clear on many occasions, including right here, that we harbor no hostile intent towards the DPRK. And we've also made clear that we are willing to meet without preconditions to engage in this dialogue. Unfortunately, it is the DPRK that has failed to respond to our invitations, and instead they have engaged in this series of provocations, including the ICBM launches in recent weeks. We worked with our allies in the region, we've worked with our allies well beyond the region, and we've worked in the UN context to make clear our condemnation of these recent ballistic missile tests, each of which was in violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. These launches, these tests, have demonstrated that the DPRK continues to prioritize its WMD and ballistic missile programs at the expense of regional and international security. And in response to these provocations, in whole and in part, we have taken a series of diplomatic, economic, and military measures. We've detailed them in some depth, both from here and throughout this administration. Our actions are intended to make clear to the DPRK that its escalatory behavior has consequences. Those consequences will continue as long as the DPRK continues with its provocations.
The last occasions, China is a special representative for North Korea's nuclear program, opposed additional UN Security Council sanctions on North Korea, and retaliated that the US and North Korea should resume early dialogue. What is your comment? China always say that they need dialogue, resume the dialogue, but they not help, they not roll over the,
Well, when it comes to the latter element, that's also been our point. We have made very clear that the door to diplomacy, the door to dialogue remains open. We have signaled that publicly, we have signaled that privately, but as I just detailed, the DPRK has yet to engage on those suggestions. We have engaged not only with our close allies, Japan and the ROK, but also with other stakeholders, including regional stakeholders. And of course, the PRC is an important regional stakeholder. We recently had a meeting with the PRC's special envoy for the DPRK. It's important that we continue to engage partners like the PRC on this, given that the PRC does wield a good degree of leverage with the DPRK. Yes.
We are listening in here to the State Department briefing with spokesperson Ned Price. Want to remind our viewers still also waiting on the Pentagon briefing with John Kirby. Stick around as we continue to listen in right here at the State Department on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
State Department or United States still have influences to Pakistan, especially the new government?
certainly in that category. The SIV program is actually not a program that we ourselves designed or we ourselves formulated. If we had, there would probably be some differences, and we've talked about the rather cumbersome process when it comes to the SIV program, more than a dozen steps involving different agencies within the US government that ladders up to the application and ultimately the selection of SIV applicants. So under the law, and this was a program that was designed by Congress, there are certain dependents who are able to travel and to relocate with an SIV holder. And so we are required to follow the law, and that does not afford us flexibility in terms of family members that might be able to travel with the SIV holder. The law clearly stipulates that it's a spouse and adult children under the age of, and children under the age of 21, as I recall. Sean, let me move around a little bit, actually. Yes, sir.
From Azerbaijan, Real TV, I have two questions. Russia and France removed their co-chairs from the OSCE Minsk group. When will the US do the same? And generally, what will be the fate of the Minsk group? Second question, how can the United States contribute to the signing of peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia?
Well, we spoke about this a bit last week, and Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak respectively with the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan a couple weeks ago now. But we remain committed to promoting a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous future for the South Caucasus region. We urge Armenia and Azerbaijan to continue to intensify their diplomatic engagement and to make use of existing mechanisms for direct engagement to find comprehensive solutions to all outstanding issues related to or resulting from the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, and to normalize their relations through the conclusion of a comprehensive peace agreement. When it comes to our role, we do remain ready to assist Armenia and Azerbaijan with these efforts, including in our capacity as a co-chair of the OSCE Minsk group. And so when we talk about existing mechanisms, of course, the OSCE's Minsk group is part of that. Yes, sure.
Is in the region right now, and
I'm sorry, who is?
Andy Schoffer is currently in the region, and he met with Armenian foreign affairs minister. There was a confusion, I think, in terms of what badge is he wearing today. State Department put a tweet out there and said he is a senior advisor for Caucasus negotiations, and we know him in the region as the Minsk Group co-chair. Can you clarify that, and also is he going to go to Azerbaijan as well?
I don't have the details on this individual's travel or in what capacity he was acting at the time, but we'll get back to you if we have anything more to add there. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, on Bucha, I want to follow up. Putin today awarded the brigade that committed mass murder in Bucha. It's a title of guards. Is there any reaction from the state? And also, what is the state of U.S. investigation on Bucha massacre? Thank you.
What is the status of the U.S. investigation
on Bucha?
So on your first question, the question was, do we have a reaction to President Putin reportedly heralding one of the architects of the massacre, what has transpired in Bucha? We don't have a specific reaction to that, but what I can tell you is that it would not be surprising to see the Russian Federation herald, honor those who may have been involved in some of the worst atrocities of this conflict, because the point we have made is that the atrocities, to include war crimes, that Russia's forces have committed, these are not the rogue acts of a single Russian service member or even a small group. This was a premeditated, preconceived campaign of brutality against targeting not only the government of Ukraine, the territorial integrity of the state of Ukraine, but also the people of Ukraine. And that is why we are so focused on accountability, not only on those who are responsible through their own hands and their own work, through the deaths and the destruction in Ukraine's towns and cities, but also all of those up the ladder who were part and sanctioned this effort of brutality against the people of Ukraine. Yes.
Last week, the CIA director called China a silent partner in Putin's war of aggression in Ukraine. Is the U.S. giving any consideration to increasing the nature of its diplomatic pressure on China, changing its tactics in order to bring the Chinese around to ending their tacit support for Russia?
Well, the PRC is going to make its own decisions about how it supports Russia's brutality against the people of Ukraine. The PRC is going to make its own decisions about whether everything that it has purported to stand for in the international system in recent decades, including an emphasis on state sovereignty and the ability and the inviolability of borders, or whether all of that was just a show, just bluster. And to the director's point, not only have we not seen the PRC condemn, as every country around the world should, the brutality that Russia's forces are carrying out on the Ukrainian, against the Ukrainian people. We've actually heard senior PRC officials parrot some of the worst, some of the most dangerous propaganda that is and has emanated from the Kremlin. So this is a choice for the PRC to make. The point that the United States and our European allies and our partners around the world have made to the PRC, a couple. Number one, we are going to continue to keep a careful eye, a careful watch on the level of support for the PRC exhibits towards Russia. Of course, if the PRC were to provide weapons, supplies, would seek to help Russia evade sanctions, there would be strong consequences for that, not only on our part, but also on the part of our allies and partners. But number two, this is a moment when every responsible country around the world has an obligation to its people and to the international community to make clear where it stands on questions that are fundamental and questions on which there should be no nuance. Questions about whether this type of brutality, these wanton human rights abuses, the massacring of civilians, the ability of a state to pretend that international borders don't exist, and the ability of leaders to declare, as President Putin seemingly has, that another country doesn't have a right to exist. These are fundamental questions. We've heard from the PRC its desire over the course of many decades to be a responsible stakeholder. Well, now is the time to answer that question, and now is the time to show up.
Just to clarify, Ned, because you mentioned some of the other ways that China could be providing material support, has the U.S. to date seen any evidence that that support has been anything but rhetorical? Have there been weapons support provided? Has there been sanctions support provided?
We're going to continue to watch very closely. We offered an assessment a couple weeks ago now that we had not seen the provision of weapons of supplies, and that assessment has not changed. Sean.
Can we turn to the Middle East? Sure. Just as you're walking in, the Israeli military says that they intercepted a rocket from Gaza. I know you put out a statement on Jerusalem, I believe it was on Friday. What's your assessment of the situation? How worried is the United States that this could flare up the way it did last year?
Well, I did see that report just before we walked in. To answer your question, in short, we are deeply concerned. We are deeply concerned by the recent violence in Jerusalem on the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount and across the West Bank. We, as we did on Friday, continue to call on all sides to exercise restraint, to avoid provocative actions and rhetoric, and preserve the historic status quo on the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount. We also continue to urge Israeli and Palestinian officials to work cooperatively to lower tensions and ensure the safety of everyone. This department continues to closely follow the situation and continues to be in close contact with senior Israeli and Palestinian officials to seek to de-escalate tensions. What I can tell you is that a number of senior officials across this government, and certainly a number of individuals across this building and our ambassadors in capitals across the Middle East, were engaged in a series of phone calls, including at very high levels over the weekend, again with our Israeli partners, with our Palestinian counterparts, with other Arab representatives in the region, including our Jordanian partners, the custodian of the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount, in an effort to see to it that these tensions do not escalate.
Can I just follow up? You mentioned Jordan. The Jordanians summoned the Israeli ambassador and said that, or the Sharjah, and said that it was calling it heavy-handed, the treatment that the Israelis had of the Palestinians in Jerusalem. Do you share the assessment of the Jordanians that things could have been handled differently?
I'm not in a position to offer a detailed assessment of operations on the Temple Mount Haram al-Sharif. What I can say is that we have urged all sides to preserve the historic status quo on the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount, both in word and in practice, and to avoid steps that may be provocative and that may seek to, or that may inflame tensions even further.
If nobody has a follow-up on that specifically.
Anything else on this specifically? Okay.
Iran?
Sure.
As we continue to listen in to our reporters' questions and answer portion here in our State Department briefing, do want to remind our viewers we will be going into the Pentagon briefing once that does begin. Plus, you're also getting a live look from space, as we do have a Russian spacewalk that's being conducted. It is going to be a 6.5-hour long spacewalk, a long one for those astronauts out there. But of course, they are trained to do so. So we will continue to give you all of these live looks right here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you, again, going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
We are also prepared for broader diplomatic efforts to resolve issues. That matters, and that is whether or not we're able to achieve a mutual return to compliance, whether we're able to get across the finish line or not. At this point, it is unclear to us whether we will be able to get there. We've spoken to the significant progress that had been achieved in recent weeks. Obviously, we've been in a different position now for several weeks. That is why we're preparing equally for scenarios in which there is a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA and scenarios in which there is not a mutual return to compliance for the JCPOA. We would greatly prefer the former, to have the JCPOA and the verifiable, the permanent limits that it would, again, impose on Iran's nuclear program. Whether we are able to get there or not, that is a question for Iran.
One question on the Iranian president's comment today. He threatened Israel, and he said that if Israel makes a move against Iran, that it would retaliate. Any comments on that?
Well, Iran, we know, is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. its support for terrorism threatens international security and our partners throughout the region and elsewhere. Of course, that includes Israel. This administration's commitment to Israel's security is sacrosanct. We have demonstrated that in a number of ways. And in cooperation with our allies and regional partners, including Israel, we will use every appropriate tool to confront the IRGC's destabilizing role in the region, including working closely with our partners in Israel. Yes?
Two on Ukraine, if I may. The first is on James Hill, the U.S. citizen killed roughly a month ago in Kharkiv. His family says his remains are in Brussels and they've not been notified when they will be returned to the U.S. Is the State Department aware of this? Are they helping? What kind of assistance is being provided to them, including the return of his remains?
So I'm not able to comment on specific cases, but I can tell you that our Bureau of Consular Affairs routinely and regularly interacts with Americans, with their families, including cases of illness or, unfortunately, cases of death. But I just don't have any additional details on this.
Secondly, can you please provide the latest on the State Department's role in planning for a senior-level visit to Ukraine, and how have the recent strikes in Lviv and Kiev affected that planning process?
Well, again, we don't have any travel to confirm. We don't have any travel to announce or even to preview at this point. But the fact remains that our coordination and our consultation with our Ukrainian partners and our European allies, as well as partners and allies around the world, remains ongoing. It is continuous. It is daily. And what I can say is that tomorrow, in fact, you will see Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman travel to Brussels. She'll be there from April 19th to April 22nd. She is going for the third high-level meeting of the US-EU dialogue on China that will take place on April 21st. She'll also go for consultations with our European allies and partners on the Indo-Pacific on April 22nd. But she will also, while there, engage in Brussels with our NATO allies and EU partners to discuss our continued close coordination on President Putin's war of choice against Ukraine. So Secretary Blinken has spent more time in Brussels than any other city on the face of the earth, with the exception of Washington, D.C. Deputy Secretary Sherman has spent a good deal of time there herself. She'll be returning tomorrow, where she will remain for several days, including by being engaged with our European allies on the question of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Yes, sir.
Is the Secretary tomorrow going to make that visit? It's been reported lately many times that the administration is considering sending a high official to Kyiv. Is it in the book? And if not, why?
Well, the Secretary will make an important visit tomorrow. He will lead a U.S. delegation to Panama City to lead a ministerial conference on migration and protection co-hosted with the government of Panama. We'll depart tomorrow morning. We will return tomorrow evening. While in Panama, our delegation will join senior representatives from more than 20 other countries in the Western Hemisphere at the ministerial conference. Secretary Mayorkas of the Department of Homeland Security will be in attendance and helping to co-host this as well. This is part of our effort with countries from across the region in recognition of our shared responsibility to address forced displacement and to manage irregular migration. And as we've discussed since the beginning of this administration, our migration management strategy is a regional one, addressing the root causes, the drivers of migration from within the region. This will be an important follow-on to the discussions we had in Colombia last October, an important follow-on to discussions we had in Costa Rica last year, as well as we develop and implement with our partners in the region this migration management strategy. Sir.
I mentioned a visit to Kiev, to Ukraine. It's been reported lately that you're considering sending a high official to Kiev. Is it?
As I've said a number of times already today, we don't have any travel to announce, but we regularly engage with our Ukrainian partners on our diplomacy, on their needs, on the ways we can continue to support the government and the people of Ukraine. Yes.
Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu will pay a visit to the United States on May 18. What will be the main issues in the discussions? Can Turkey be part of the F-35 program again?
Well, Turkey, of course, is an important NATO ally. We've had many occasions in recent weeks to consult with our Turkish allies, including with Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu. Secretary Blinken regularly discusses a range of issues with him, including, of course, Turkey's important role in holding Russia to account for its war against the people, the government, the state of Ukraine. I imagine this upcoming opportunity would be an important element as part of that. But together as NATO allies and important bilateral partners, there are a range of shared interests that we have with our Turkish partners. So this is still a ways away, but I imagine there will be a very full agenda. When it comes to the F-35 program, we've made our concerns with Turkey's possession of the S-400 system very clear. We do not believe the S-400 system is consistent with the F-35 program. Yes?
Over the detainees.
And thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Some of the topics we're listening into here discussing on Ukraine, but also a number of other issues. I did want to let our viewers know this is just some of the recent video that we've had coming in of the most recent of the Russian airstrikes in Ukraine. Now, this is some of the visuals coming from Lviv. Now, 6 people have been said to have died, 11 others wounded, including in those injured are children. And officials do believe multiple explosions were caused by 4 different Russian missile strikes against the city. Lviv's regional governor had reported that 3 of the missiles did hit Ukrainian military buildings, and the chairman of the Ukrainian rail service also stated one of the missiles hit near a railroad facility, which caused delays to the train service. As we heard from one of our U.S. veterans who we just got to talk to last week, he was in Lviv. He said there's around 30,000 people a day who are leaving the cities. And unfortunately, a lot of people had been leaving the eastern cities, coming to areas like Lviv, which are now starting to be under attack. So Russian forces starting to move some of their strikes further and further west into the country. Of course, Live Now from Fox going to stay on top of all of those developments here for you as we continue to get more of those reports in. We are still waiting here for our Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby going to be stepping out, giving us updates on some of the most recent developments in Ukraine, but also the United States assistance that we've been sending and lending to the Ukrainian people who are fighting there day in and day out. We are now on day 54 of the Ukraine-Russia war, and Live Now from Fox has had you covered on it each and every single day. We're going to step away for one final 2-minute break of this hour, and when we come back, we'll finish out that State Department briefing, plus bringing you more updates across the country. It's all happening here, again, in 2 minutes.
if you could sort of, I don't think the announcement mentioned China, which is obviously the backdrop to these visits. How much does this visit, reflect a concern that China is, growing in influence in that region?
Well, these are three important Pacific partners of the United States, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. It's precisely why the Secretary met with the Pacific Island Forum earlier this year when we were in the region. And you're right that the announcement doesn't mention China because at the end of the day, our policy is not about China or any other country. It's about the partnership that the United States can bring. And part of our engagement, including in this upcoming context, is to ensure that our partners in the Indo-Pacific and around the world understand what the United States brings to the table, understands what partnership can bring, and we'll leave it to them to contrast what we offer from what other countries, including rather large countries in the region, might offer. Yes?
So both Russia and Ukraine have issued videos of prisoners apparently appealing for a prisoner swap. In Russia's case, it's 2 British nationals. In Ukraine's case, it's Viktor Medvedchuk. Is the U.S. at all facilitating or engaged in conversations regarding a potential swap?
I'm not aware of any role there. Our Ukrainian partners have spoken to their level of engagement with Russia. You heard from Foreign Minister Kuleba yesterday that these engagements have been rather low level. They've been at the expert level. And we can all see very clearly that they have not demonstrated much promise just yet. That is not because both parties are not prioritizing diplomacy, are not prioritizing dialogue. There is one party that has consistently gone to the table in good faith, one party that consistently has sought to bring an end to this conflict, and another that has engaged in those diplomatic endeavors as little more than a pretense. Another party, this being, of course, Russia, that has continued to rain down missiles and bombs and artillery against civilian populations, even as representatives of that government has continued to sit down with their Ukrainian partners. So this is a question that we will leave to our Ukrainian partners to discuss with their Russian counterparts. Our goal is to see to it that we are doing everything we potentially can to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. And we're doing that in 2 principal ways. Number one, we're continuing to provide massive amounts of security assistance, $3.2 billion over the course of this administration, more than $2.5 billion since Russia's most recent invasion of Ukraine began. And at the same time, to hold Russia to account with this set of economic sanctions, export controls, other measures that we've imposed with dozens of countries around the world to put Ukraine in a position to succeed and to induce Russia to engage in a way they have not yet, at least, and that is in good faith in an effort to bring about an end to this conflict.
Follow-up. Is the U.S. aware of any U.S. citizens in Russian custody on Ukrainian soil currently?
I am not at the moment, yes.
President Zelenskyy said over the weekend that if the remaining Ukrainian troops in Mariupol are destroyed, as Russia has threatened to do, that it could put an end to all negotiations. You've obviously said that diplomacy is the only way ahead here. Would you support Ukraine if they withdrew from talks because of what the Russians do in Mariupol?
At the end of the day, this is about Ukraine's independence, it's about Ukraine's sovereignty, it's about Ukraine's territorial integrity. There is no other country in the world, not Russia, not the United States, not any of our European allies or partners, who can make these decisions for Ukraine. This is a question for the people of Ukraine.
All right, guys, you're seeing here John Kirby stepping up. Let's go ahead, listen into this press briefing on Live Now from Fox.
I think you saw that this morning the Secretary called his Romanian counterpart, Minister Dincu, to continue coordinating our assistance.